Hi, I'm Dr. Vivek Murthy, Surgeon General of the United States, reminding you that the most important thing you can do to keep yourself, your loved ones, and your community safe from COVID 19 is to get an updated COVID vaccine. These vaccines are easy to get and proven to protect you from serious illness. Visit vaccines.gov to find one today. Thanks so much and travel safely.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Dr. Vivek Murthy.
I did that, people. That was my creative contribution to the world this morning. It is the morning. My camera seems a little low. Hold on. Okay, that's a little better. Why does it seem like it's zoomed in more than most days? Yeah, go get your It's an updated. It's just updated. Like the flu shot updated. It's like a version 2.0. It's just going to go on forever. Who would have thunk that Bill Gates would have implemented the same computer tech updating? Just update. I'm just going to, I don't know, do something. Got to sell you a new product, sell you a new car. I wouldn't buy a used car from that Surgeon General. What's amazing is that I don't trust that guy. And yet they will demonize the Surgeon General of the state of Florida as some sort of medical quack because they disagree with his opinion. Safe and effective. It's proven. Go get it. Updated 2.0. Brought to you by Pfizer. Hold on. So I want to see one thing here. I'm going to go to settings. High definition. Okay, we're in HD. Good. Audio's good. And we're going to see if the live feed for the hearing that I've got, tabarnouche, is it loud? Okay, hold on. I've got a good feed. Okay, I've got a feed. The audio is not acceptable. Hold on. Let me just bring this up, and I'm going to see if we can find something else. Present. I found a feed from Right Side News. Holy cows! It just blew my ears out. Kari Lake trial. That's me. Forget that. Okay, here we go. How do I close this down? I got two windows. I hear. Okay, this is Right Side. Let's see if their audio's
from the Lions Law Group on behalf of Governor-elect Hobbs.
Unacceptable.
Is Thomas Liddy on behalf of Maricopa County Board of Supervisors
Okay.
and the Maricopa County Recorder.
Sorry, everyone. That's unacceptable, right? We're all hearing that horrible static. Okay. Let me just make sure that everyone in the chat is hearing that same audio. Is the audio trash everywhere? Audio is great, never, but the audio here is good, but is the Kari Lake hearing live? Let me just see who that audio. I don't know if that's Right Side News. Live. Here we go. We got this one here.
Must fail.
Now, this is live from yesterday. All right, everyone in the chat, let's get some aggregate knowledge of the interwebs going. Maricopa County. That was not acceptable audio. I mean, that was going to. Hold on just 1 second. Hello?
The first is there's a motion to exclude plaintiff's expert witnesses. I've considered those. What I intend to do at this time to expedite things, I believe that under the local rule, it's been briefed. I have everything I need to decide it, so I don't need oral argument on that because we need to get started on the actual trial.
I'm going to see if I can find a better audio.
Experts. Rule 702A allows me to consider expert testimony if they have qualifications or expertise beyond that of, in this instance, it's going to be the court with regard to particular matters relating directly to this case.
I'm going to go see
I find that is the case.
if the audio
do have some expertise
is just as bad on other feeds. I'll be back.
Certain things, however, that's subject to foundation, and it is also going to be to relevance because the motion went as far as to seek to strike the reports of both experts. I haven't had those offered in evidence, but I will tell you that my inclination is if the witness is testifying, it's cumulative to have a report. And furthermore, the reports also contain opinions that go beyond the remaining counts that we have for trial. So my position on that, I will, if you seek to admit them, I will rule at that time, but I'm giving you an indication of what you might expect. The other motion under Rule 807, there are many affidavits in this case. I've read them. This is a trial to the court. I am persuaded that under Rule 807, given the intersection of Rule 807
Oh my goodness.
with
Seems bad everywhere.
the time constraints set by the legislature for holding an election contest, that there is no alternative reasonable method that the plaintiffs have to get 219 witnesses in front of me and allow cross-examination. Second of all, those affidavits that are attached to Mr. Sonneklaar's affidavit that deal with observations by voters, poll workers, or persons present, to enter those into evidence,
Okay, that's
the
much.
plaintiff's exhibit numbering system left something to be desired, and the clerk has now numbered your exhibits. You identified them by description and not number.
Was this better
So
or
what I
worse?
need is a clarification of which exhibits you are actually offering for the record, not right now, because I'm not going to take up your time to do that. At the first opportunity, I want you to go through and
Okay,
the record,
good.
for the record, what I'm asking you to do is to provide me the exhibit numbers for
Bear in mind, they have 6 hours today, and this is how they're going to use however much time all of this procedural administrative stuff takes. And I don't know if they're going to extend, if they have the option of extending to Friday if they need more time. Court is a bunch of hurry up and wait. Higher volume, please. Okay. So it's in Arizona. It's 9 o'clock.
are attached in your pleadings, plaintiff, as exhibits A1 through
Yeah, it's
A220 of your complaint. Also,
the judge looks pissed. 220 exhibits.
it appears that you're seeking to admit affidavits, or you will be seeking to admit affidavits that were attached to the declaration of Mr. Olson. You identified them by description. You're acting as counsel, Mr. Olson, so Rule 3.7 of Rules of Professional Conduct say you can't be a lawyer and a witness.
Okay, I think we might have found better audio. Hold on.
Unless it's a matter that's something I'm willing to take judicial notice of. I don't think any. To go through and for the record, what I'm asking you to do. I'm not admitting your affidavit, but it's the attachments to the affidavit that I believe that are being sought to be entered. To that end,
Better audio might be coming. Hold on.
specifically, go through. Exhibit 1 attached to your affidavit, Mr. Olson, is not relevant, nor is exhibit number 2, because of the rulings of the 19th. Exhibit 3, same thing. Exhibit 4, same thing. And exhibit 5, same thing. Next, exhibits 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10 fall within what I would believe
Here we go. Yeah.
construe as
Hold on, it's coming. This audio feed seems to be coming from a Zoom.
3.7 of the rules of
Here we
professional
go.
conduct say that you can't be a lawyer and a witness. So unless it's a matter that's something I'm willing to take judicial notice of, I don't think anything in this case is something I'm going to take judicial notice of. So I'm admitting your affidavit, but it's the attachments to the affidavit that I believe that are being sought to be entered. To that end, specifically,
Yeah, this looks like it's the direct Zoom link and not some rebroadcast from whatever court cameras allowed in. Hence, maybe crisper audio.
Exhibit 1 attached to your affidavit, Mr. Olson, is not relevant, nor is exhibit number 2 because of the rulings of the 19th. Exhibit 3, same thing. Exhibit 4, same thing. And exhibit 5, same thing. Next, exhibits 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10 fall within what I would believe or construe as that 807 exception to allow for observations that took place at the time and place of the election and the persons who are the declarants. The others, the declaration of Mr. Barris, he's an expert.
Richard Barris, people.
He's retained for the purpose of litigation. He's got a report, et cetera, and I've talked about that. The declaration of Shelby Bush is also not pertinent to what I have for me. The affidavit of Clay Parrick, is that how I pronounce it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Kelly KJ Kutchta, they are all prepared in anticipation of litigation, and I'm not admitting those under 807. Okay, so what I need for you to do is to get with the defendants, show them their exhibit numbers,
Oh, there might be.
get me those numbers, and then I can
Okay, hold
address
on.
admitting those at a later
I
later
don't
point.
want to steal
Now,
this guy's
having
content.
said all
It's
of
not
that,
just a feed.
either at the time we move to admit them, actually, or right now, I can allow the defendants to take some of their time to make an additional record. I've read what you wrote already in your responses. That is a matter of record, and I'm saying right here in open court that that is preserved as an objection to what I'm doing. If you have something additional you want to add as a record, I'll let you do it now, or I can let you do it at the time that Mr. Olson complies with my request to identify specific exhibit numbers.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
We'll rest on our papers, Your Honor. We reserve the right to object if something has no probative value to the remaining counts.
Thank you, Mr. Liddy. Obviously, I'm the trier of fact. This trial is going to be conducted with the eye that I am able to give things a weight that I deem appropriate, anywhere from 0 to great weight. And so I will rely upon you, counsel, on both sides, to present argument or to present the case in a manner that
If he's just
indicates to me
streaming a
what you
feed,
think
I have
has
no
more
problem
weight.
with it. But if he's going to do commentary, I don't want
To
to
that end, I'm a
siphon
little
traffic from his
concerned that you've
content.
allocated yourself 15 minutes and 5 minutes for closing argument. So
Go straight to the court's website.
you
Okay,
may
hold
want
on.
to rethink that.
Copa County
So
Court website. We're going to get ready to start. We're on a bit of a
I
delay.
believe that those are all the matters that I have
Today's
before we can get
hearings.
started.
One housekeeping item, Your Honor. If we could, defendants would like to invoke the rule to exclude any non-expert testifying witnesses
The rule.
from the courtroom.
I
Join.
order the rule, sir. Today's hearings.
No objection, Your Honor.
The rule has been invoked. I'm going to have to rely upon counsel because I don't know these people by sight. There are persons who are non-ex. non-parties who are witnesses to this case who are present, they must leave the courtroom, not discuss their testimony either before or after they testify with anyone other than the attorneys.
Okay, Superior Court. Let me see if
Your Honor,
Yes.
Mr. Scott Jarrett, the Elections Department Director, is here as a party representative, but he's also listed as a witness, Your Honor.
Very well, I'll accept the designation. Very well. We ready to proceed?
Your Honor.
Ready to proceed? Defense?
Your Honor.
Mr. Liddy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Guion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Olson? Mr. Blam?
Your Honor, we would like to start with Recorder Stephen Richer. My understanding, he's online.
Richer, as we
Prepared to
say in
give his
Quebec.
testimony now.
Okay, we have Mr. Richer then.
Which one is this? Is Richard the one that we saw in that video the day of the hearing, the day of elections, with the stubbly reddish beard? Sort of looks like Prince Andrew. I've got a kid who's home from school today who might be, interrupting periodically. What's up? You can come in. You're not gonna find this interesting. No, okay, he's not coming. I'm gonna see if I can't find a direct.
Very well.
This is good.
You'd swear Mr. Richer in, please.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
That's good.
Very well.
Get this out of here.
Mr. Blam, you may proceed.
Way I can see the witness via video or audio feed.
This is gonna be video.
I'm not sure.
Good.
Oh, I
I
love
think
that
the
dog.
answer that I've received from somebody with technical knowledge is the witness needs to turn his camera on.
Recorder Richer, can you please turn your camera on?
Very
Oh,
well.
thank you very much. All right, could you please state your full name for the record?
Stephen Richer, Richer.
Yeah, that's the guy that we saw in the
What
video
is your
the day of.
occupation?
Maricopa County Recorder.
Maricopa County Recorder. How long have you held that position?
I was elected in the November 2020 election. I took office on January 4th, 2021.
This is the guy that was in the
Thank
video
you.
with Bill Gates on
And
election
as
day.
Maricopa County Recorder, you play a pivotal role in Arizona elections, do you not?
I am statutorily responsible for recording operations, vote registration, and early voting.
With respect to your recording of operations, does that include maintaining written chain of custody for all ballots?
The recording operations I refer to are the recording of public documents mostly related to the real estate industry, such as titles and deeds.
All right. Do you maintain in your office, with respect to your duties, election-related duties, chain of custody documents for
Yes, sir.
ballot? All right. Are those required by law?
Yes.
Yes.
Chain of custody
And
requirement.
Arizona is a significantly larger county than any other state of Arizona. Is that correct?
You mean Maricopa
That's correct.
County?
All right. And so is it fair to say that as Maricopa County goes, so too goes Arizona?
I don't follow.
Well, the population center in Maricopa County is significantly larger than all the other counties. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, but it's not dispositive, as was shown in the superintendent of public instructions race and another statewide race.
And a Republican won that race. Is that correct?
I believe that race is in recount.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so explain to the court then what your role is in running elections in Maricopa County.
As mentioned before, I am responsible for registering voters. So intaking those, doing all the background checks, confirming identity, confirming location, maintaining the voter registration database, having that available at the cutoff date, which this election was 28 days before the election day. Ordinarily, that's 29 days before election day, but this year we had Columbus Day on the 29th day, and so it moved to the 28th day. On the 27th day, we mail out early ballots to all people who are either on the active early voting list or who have requested a one-time early ballot. That this general election was approximately 1.9 million registered voters out of the approximately 2.4 million registered voters overall in Maricopa County. We send those out. We are also responsible for all forms of early voting. That could include dropping off a ballot at a drop box. That could include dropping off a ballot at a voting location. That could include going to an early voting location, getting a new ballot printed. That's still governed by early voting laws, meaning it still has to go in an envelope. That envelope has to be sealed and signed, and it comes back to us. My office is also responsible for things like UOCAVA, which is uniform and overseas voting. Now that begins actually 45 days under federal law before the election. We are not responsible for election day operations, emergency voting, which is the weekend before election day, or for ballot tabulation.
All right, and so those responsibilities lie with the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, correct?
That's correct, and that's true of all 15 counties.
All right, and so I believe you mentioned drop boxes. You are responsible for those and for ensuring that the ballots get from drop boxes to Maricopa County, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified earlier, you're required by law to maintain chain of custody. That includes chain of custody from pickup at Dropbox to delivery to Maricopa County. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that also include when they leave Maricopa County and they're delivered to Runbeck?
They never leave our chain of custody because they are with our personnel at all times. But yes, they go to Runbeck.
Okay. So are Runbeck your personnel?
No.
No, they are a third-party vendor, correct?
Correct.
You're the only county in the state of Arizona that uses a third-party vendor for intake of its ballots?
Maricopa County has been doing this since the 1990s.
My question
No
was a
answer.
simple yes or no. Are you the only county in the
Yes.
state of Arizona that uses a third-party vendor for intake of your ballots?
I bet it's a yes.
No.
Oh,
Okay, and so was your testimony just a moment ago with respect to my question on chain of custody with delivery of Maricopa County ballots from your custody and control at MC Tech to Runbeck, a third-party vendor, that they are not governed by chain of custody laws?
They are.
They are. And that would also apply to the return of those ballots from the third-party vendor Runbeck to MC Tech. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I follow, but
Chain of custody. Are you required to maintain chain of custody from third-party vendor Runbeck back to Maricopa?
by law.
chain of custody is preserved throughout all times.
That's
of
not
the
what he
early
asked
voting
you.
process. It's documented when it goes to Runbeck. It never leaves the site
not
of
what he
our
asked.
personnel. It's documented when it comes back to MCTEC. Correct.
So he's
Okay.
So you're required to.
document every transport of ballots from MCTEC to Runbeck.
Correct.
What kind of forms do you use?
It's a ballot transportation slip. It's a white form.
Does that include the total number of ballots you're taking to Runbeck?
It does include the total number of ballots for early voting.
But does not for.
Okay, thank you. That would include election day ballots?
Election day ballots are treated a little differently.
It was
If you're
obvious from
talking
his
about
answer.
Election day ballots that are voted on site, those are under the domain of the Board of Supervisors. If you're talking about early ballots that are dropped off on election day, those all come to MCTEC first, where they are gathered, and then they are transferred over to Runbeck, where they are counted by our people at Runbeck because they have a high-speed counter, because that's the only day in which approximately 300,000 early ballots come in on one day.
Okay, is it your testimony here today that you, once election day happens, are no longer legally responsible for the ballots that are dropped into drop boxes?
Your Honor.
Oh,
Wait just a minute, Recorder Richard. Your Honor, this line of questioning is calling for a legal conclusion
no, it's not.
from the witness.
It's asking,
I object.
asking for a question of fact.
Your Honor, he understands the laws as they apply to his job.
You're asking for the witness's understanding, is that correct?
I'm asking if that's his understanding. He just testified that the drop boxes in the voting centers, Your Honor, are under the control of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
Your Honor, with that being the question, we withdraw the objection.
That's fine. Mr. Richard, these
Yes, sir.
these questions are directed to you and your understanding. And if you understand the question, we'll presume that that's the case. If you don't understand the question, you can ask to have it rephrased. Do you need this last question rephrased, or do you remember it, sir?
What is the judge doing?
Well, perhaps because that was a
Wait.
inaccurate representation of my position.
Richard,
Okay, Mr. Richard.
I'll let
This,
Sorry, Your Honor.
Clem ask a question.
the Zoom delays are
Mr.
really
Richard.
annoying.
With respect to drop boxes in vote centers on election day, who is it that is responsible for those ballots?
Voting locations on election day are overseen by Board of Supervisors in all 15 counties.
Understand that. I understand that, Recorder, but you're not answering my question.
Wait,
Is it not true that the drop boxes are under your purview as a recorder?
When the ballots get back to MCTEC, the early ballots, we then process those, we oversee them, we organize them, we get them all aligned in the same manner, we count them, we then send them with our personnel to MCTEC such that they can be scanned and imaged overnight, such that at 7 a.m. on Wednesday morning, we could begin the signature verification process for those 290,000
Wow.
ballots, the early ballots that were dropped off on election day.
That's a lot
I
of
was
words.
distinguishing
say
those
nothing.
from the day of ballots, which are cast in person, which is overseen by the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so the statute, are you familiar with the statute, first of all, that governs chain of custody of ballots?
I am generally familiar with Title 16 and Title 19.
Does the statute draw a distinction between election day drop box ballots and early ballots that take place before election day?
It does.
Okay.
I could get this guy in
Does
person
it
for
draw a
this.
distinction with respect to your responsibility to provide chain of custody for all drop box ballots?
I don't follow the line of questioning.
All right. Does the statute requiring you to maintain chain of custody for all Dropbox related ballots say shall or may?
We must maintain chain of custody
Shall.
for all
Shall.
early ballots.
Not may. You
Okay,
shall.
so now again, you're parsing with early versus those dropped at a polling center in a Dropbox, correct?
I'm not attempting to. I'm just distinguishing those from ballots that are cast in person on election day. There are early ballots that are dropped off on election day. We maintain chain of custody for those ballots.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you know if any chain of custody exists for the transport of ballots from drop boxes at vote centers to MCTEC on
It
election?
does.
It does. Okay. So you can tell me exactly how many ballots left each vote center on election day that came from a drop box?
I can tell you how many early ballots we received on election day.
Not the question.
Okay.
Per voting center.
Can you tell me, based on chain of custody documents, how many ballots left the drop boxes from the vote centers and were transported to MCTEC?
Yes.
Based on documents that you have in your possession?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You're familiar with EPM, correct?
Are you referring to the elections procedures manual?
Yes, I am. Thank you
I
very
am.
much. Okay, and that also contains specific language with respect to early ballots, Dropbox ballots, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And it contains the same statutory language as shall as opposed to may? Is that correct?
I can't recollect.
Okay.
They could not.
When
get
you
this guy
first
in
took
person?
office in Maricopa County, were there some concerns about Dropbox chain of custody in Arizona?
Yes, there was.
If you're asking if there were in the general public, yes, and I'm certainly aware of many things that have been alleged over the last 2 years. Perhaps most noteworthy of which was the documentary 2000 Mules.
All right. And are you aware of a report issued by Arizona Attorney General with respect to Dropbox ballot chain of custody?
I am, and that pertained to the 2020 general election.
The 2020 general election. Okay, well, and that was the basis of my question. When you took office, did you make any changes to chain of custody forms based upon that report?
Based upon that report, which came out in April 2022, no.
No. Okay, so you changed forms prior to that period of time?
We did change forms prior to that period of time, correct?
All right, why did you do that?
For the same reason that we changed personnel, for the same reason that we added personnel, for the same reason that we revisited all of our processes.
Why?
For the same reason that we're rebuilding our voter registration database, for the same reason that we rebuilt our website, because I'm in this office to try and move it forward. I hope to leave it better than I inherited it, and I'm sure the next person will want to do the same.
Okay, thank you very much. And so you testified to me that you can tell exactly how many ballots were transported
Important.
by from vote center drop boxes to MC Tech on election day. I believe you recall tweeting at about 11 a.m., I believe it was. And can we go ahead and pull up
I would.
Exhibit 61?
This reporter does not get paid enough money for what he's being subjected to. Not to say that he.
Oh, I'm sorry. He won.
They haven't brought this on themselves.
It's number 007815.
For the record, I need to have the official number.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's why I said 61.
It's 63.
63. My mistake, Your Honor. 63.
Thank you.
So I read in the chat on Viva Barnes Law.
Are you able to see what's on? Well, that's not it.
Apparently there might be a better feed with less delay, but I've actually linked into
Be
the
right here, G1.
actual video from the website, the Maricopa County website. It's a delay there as well.
That's not mine screen.
Oh, that's not yours. Okay. $63.
One that's on the table. Yep. That is the one on the corner. Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's appearing on the laptop.
I know somebody who looks exactly like Richer, the Maricopa County guy. It's so distracting. I feel like I know this
And
guy
while
already.
we're pulling this up, you help supervise the transport of EVBTS containers, is that correct, on election day?
Yes, I was part of the team that spent the whole evening organizing the early ballots as they came back to MCTEC.
Okay, and you did not at any time see any chain of custody forms attached to those EVBTS bids, did you?
Nope.
I don't quite know what you mean. We scan in every single box as it comes in.
Yeah. And what does that scan tell you? Where it came from?
So
when
the early ballots are removed from their blue container at the voting location, they're
Okay,
placed
that's
in a Tupperware.
you've gone beyond the question I've asked.
Good.
They unload these blue containers from the vehicle or the truck, whatever. It's a rider rental truck or a personal POV. They unload them and they put them on what's called the blue line. Isn't that correct?
No.
Now, where do they put them?
Well, your previous statement was inaccurate.
He just
Okay.
asked you to clarify it.
Do they contain any documentation contained on the bins for chain of custody from transport to the from the vote center to MC Tech?
Yes.
They contain those forms on election day.
Yes.
On election day. Okay.
Yes.
So if we were to show video of you opening some of those bins, would we
Good.
be able to see those forms?
He'll say no.
There's a piece of paper on the side of the bin. The bin is also affixed with 2 scannable, serialized tamper evidence seals that we scan in upon receipt. We then take that piece of paper that is on the side of it after we have broken those seals, and then we begin processing those early ballots on election night.
Okay, so that piece of paper tells you exactly how many ballots are in each bin.
No, not on election night.
Okay, that's the nature of my question. You don't have any idea how many ballots are in those bins, do you?
We count them at MIGTech.
But
Okay, you
that's
count
after
them
they
at Big Tech.
after they arrive.
Okay, and then do you create a chain of custody form on election day at MTech?
Yes, before it goes to Runback.
Have you produced all of those in response to a FOIA request that was submitted to your office?
I don't think we're bound by federal law.
Okay. Have you submitted them in respect to a public records request under Arizona law?
Sorry, I see Joe standing up, but I don't know if that's lag.
Yeah, he's sitting. I can see him too. He's sitting.
I believe we have.
And so on election day, it would have been easy for you to figure out how many ballots you received.
Yeah, well, we had to get them all in, and it was quite a process throughout the
You
night.
could
I
add-
don't believe it was.
You could look at the forms and add the numbers, correct? You could have a staff member do that?
No, we added them up. They're not counted at the individual voting locations. They are counted when they get back to MIGTech, and then they are recounted at Runback.
I'm going to switch
All
up,
right.
guys. I'm going to switch up.
And so you reported then on, I believe it was the 9th, that's the day after the election, that there were 270,000 early ballots received. Is that correct?
That was my estimate at the time,
Oh, you tweeted it, correct?
if you say so.
Oh,
And then you said that again in the afternoon on a press conference. Is that correct?
I said, I believe there were at least 275,000 early ballots dropped off on election day.
All right. And was that the same number you reported to the Secretary of State's office on that day?
I do not report to the Secretary of State's office. That's handled by the tabulation side.
Okay, and that would be the Maricopa County Recorder?
I am the Maricopa County Recorder. No, that would be the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
All right, so they count the ballots when they come in.
No,
Okay, all I want to
Um,
know is, does anybody know when those ballots leave the polling centers, the voting centers, how many are in the bins?
he's going to say
when
yes.
the ballots leave, the early ballots leave the voting centers, no, they are not counted at the voting centers.
So nobody knows how many are in the bins when they arrive at MC Tech.
Correct.
Wow, that took a long
But
time.
according to your testimony, they contain documents that tell you how many are in the bins.
No, they contain chain of custody documents.
And it's your testimony that you count them at MC Tech.
Correct.
All right, can we go ahead and I guess just pull up a different exhibit if that one's not working? That's not the issue.
It's the computer.
It's
the house.
I'm going to try myself to do something here while we have a pause. Okay, I'm going to put this on pause so I don't lose that feed. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to go to the next feed, which I think had the audio was fixed on this one here. The audio was better, and now I'm going to take it off mute.
p.m., sending an email to Ray Valenzuela, Scott Jarrett, Megan Gilbertson, Matthew Roberts, Bill Borsley, as well as CC Bill Gates and a few others. That states, and I'll read this verbatim.
I don't think we like this.
Unable to currently reconcile SOS listing with our estimates from yesterday.
Do we prefer this to the other one?
Sending that email.
Yeah. If you say I said that, then I said that.
Your Honor, I'd like to lodge an objection. We need to see the exhibit if he's going to use it.
There you go. Please go correct the record if I quoted that wrong.
I like the video on this one better, but nobody likes it.
All right, Larry. If you're going to use an exhibit, you show the other side before you
Okay, so we're gonna go back to the other one. Sorry guys, we'll stop doing this in a second. Here. Okay.
Very quickly. Do you recall on the 10th of November at 2022 at 2:13 p.m. sending an email to Ray Valenzuela, Scott Jarrett, Megan Gilbertson, Matthew Roberts, Phil Morsley, as well as CCing Bill Gates and a few others? That states, and I'll read this verbatim if anybody wants to challenge it. Unable to currently reconcile SOS listing with our estimates from yesterday.
Oh boy. I don't remember that email.
Do you recall sending that email?
Add the little flame emojis around his head.
If you say I said that, then I said that.
Dude, you
Your
don't.
Honor, I'd like to lodge an objection.
Let's hear this.
We need to see the exhibit if
Okay,
he's
so
going to use
we're
it.
slightly delayed.
Thank you.
This was
Correct the record if I quoted that wrong.
that's what we saw on the
That'd be
live feed from
fine.
Arizona TV.
In fact, that's
All right.
required. If you're going to use an exhibit, that you show the other side before.
Understood, Your
you
Honor. My
have-
apologies.
And is that one of the,
This is, Your Honor, this is Exhibit 69. But for some reason, we did come in and test this system with that computer, with this AV technician prior to trial, Your Honor. Everything functioned perfectly fine. We're not sure what the disconnect is at this time.
If you say I sent that email, I don't remember sending an email saying we can't reconcile the numbers. I don't think.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
I would move to admit then Exhibit 69, Your Honor.
Please, let's do that. An
No
email,
objection.
which see,
Did
let's
anybody from your office, Miss?
asking if they had an objection?
yes, it's damning for our
The
case.
email that I just looked at, there's no objection. I don't know if that's number 69 or not, but assuming it is, there's no objection to the admission.
Now let's hear that
Thank you,
email
Your
again. Let's hear that. I want to make sure that I
Avowing to me
understood
that
it.
it is 69.
I'm pretty sure, yes, Your Honor.
Pretty sure isn't going to get us there.
But yeah, Exhibit 69, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then Exhibit 69 is admitted.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Before we move on, they provided letter numbers. Can we get the letter number so that we can just keep track of?
Go to
I'll
RSBN.
have a list provided to council that jives our numbers with the court's numbers, Sean.
Thank you. But for the interim, I'd like to use the court's numbering system.
Understood, Your Honor. And that's what I'm doing when I said Exhibit 69, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And my AV tech knows which exhibit that is.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
I'm going to have to pause it to make sure that they understand what you're referring to before we go forward.
yeah, Your Honor, I would like to request that, despite me saying that I have no objection to the admission, assuming it's 69, that we confirm that exhibit number before the court actually admits it.
That's what you're supposed to do at the time he's seeking to admit it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna put an asterisk next to it and
Well, there is no way, Your Honor, that I'm without seeing the numbering system and making sure that
Okay,
we're
I'm gonna
not
try-
objecting to the right.
I'm going to try RSBN. They're arguing over they're arguing over an exhibit that they're going to allow. So I don't know what the big deal is. Present RSBN looks like it has better election, better audio here. Is this it? No, I'm closing that. That's not it. Don't worry, people. We're coming back in 2 seconds. We're not missing anything. This looks like it. Here we go. Okay. Hold on.
December 10,
There we go.
asking them
Ah.
how many ballots they processed.
Not at my direction.
No more playing around.
Not at your direction. On November 10th, did you actually know how many ballots you had processed with
So-
respect to drop boxes? Yeah, I mean, yes or no?
I mean, process is not even a term we use, so I'm a little confused as to that. And also,
Okay.
we do it at Runback. It is not done by Runback. It is our personnel at Runback under the observation of the political parties.
Okay. And so do you recall reporting to the Secretary of State on the 10th of December that there were actually 200, or would that have been the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors? My apologies.
My office and I do not report to the Secretary of State's portal.
All right. And so the numbers you were putting out of 275,000 on December 9th were not correct. Is that correct?
I believe I said 275,000 plus.
Okay.
Okay.
And so the correct number as reported, at least by the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, are you familiar with that as being 292,000?
That sounds right.
Okay. And are you familiar with Maricopa County delivery receipts?
From which particular receipt? I might know them under a different name.
Maricopa County delivery receipts are those that Maricopa County uses to deliver ballots to Runbeck.
The white slip, that's the one that has to date, serial number, transport staff.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna spend the time if you don't understand your own documents.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, come on. That's uncalled for.
That's not a question. That was a comment.
That was
Thank you.
argumentative.
Strike that.
I'll strike the comment and the question,
It's
Your
your
Honor.
first strike.
Ooh. They're gonna pull
Okay, has the Attorney General opened an investigation into the 2022 Maricopa election?
No.
You don't know? Have you received?
No. I said no.
They have
Yes,
not.
I understand that. My next question is, have you received correspondence from the Arizona Attorney General's office asking you to explain certain components of the election?
They were almost exclusively directed to the Board of Supervisors. I responded. I have not received a response back from Ms. Wright.
Almost exclusively, correct?
I believe there were some questions about provisional ballots.
Okay, I have no further questions at this time.
So now
Thank you.
I'm hoping that lawyer has documents
Are we gonna
that he knows are going to contradict some of the guy's testimony.
Are we gonna?
Go ahead and proceed, Mr. Moore.
Your Honor, is there any way that we can have the camera on me so that the recorder can see me?
Me. I don't know what's going on.
I could not see Mr. Blem, I believe it was, asking the questions.
Excuse me.
I'm not sure if it's automated or not.
Okay, we can move on. It's all right.
Remind me
I
to tell you
can see
the.
Mr. Blem now, and I can see.
Why wouldn't they
see
bring this
the-
guy in person? It
both,
makes no sense. Does he have
attorneys'
COVID now?
It's all right. We can move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's.
Good morning, Mr. Recorder. Good to
Good
see
morning,
you.
Joe.
Good to see you again.
You don't have to identify the exact location, but where are you right now?
Ooh.
Panama City.
Well, all right. And so are you on vacation?
First time in 4 years.
All right. And have you been busy the last couple of years?
I have been. It's been exciting and worthwhile.
All right. And just for the record, Recorder, would you normally appear in court without a suit?
I most certainly would not, and I apologize for any breach of sartorial standard. It was all I had available to me when I was made aware that this might be a possibility.
All right. Thank you, Recorder. I'm sure that Your Honor understands. I want to ask just a few questions.
I don't.
to
I'm not
follow
sure
up,
that Your Honor
with
understands.
what Mr. Blum
I'm on
asked
vacation.
you.
It's only the election.
First, do you have in your employee a co-director of the elections department for early voting?
I do. His name is Mr. Valenzuela. He would be more knowledgeable about these topics than I.
Okay. And I know you're very hands-on, but you have appointed him to oversee the recorder's early voting operations. Is that correct?
Him and many others, but he leads those, correct?
Okay. Would the Ray's oversight extend to the receipt of early ballots at McTech? These public records requests?
We do.
And you have a small team that handles public records requests, isn't that right?
We have a team that handles constituent relations, but there is only one individual who is exclusively tasked with public records requests, and she has been quite busy over the last 2 years.
Good question, Joe.
Yeah,
But
quite busy.
might
I
have
don't
booked it
expect you
earlier.
to know the exact number, but do you have a reasonable estimate of how many public records requests your office has received this calendar year?
I believe it's about 1,500, which represents a approximately tenfold increase over previous years.
Okay.
This is his
And,
lawyer now. Hobbs'
Uh,
lawyer.
Do you personally respond to public records requests?
I do not.
No,
You as the recorder? Yeah, you do
I do
not.
not.
Okay. And so while you're very hands-on on elections operations,
Enhance.
would you say you're hands-on on public records requests?
No.
I have a system that is built, but no, I do not see that. And that's by design because a lot of the public records requests make requests of my emails specifically. And so I think it's a good practice to delegate that to other people, especially people who are not the target of as many requests.
So a line employee.
Correct.
Okay.
So a celebrated and appreciated line employee.
Very much so, recorder. So as you sit here today, and as you're sitting here testifying, do you actually know whether your public records team has completely responded to a public records request for chain of custody documents?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. On election night and the first few days following the election, do you know whether your office and the Board of Supervisors sometimes make estimates regarding how many ballots were returned?
We try to make estimates as quickly as we can while still doing it responsibly, which is why I gave that 275,000 plus, because as I'm sure you'll appreciate, candidates, campaigns have a strong interest in assessing
What happened? Is that me?
to assess whether it's over or whether they still have a chance. And so we try to get those out, like I said, as quickly as possible while still being responsible.
Okay. So when you wrote 270,000 plus or 275,000 plus, I don't remember the exact number, but when you included that plus, what exactly were you trying to communicate?
The plus I thought was a clear indication that it was a estimate. Obviously, it was 275,000 followed by 3 zeros, which would be unlikely if that were the final number. I apologize if that wasn't clearly conveyed.
What just happened?
I think it was clear, recorder. Do you know whether sometimes estimates are done by counting the trays of ballots, by counting the number of trays
Have they
in which
lost?
ballots are?
Have they lost the video feed?
Correct, and that is what
Okay,
we
we're
are
back.
doing throughout the evening. So we'll get these between 10 p.m. and midnight on election night. This is those early ballot drop-offs. Now, we received 120,000 more early ballot drop-offs on election night than that the office had ever received before. So as these boxes were coming in and as we were organizing them, we were assessing them by tray before confirming the official count, and that's how I most likely got that estimate number.
That's how I most likely got. He
recorder.
doesn't remember exactly how he did something.
Again, I'm not asking you to be a legal expert. I'm asking, do you know, or do you have an understanding? Do you have an understanding of whether the law requires that early ballots be counted at the vote center?
Early ballots actually cannot be counted at the vote center because they are governed still by early voting law, which is my domain, if you will. And we have to do a whole bunch of things before we can properly tabulate the ballot that is inside that early ballot envelope. And that includes scanning it in, that includes imaging it, that includes signature verifying it, that includes sending it to a signature verification audit queue, that includes sending it to a bipartisan ballot processing team. We keep all tabs all through this process such that if somebody, for instance, puts 2 ballots in one envelope, or if a ballot is damaged inside of an envelope, that will be marked by the bipartisan team. And that's actually what I spend a lot of my time on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in that big room doing. And then at that point, we send them in batches of 200 with that slip, that pink and yellow and white slip, into the Board of Supervisors such that they can then tabulate them.
Okay, thank you, Recorder. And I believe you testified earlier. Well, let me just ask you, because I don't have what you testified in front of me. Is it true that early ballots are transported in a secure and sealed transport container from the vote center back to McTech?
Secure and
Yeah,
sealed.
I'll add a little more color to that if you don't mind.
Please.
Please.
They are, so prior to election day, they make daily sweeps. And when I say they, I mean a bipartisan team of 2 temporary employees of the Maricopa County Recorder's Office.
Bipartisan 2
They
temporary
go
employees.
to,
Okay.
say, a voting location where there's a ballot drop box. They will sign the form. The person at the location will sign the form. They will write down the tamper evidence seals on the Tupperware bin in which the early ballots are placed after removing them from that big blue container. They'll write down the seals to make sure that the seals are affixed. They'll put it back in the truck. They'll have one of these for every single box. Then when they go back to MCTEC, they'll make sure that the seals are still affixed. They'll make sure that the numbers are the same. They'll scan them in, and then they'll break those seals, and then they will count the number of early ballots there, and they will sign off at MCTEC as well.
Thank you, Recorder. Just a few more questions and we are done. First, would you state for the record your party affiliation?
Oh, Republican.
I'm a registered Republican.
Okay. Recorder, I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Did you personally do anything to sabotage the election, the 2022 election, including some type of activity performed on the printers to make the printers not print correctly?
Why would he ask this
Absolutely not. As mentioned previously, election day operations are not under my statutory control, but certainly irrespective of that, I certainly wouldn't have done that. I feel that the early voting process went well in both the August primary, the November general election. We'll continue to analyze it. We'll continue to hopefully improve it. I'm already talking with the state legislature about maybe changes to our law such that we can continue to improve the system. But no, to answer your question directly, Joe, that would be unacceptable. And the first thing that I tell every single new employee is that integrity is of the utmost importance to this office, both because of the values that we should seek to cherish and because of the intense spotlight. And so even something like an email like that, that Mr. Blem referenced, we would of course document and we produced. I assume that email was produced by our public records office, and we do that because it's the appropriate thing to do and because we have nothing to hide.
Okay, final question, Mr. Recorder, and thank you. Are you aware of anybody who purposefully interfered with the printer's ability to print ballots dark enough to be read by precinct-based tabulators?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Recorder, and we appreciate you taking your time to be here. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yeah, he said Panama City, not Panama, everybody.
Just got
I
a
think.
couple of quick questions. Recorder, is it true that you did not support my client in the election for governor's race?
I don't believe I ever made a single public comment about Ms. Lake's candidacy or her as a person prior to November 8th, 2022.
Isn't it true that you ran a political action committee that was opposed and spent money opposing my client for governor?
That is 100% false.
Ooh.
100% false?
Correct.
Thank you. And I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I hope he's
excuse the
got.
witness?
I hope he's got the receipt to prove that wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Richer. You're excused, sir.
And
Thank
Your
you,
Honor,
and apologies again
Mr.
for
Blem,
my...
hold on. Mr. Blem, did you have something before I excuse him?
no, I don't.
Thank you. You're excused, Mr. Richer.
Thank
Yes.
you.
I just want to take about a minute to address the technical issue, Your Honor. As I've informed this court, my audio video specialist and I did come to this courtroom and test our audio video equipment on this court system, Your Honor. And we used a cable that was attached in this desk here that is no longer present. Everything functioned perfectly at that test, Your Honor. And so we came today and that cable's gone and we're using a different cable. It's my understanding the staff is working with the technical side to try to fix what's happening. But I wanted the court to be aware that we did do our due diligence and come before this court to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Lem. Okay. Who would be your next witness?
I hope the lawyer has the
Your Honor, plaintiff would call
exhibits
Mr. Jarrett.
to contradict that. I mean, otherwise you ask a question you don't know the answer to and get that answer, not the best strategy. But we had heard multiple reports that he and or Bill Gates of Maricopa County, not Bill Gates, the jibby jab man, had funded or been involved with a political action committee that was opposed to MAGA Republicans. So I'm curious about that.
Sir, if you'll make your way in front of my clerk, she will swear you in.
If he's in Panama City, how far Panama City from Maricopa County? What is that, like a 4-hour flight?
Thank you, sir. If you'll just make your way over to the witness stand.
I loves chicken. What is that? That's a chicken. Okay, this guy, I've not seen this guy. Have I seen this guy's face before? Oh, he looks nervous.
As soon as you're ready, Mr. Olson, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Jarrett.
Morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Yeah. Robert Scott Jarrett.
And what is your occupation?
I am the co-elections director. I oversee in-person voting and tabulation.
How long have you held that position?
So I was appointed by the Board of Supervisors, Maricopa County Board of Supervisors in June 2019.
Can you please explain to the court what your role is in overseeing elections in that capacity?
Yeah, so I oversee all in-person voting operations, for that, I actually report up to both the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and the recorder. So that'd be the early in-person, as well as the election day operations. That includes recruitment and training of poll workers. That includes our warehouse operations for distributing all materials and supplies out to voting locations. And then I also oversee all tabulation functions.
Being nervous is not a bad thing, people. It might even be a good thing. A lot liars are prepared.
It includes all tabulation functions. What do you mean by that?
So that would include tabulation at our central count facility. So where we had about 84% of the early ballots come through and be tabulated at central count.
He's not
That would
blinking
also
very much.
include at our voting locations where we have an on-site tabulator as well. And so it would include the programming of that equipment or the staff that do the actual programming. I oversee them and supervise them, as well as any of the tabulation that happens on site. So the poll workers and the training on how they would assist voters as they are inserting their ballots into those tabulators.
And are you following the procedure set forth in the 2019 election procedure manual when you're performing the tests of the tabulators prior to an election?
That's correct.
And would those procedures require you to perform logic and accuracy testing?
That's correct.
And what is logic and accuracy testing?
So a logic and accuracy test, that is two different sets of tests for a federal or a statewide election that requires that a test be performed by the county itself, as well as a test performed by the Secretary of State. So I don't oversee the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test. I have to make the equipment available for the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test. For the county's logic and accuracy test, that is to run test ballots through, and for the county's tests, it's thousands of test ballots through our tabulation equipment, both the central count tabulation equipment, as well as the tabulation equipment that will be used at the vote centers to make sure that they're accurately programmed to tabulate those ballots.
And when you say that to make sure that they're accurately programmed to tabulate those ballots, what are you referring to being programmed?
So for every election, we have to design a unique election program to tabulate the specific ballot because each ballot is unique or specific to an election. In Maricopa County, we had over 12,000 different ballot styles. Were for all the various different precincts that we have in Maricopa County, as well as our early ballot style, our provisional ballot style, and our election day ballot style. So it is essentially making sure that the tabulation equipment will then be able to read a ballot and be able to determine how that, if a voter fills in that ballot, that it will accurately count the votes for those ballots.
And so it's very important for the tabulator to read the ballots, that it be properly programmed with respect to the ballot definition, correct?
That's correct.
And Maricopa County uses ballot on demand printers, correct?
That's correct.
What is a ballot on demand printer?
So a ballot on demand printer, we have two different ballot on demand printers. One is a Lexmark printer and one is an Oki printer. And those allow us at our voting locations to print any one of those 12,000 ballot styles.
Okay. And in performing logic and accuracy testing prior to the 2022 general election, did you perform, or did your office perform logic and accuracy testing with test ballots from ballot on demand printers in the precinct-based tabulators?
So yes, we did. We printed ballots from our ballot on demand printers, and those were included in the test that the Secretary of State did. We also performed stress testing before the logic and accuracy test with ballots printed from our ballot on demand printers that went through both central count tabulation equipment as well as our precinct-based tabulators for the voting locations.
And how were those test ballots configured in terms of the size of the ballot?
Why do they have 12,000 ballots?
Were the exact same size of the ballot that we were using in the general election.
And what size was that, sir?
A 20-inch ballot.
20-inch ballot. What would happen if a ballot was printed out of a ballot on demand printer at the vote center
and it was not able to be read?
If it was printed with a 19-inch image on 20-inch paper?
Ooh.
And run through the tabulator?
It would not have been read. Answer it. Answer it.
You need to be more specific with your question.
It can't get much more specific than that,
we
sir.
talked about the ballot definition. And for the 2022 general election, Maricopa was operating with a 20-inch ballot image, correct?
That's correct.
And the tabulators at the vote center were programmed to accept and read a ballot with a 20-inch image, correct?
That's correct.
What happens?
What would happen
if
the ballot on demand printer
smaller than
printed out a 19-inch image on the 20-inch paper and ran it through the tabulator?
We did not specifically test for that because in this specific election, because none of the ballots on our ballot on demand printers had a 19-inch ballot. They all had a 20-inch ballot.
What would happen?
I can answer a question about our testing related to the 20-inch ballot that was installed on all of our ballot on demand printers.
Well, I hope they have.
If a 19-inch image was installed, or strike that, if a 19-inch ballot image was printed out on a ballot on demand printer and run through the tabulator that was configured for the 2022 general election, would that tabulator accept that ballot or reject it?
Objection, Your Honor. First, this calls for speculation. And second, I think the witness just said he hasn't run that test.
I got your objection, speculation, without speaking objection. So, Mr. Jarrett.
Were any ballots
if you
rejected
understood the question,
for being
you
19
can
inches
answer it.
on 20?
Haven't understood the question. Has to have it rephrased.
He understood the question. I appreciate the objection. He says, what would happen?
Don't guess. Just tell us you don't know. So do you want the question re-asked or rephrased, sir, before you answer?
Were any ballots rejected for that reason?
I'm willing to say that I don't know specifically for this 2020 election. I know based on my historical, or the 2022 election, I know based on my historical knowledge The timing marks on the ballot matter, and it would need to be a 20-inch ballot to run through that tabulation equipment. But we did not specifically test a 19-inch ballot through the 2022 tabulation equipment because there were no 19-inch ballot images installed on our ballot on demand printers.
Prior to the 2022 general election, did Maricopa County employ a 19-inch ballot image?
Yes, we did.
And when did Maricopa County employ a 19-inch image just prior to the
So
2022
backwards, it's
general
unbelievable.
election?
The most recent election would be the August 2022 primary election.
Did Maricopa County perform logic and accuracy testing? Strike that. What evidence exists that shows the results of the logic and accuracy testing that you say was performed in connection with the 2022 general election?
So the stress testing, we have a report that summarizes that stress testing that we performed of. So I'm aware that would be documentation. I also know that the Secretary of State produces a summary level report for their testing that they performed using those ballot on demand printers, 20-inch ballot on our precinct-based tabulators, our vote center tabulators.
So if we were to issue a subpoena or a discovery request, would your office be able to produce such testing results?
I can produce them for the ones that with Maricopa County has that information. Yes.
Yeah.
I presume they know if a ballot got rejected for being a
Mr. Jarrett,
19-inch on a
I'd like
20-inch
to
page. Presume. I hope they have that evidence.
introduce what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 3. Excuse me, 2, which is the 2022 elections plan. And it's up on the screen if you can see that.
I can see it.
And is this a document that you oversaw the creation of?
That's correct.
And what's the purpose of this document, sir?
This purpose was to establish the guidance that the elections department would use in carrying out the August primary election and the November general election. And it is to present that information to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors so then they can approve the plan. And then our team within the elections department will implement that plan based on this document.
Seems our locals community has found
How much effort is put in
results showing the pack.
by your office in creating this plan?
A significant amount of effort.
And why such a significant amount of effort?
Because carrying out elections in the second largest voting jurisdiction with millions of different voters and hundreds of different voting locations, and then tabulating millions of different ballots takes a significant amount of planning and preparations.
And part of that is because you want these elections to go off without a hitch, all things considered, correct?
I'd say there's no perfect election, but yes, to minimize the issues and then be able to have redundancy plans to be able to respond to those issues.
What were some of the issues on election day then?
I'd like to go to the page that's bait stamped, last 3 digits 41, which is page 11 of the actual document.
So let's operate on the basis they have to have evidence of ballots that were rejected or not
And while
read.
we're doing that, sir, do you have any reason to
Be
not
nervous?
believe that this is a true and accurate copy of the 2022 election plan?
Okay.
I have no reason to believe. I take your word for that.
And this is your council's production. So do you have any reason to disbelieve?
No, I do not.
Okay. Pull us to
And,
the relevant provisions.
Your Honor,
sir.
at this time, I'd like to move to enter this exhibit into the record.
Exhibit 2,
Yes, Your Honor.
any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 is admitted.
This is not my problem. This is not my issue here. Oh, the spinning wheel of death. Never going against the Sicilian when death is on the line. If this doesn't come back ASAP, Rocky will go back to the other feed.
How much training we need to provide, how many voting locations that we need to identify and find, how many check-in stations that we will need in each of our voting locations, how much paper we need to procure. So all of those types of information are based off the forecast.
How much of an effort does your office place on producing an accurate forecast in order to plan for the election?
So every election is unique. So we go back to historical elections, similar or like type elections, to try to identify how many people will participate in those different elections, because that's the best guiding post. So usually it's the most recent like elections. So in this case, it would have been the 2018 gubernatorial election or the 2014 gubernatorial election. But then we also use other factors, other similar and close elections. So the 2020 elections, differences in how the difference in the turnout between a gubernatorial election and the subsequent presidential election, how that impacts turnout. And then we also went back to decades and decades of turnout rates and ranges to identify. So a significant amount of effort goes into forecasting turnout.
Yeah. And is that analysis performed in-house, or do you outsource it to an outside?
It's performed in-house.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you rely on those forecasts in planning for the election, correct?
Yes.
Is that audio problem at the court? That audio is out, not on my feed.
Forecast, correct?
That's correct.
And you generally trust those forecasts before you promulgate them in this document, before you go ahead and start actually undertaking actual efforts to manage the election.
We understand that they're forecasts.
Correct.
So they're not exact, but yes, we use those forecasts to make decisions.
Okay. And what were your forecasts for the midterms, and what happened on election day?
I'd like to turn to the page that is Bates stamped, last three digits 043. It's actually page 13 of the actual document. You see that, sir?
I do.
Do you see where it says the first forecast model, the 2022 November general election?
I do.
And under 2022 projected voters for election day turnout,
2
the
million.
forecast was for 291,863, correct?
On Maricopa County alone. Okay.
That's correct.
And if we turn to the next page, Bates stamped 044, you'll see a second forecast model. Do you see that, sir?
Yep.
I do.
How many printers did
And
you
the
have?
projected turnout under the second forecast model was a lower number of 251,615, correct?
That's correct.
Why did you do two forecast models?
Again, because you're looking at historical elections and variances can occur. So the first forecast model looked at 2014 and 2018. My recollection, 2014 was a historically low turnout year. 2018 was one of the higher turnout years. So we expanded this model to look at more and broader number of elections to include in that forecast model. So it was the two combined, which gave us a guiding. And when I look at this, 251,615, we had 248,000 in
2022 primary election, correct?
in May of 2022.
And how was the turnout for the election day turnout for the primary? The turnout for the election day turnout for the primary for the 2022 primary election?
I don't remember the specific, but it was, I think, right around 106 or 108,000, which was in line with our turnout forecast for the August primary as well.
Okay.
And if we turn back to the page that's Bates stamped, the preceding page 043, And you see the first forecast model for the preceding page 043. And you see the first forecast model for the 2022 August primary election.
I can't see too good.
That's 108,080, correct?
That's correct.
And that's associated with the first forecast model, which was the higher turnout, correct?
That's correct.
So the second forecast model, which had a lower election day turnout for the primary.
They'd better come back to it.
Was not the most accurate.
I think
correct?
they're laying the foundations down to say how big they knew this was going to be. And then they're going to get
It
into
was
the...
within the range of both, but yes, this first forecast model for the August primary aligned closer with the turnout for August, or the in-person turnout for the August primary.
And so now they're going to say, you knew all of this and what happened on the day of, and then they're going to get into the problems. They better suggest the problem, lay the groundwork for how serious they knew this was going to be, then get into...
Did the forecast, well, strike that. You recall that there were issues with ballots being rejected on November 8th, 2022 in the election day, correct?
I don't recall ballots being issues with ballots being rejected.
Do you recall tabulators rejecting ballots at least 70 vote centers
Here we go.
during election day?
Yes, I recall that there was about 70 voting locations that we sent technicians out to change printer settings at because our tabulators were not reading those ballots in.
Why not?
And
Why not?
Did your forecast model for the second forecast, where you forecasted 251,615 election day turnout figures? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Did that take into account the problems you just mentioned in terms of the...
What the
specific question?
So was the election day issues that we just discussed, and by the county's own admission, occurred at 70 vote centers?
70 vote
Was
centers.
that event factored into, or an event like it, factored into the second forecast model?
So first, let me clarify. I didn't acknowledge that there were 70 vote centers that had printer issues.
Oh.
I acknowledge that we sent out 70 technicians to 70 voting locations.
Oh, thanks for the distinction there. Distinction without a
Prior
difference.
historical models turnout. There was no analysis to include if there was an issue on site at any voting location.
So there was no analysis in the second forecast model of 251,000 projected turnout that took into account a disruption in the election on election day, November 8th, 2022.
None of the forecast models include that type of
Oh,
analysis.
makes total sense.
Would a disruption such as what was experienced, I mean, would you agree with me that there was a disruption on November 8th, 2022 in the election?
I would say that we had some printers that were not printing some timing marks on our ballots dark enough to be read in by our tabulation equipment.
Would you call that a
Voters
disruption?
had legal and ballot options to still be able to participate within our voting locations. So agree and would not couch it as a disruption.
So you don't believe that what happened on November 8th was not a disruption in the election process?
Zoom in more. Add flames.
I do not couch it as that.
Are you aware that Supervisor Gates came out on election day and said 20% of all vote centers were affected by these issues?
Problems with the
ballots being
tabulators.
rejected by the tabulators?
Oh, I'm aware of that.
Again, we didn't have ballots rejected by tabulators. They were not being read in by tabulators.
Sorry, he
That's
actually...
not a disruption when voters still had valid options to participate.
Oh, what, to go
in
drive to
dropping in
another
those
center?
ballots in our secure door number 3, which is a similar process that 8 other counties use as their only option for voters to be able to return their ballots.
Yeah, Mr. Jarrett, you're not answering my question. My question isn't what other options existed for voters. My
Is
question
that a
is,
disruption?
would you agree that there was a disruption of at least 20% of the vote centers in Maricopa that caused delays
Mm-hmm.
in the voting process?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already answered this question,
Oh,
as to
don't-
whether he characterizes it as a disruption.
It's a different question.
I'll overrule if you can answer
That's
it.
right.
You may, sir.
Good, good, Judge.
I'm not changing my response.
Is it,
Nothing better than not changing your response.
do you
with
believe
true
that
facts.
did you hear of any reports of wait times to vote of over 60 minutes?
Yes, I did.
Do you call that a disruption?
What is the target wait time for in your model?
20 minutes.
Do you know?
On average, a half an hour.
Okay. Do you call an hour wait a disruption? No, because they still have a chance to go drive to another location if that one
Just turn
works.
to Bates stamped 047. It's page 17.
Would you call
Still
wait
Exhibit 2,
times
correct?
of
Yes, Your Honor.
twice your estimated wait times a disruption? Yes or no?
You see the section entitled "Time Needed to Vote a Ballot," Mr. Jarrett?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the second paragraph under that section where it says, on average, we estimate that it will take voters between 4.4 and 6.4 minutes to vote in the 2022 primary ballot, and between 8.5 and 10.5 minutes to vote the 2022 November general election ballot?
That's to complete and fill out the ballot.
Yeah, not to wait an hour
So
and a
is
half
it
in line
your
to slip it in.
testimony then that 30 minutes is the time allotted projected for a normal election to enter into the vote center, cast your ballot, and leave?
No, our average was 30 minutes in line to check in.
Why would
And
that be?
then to a few minutes to receive their ballot, upwards of 8.5 to 10.5. So in the 2020 general election, 8.5 to 10.5 minutes to complete the ballot. And then there could be some time to then wait in line at the tabulator to put in their ballot and feed it into a tabulator.
Did you ever become aware of multiple reports at various vote centers in Maricopa County where wait times exceeded 2 hours?
Oh, mamacita. I'm aware of it.
Exceeded 2 hours? No.
You were not aware of that?
What?
Our data shows that
Not your
we had
data.
some voting
Not-
locations approaching 2 hours,
Oh.
not exceeding.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the distinction. Without a difference again. Okay.
Even at some locations approaching 2 hours, would you consider that a disruption?
There you go. I'm not changing my
That's
answer.
why we post wait
That's
times
why-
on our website.
that's why it's not an
highly
answer.
Publicized and advertised.
Oh, so you're
In all of
publicizing the
those
problems.
locations, we had close by locations. So for example, Biltmore was approaching 2 hours in the last hour. of
Would
the
you call
voting
that a
day.
disruption?
With 2 miles away at Faith Lutheran, there was a voting location that had a 1-minute wait time. During that same time, the longest time, that last hour. of the
Would
day.
you call
So
that
there
a
were
disruption?
options for voters to be able to participate even at those other voting locations.
What are you basing the accuracy of the reported wait times on?
On information that poll workers return to us. So it's the number of voters in line at that point in time. They report those every 15 minutes. And then we can calculate the wait time based on how long it would take someone to check in at a voting location.
So if those poll workers were testifying under oath of wait times exceeding 2 hours
Would you call
at
that a
multiple
disruption?
locations, how would that square with what the county was reporting on its system? Are they just mistaken or making it up?
People can make estimates, but unless they're actually timing them, they could be inaccurate. Our wait times are based off exactly how long it takes a voter to check in through that process, have a ballot printed, and based off those numbers of voters that are standing in line at that point in time.
And how is that figure calculated? When you say
Based-
it's based off that number, how do you calculate it?
Based off prior elections, and so we can gauge how long it takes a voter to get in, checked in. Then we can also see how many voters are checking in at a voting location throughout the day.
So the day of.
So you're basing the wait time calculation on prior elections, not on what's actually happening on scene at the day of election?
That's what I understood. he
Based
said.
on how quickly a voter can check in through that process. That's correct.
You just said something different about 2 seconds ago, but
So I want to go back to the earlier question about the 19-inch ballot image being placed on a 20-inch paper. Did you hear of any reports of that occurring
Here we
in the
go.
2022 general election?
Okay, we're back now to the crux.
I did not.
This is the crux.
If that occurred, would that be a failure of Maricopa County's election process?
Yes, but it wouldn't be intentional. It's just gross negligence. It's not intentional. We didn't do it.
I'm not aware of it occurring.
That's not the question.
I'd be surprised if there was a ballot on demand printer that had a 19-inch ballot on it.
Okay, I understand that, sir, but.
And
if
the
that
reason
occurred-
why is
Oh.
we did not design a 2022 general election on a 19-inch ballot. That ballot does not exist. The only ballot that exists is a 20-inch ballot.
That's
And when you say we designed, who designed the ballot? Is that outsourced to another company or is that done in-house by Maricopa?
In-house by Maricopa County's staff.
What department would that staff fall under? Is there a specific name for it?
Our ballot tabulation team. So it reports to me.
the BTT.
And do you maintain records as to the ballot definition that was created for the 2022 general election?
Yes, we have records of all the ballots that were designed.
And so I'll go back to my question again. If a 19-inch ballot image was put on a 20-inch paper in the 2022 general election, would that be a failure of your election process?
It would, if something like that happened, which I don't know how it would, yes, it would have been a mistake.
Could that have also been a deliberate act?
Oh boy.
Again, you're asking me to speculate
Yeah,
about things that I
speculate.
have knowledge of.
Could it have been?
So I don't know if it could have been a deliberate act or not. I don't believe that occurred.
I hope they know that it occurred.
How involved are you in creating the ballot definition?
Ooh.
So my team does, and then I overview it and I'll review examples of those. Yes.
Oh boy.
Mr. Jarrett, don't have any further questions. at this time.
Okay. See, the problem is the intentional stuff. We talked about it yesterday in the decision. What was that? That was not me, by the way. If anyone thinks I just farted.
Your Honor, a quick clarifying question as to how the court would like us to proceed. We intend to call Mr. Jarrett in our case in chief tomorrow. And so if the court would like me to reserve all questions for him until tomorrow, we are happy.
Oh,
to do
no
that.
way. No.
However, I would like to ask him a few questions directed just to what was just
No. You don't get to
discussed during
prep him.
the direct examination of Mr. Jarrett.
You can choose to do it either way you wish. I won't dictate
Well, you better remind him that the
try your case.
witness is
but
under
you
oath.
Need to stay within the time.
Understood, Your Honor. I have just a very brief cross then. Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
You know what? Hold on. Now I think I would rather they keep him under oath until tomorrow. They don't want they can't take this guy out of here to allow him to rectify prep and respond
Morning, Mr.
properly
Jarrett.
tomorrow.
Thank you for being here today.
Okay, let's hear what
Thanks,
goes on.
Joe.
Just a few very quick questions. I believe you testified that your election day plan called for, assumed an average wait time of a half hour for each vote center. Was that what you testified?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know what the actual average wait time was?
Oh, okay. Interesting question.
It was less than a few minutes on election day, on
Less than a-
average for all of our votes.
Less than
Average for all the vote centers was less than a few minutes on election day, you just said.
That's correct.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
In our Canvas presentation, we had the exact number. I don't recall it off the top of my head right now.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Are you aware that one of the political parties urged their voters to forego early voting and vote in person on election day?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, you're aware of that today.
That's correct.
All right. Were you aware of that when you prepared your analysis for the election day plan?
No, I was not.
Okay. So I'm assuming, but you tell me, please, this urging by a political party was not factored into your election day plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Prior to each election, strike that. Are you familiar with the term EMS?
Emergency
Yes,
medical
election
services.
management system.
The election management system. What does the election management system do?
So it is our tabulation system. So it's what we use to program and design all the ballots. It is also the system that as we're running ballots through our tabulators, that it's then counting those ballots. It's also then what sends ballots to be everything that was related to the ballot creation, to tabulating the ballots, to reporting results. Everything that was related to the ballot creation, to tabulating the ballots, to reporting results is housed within our election management system.
Okay. How many elections can be housed within the EMS?
Well, multiple elections can be housed. Given the number of ballots that Maricopa County has one house on our election management system at a time.
Okay, so for the 2022 general, did you only have the 2022 general on the EMS?
One house on our election management system at a time.
Okay, so for the 2022 general, did you only have the 2022 general on the EMS?
That's correct. That's what my understanding is. We only had those and all the data related to those files.
What happens to the other data, the 2022 primary? What happened to it?
So we transfer those to backup archived storage devices and store those. We have one storage device of that on site within our tabulation center, and then one offsite.
Okay. And Mr. Jarrett, you testified earlier that I believe you said you did not design a 19-inch ballot for the 2022 general election. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if it was not designed for the 2022 general election, does it stand to reason that there would not have been a 19-inch ballot on the EMS?
That's correct.
That's why I wouldn't
And
have
if
read
there
it.
was no 19-inch ballot on the EMS, does that also mean that there would have been no 19-inch ballot programmed into the ballot on demand printers?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jarrett. You were asked about deliberate acts with regard to the printers. Mr. Jarrett, I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Did you personally do anything to any ballot on demand printer to cause it to print too lightly to be read by an precinct-based tabulator?
I didn't do anything.
No, I didn't.
I didn't even.
Did you give an order to any of
how
your
little I did.
personnel to do any such thing?
I did not.
Are you aware of any order like that being given?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of any of your personnel engaging in such an act?
I am not aware.
Are you aware of anybody engaging in such an act on any of our ballot on demand printers used
are
in
you
the
a good boy,
2020
sir?
2022 general election?
I am not aware.
Are you a
That's
good
all
boy?
I have, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Thank you.
Here's a question. Did you ask anybody to load the printers with ink?
Recross, recross, sir.
Did you ask?
Well, redirect, excuse me.
Did you ask them to put ink
be
in the
brief, Bob.
printers?
Very well.
Did you guys have enough ink at the voting locations?
Mr. Jarrett, I believe you were just asked if questions about whether or not members of a political party encouraged their constituents in the Republican Party to come out and vote on Election Day. Call that?
Yes.
And was that event factored into your forecast for turnout on Election Day?
When we made the initial forecast for the plans that were submitted to the board in May, no, it was not.
Okay. So your estimates in the forecast would necessarily be low because they didn't take into account that factor, correct?
Our forecast 251,000, our lowest model, and there was 248,000.
No, I think he means for the time per vote.
I think they pretty accurately forecasted how many people turned out in person on Election Day.
Well, tell me how that squares when, council just asked you a question, were you aware that members of the Republican Party were telling Republican voters to come out on Election Day and you didn't account for that? How does that square with a lower forecast number?
Well, we had record turnout, near record turnout for the 2022 general election. So 64%. You have the only
how much
turnout
more
in
than
recent several decades that exceeded that was actually 2018, which was 64 point something percent turnout as well. So our forecast model was forecasting at potentially the highest turnout percentage that voters would turn out. So that's why it captured and forecasted 251,000, which was very close to 248,000.
Actually, your forecast model, you had the other one forecast at over 290,000, correct?
That's correct.
And that model didn't take into account
people being told
Republican leaders telling their
to vote on election day.
Republicans to come out on election day and vote, correct?
It did not. It factored in 2020 presidential and 2016 presidential factors, which usually a presidential election is much higher. So that's why it was ranging up to 290,000.
How much ink did you guys buy? How many cartridges did you have? Uh-oh. Did we lose the audio again? Show him a
Council asked you some questions about a 19-inch ballot image being
show him a 19-inch
projected
ballot
onto a 20-inch paper. You recall that?
Mm-hmm.
And I asked you questions about that.
Yes, I recall.
Do you have any idea how that could occur?
I do not.
Would it require two different ballot definitions to be installed on the EMS?
Your first question asked if I have any idea how it could occur, and I said I do not.
Okay. Do you know what a site book is?
Yes, that's our check-in station.
And the site book pulls up the voter, correct?
Yes, it's connected to the recorder's voter registration system through a virtual private network, secure. So then it would, when a voter checks in, it pulls up their specific information and then would alert our ballot on demand printer which ballot style to print.
So where does the ballot definition reside then?
So it's on a laptop that's connected to our ballot on demand printers.
ballot on
Thank you. I have
demand.
nothing further.
Okay, so I'm.
May I excuse the witness?
Oh yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall tomorrow in our case in chief, of course.
Very well.
Yeah.
Thank you,
See,
Mr. Chair. Slip down, sir.
strategically, I might have now wanted to keep him under oath so that they can't try to, prep his testimony for tomorrow because he'd still be under oath.
Okay.
So I hope they have evidence of the printout of 19-inch ballots.
I've
that were-
allocated some time to take a mid-morning break. Some of that has to do with my court reporter. So we do need to take a recess for that. Who would you be calling as your next witness?
I have to pee.
Your Honor, matter of fact, I was just talking with counsel about asking the court for a short break. I want to reassess given the time. And so if I may.
Yes, you certainly may, because I'm going to have the mid-morning break here.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to assess, though, is whether I can shave 5 minutes off of that or not.
Your Honor, whatever you.
You need a full 15 minutes?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I agree with 10 minutes.
10 minutes. We'll be back on the record then. We'll stand at recess.
12:42. Rise. I don't know why I'm rising. I got to stretch my legs out. I've been sitting on my sciatic nerve for too long. Lake's attorneys are terrible. I disagree. I actually disagree. I just hope that they have the evidence to demonstrably prove. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Let me go here. Hold on. Stop it. I don't want to hear that music. Stop it. Okay. Let me just go put that on mute in my back screen. Where am I watching this? Okay, I'm watching it right there. All right, people. So that's very interesting. I don't think they're terrible. Classic RSBN. So by the way, it's a feed. I don't know how RSBN is getting a clean feed, a better audio without the delay that we had on the actual Zoom meeting. But to show gratitude, everybody, it's they say they're viewer supported. So show some love. This is interesting. First of all, what I want to do actually, before I get too far into anything, I want to read the Rumble rants. And I think I have a way of being able to do it. 12:52, we should be coming back. If I go to share screen and I go to window, I might have to do it something like this. I might have to bring them up one by one. And let's see if this works. If I go present, share screen, and yeah, here we go. Look at this. I can bring one up here. Let's bring up a Rumble rant, people. You're a mensch, Viva. That means a gentleman in Yiddish. Thanks for everything you do. From Kush Kush 3. Thank you very much. It looks easier than it is. I'll tell you that much. It looks easier than it is, but that's not to say it's not that hard. I'd be doing it anyhow. I'm fortunate that it's like, it's something I'd be doing anyhow, and it seems to be value added for other people. J.R. Castin, 12,000 ballot styles. Each precinct may have local issues that are being voted upon. I understand. I see now. Okay, such as a local school board position, town-specific referendums. Okay, good point. Thank you. That was a $1 Rumble rant on Rumble. There's two more, which we'll get up and just finish this up real quick, real quick. The Rumble rants, which I can't bring up in StreamYard. Rel 21,000 says up to 2 hours to vote, but you can get the jab quicker than you can roll up your sleeve. There's no question about that, and for free, by the way. Not only that, they'll pay you. If you're in New York, you'll get French fries and a beer. You taste that? That tastes like that pig is there's no other word. Thank you, Viva Narnia. Thank you very much. $20 Rumble rant. What was the guy's name? The mayor, De Blasio, chomping down a burger and French fries to tell everybody to go get the jab. You taste that? That's the taste of freedom that comes along with being jabbed. We got exactly. There is no way they don't have a 19-inch ballot. They asked too many questions about it. It will be great evidence and really hard to discredit. The thing is this, you have to presume. They can't drop evidence like that, like to surprise the witness. They have to disclose evidence that they know they intend on revealing. So they had to have disclosed it to opposing counsel. It's got to be one of the exhibits of their however many, I think they had like 240 exhibits. So it had to be, they have to have it. Opposing counsel has to know they have it, because they can't just be asking about a hypothetical 19-inch ballot that they don't have hard evidence of was not being read on election day. Okay. Viva, when you argue with the missus, does she hate when you go into lawyer mode? I don't argue with the missus, Comet. I know better. Missy Leger, love you, Viva. I love you, Viva. Thank you very much, Missy. Okay, so that's very interesting. So we got the court recorder. Oh, let's just bring up something to refresh our collective memories. I don't even know which one of these things I'm on. Holy from RLBTE, $10 Rumble rant. Thank you very much. Let's just pull up a video. Just refresh everybody's memory. Remember that guy that we just saw talking? He didn't identify any. What was the word he used? What was the word he used? He didn't say problems. Any interruptions? Viva Fry, Twitter, Bill Gates, Maricopa. Let's just see if I can get the video. I think this is the video. Let me just get the right video. Here we go. And you're going to see a witness. You're going to see the witness that we saw this morning. Let's just refresh our memories while we have a small break.
Hello, Maricopa County. I'm Bill Gates, the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
Never met a Bill Gates that can be trusted.
The Maricopa County Recorder.
And we're here to give you an update on how things are going so far with the election.
We're having
We've already had almost 44,000 people show up this morning, check in, and be available to vote.
Nice.
And things are going great out there. But
Except
there's
there's
one
a
thing
small
that we
problem.
wanted to address to make people aware of today, and that has to do with our tabulators. We've got about 20% of the locations out there where there's an issue with the tabulator.
By the way, look at Richard's or Richet's body language right now. He's too embarrassed to look into the eye of the rest of the world, that being the lens of the camera. Get deep breaths. I'm in big shit right now. This is not going down the way we had anticipated.
Ballots that after people have voted them, they try and run them through the tabulator, and they're not going through.
Why?
But the good thing is we do.
You've identified an issue. What's the underlying cause? Why are they not going through? Is it because they're 19 inches being read by 20 inches? I don't know. I'm still not sure I understand the mechanism here, but You're running them through. They're not going through.
The good thing is we do, first of all, we're trying to fix this problem as quickly as possible.
Trying to fix the problem as quickly as possible on election day.
And we also have a redundancy in place. If you can't put the ballot in the tabulator, then you can simply place it here in where you see the number 3.
Yeah, then when does it get read?
This is a secure box where those ballots will be kept for later this evening, where we'll bring them in here to central count to tabulate.
Look at Richard.
So this would function much like early voting functions, in that we would get your ballot back. Once we've signature verified it, we would send it to our central tabulators. Ballots that are in here will already be in effect signature verified, so we won't need to confirm identity, but we will central tabulate them.
I still don't understand what that means.
This is actually what the majority of Arizona counties do on election day all the time.
And just one thing to keep in mind, we have 223 vote centers across the county.
223 vote centers across the county, and roughly 55 of those are going to have problems. So go find another one and hope it doesn't have a problem.
So if there are lines at the location you're at or issues with the tabulator, if you would prefer to go to another location, you can do that. Doesn't matter.
Oh, you can do it. You've got Bill Gates' permission to go drive around, try to find another polling station, voting station that doesn't have massive long lineups. 1 in 5 chance you're going to stumble on another one that has the exact same problem you just fled from.
No matter where you go, as long as you're a registered voter here in Maricopa County. Thanks so much. And everybody, if you haven't yet, get out and vote.
If you can. So that's the video. Get out and vote. If you haven't already done it, get out and vote. If you can, if you don't have a job or kids, I guess everybody gets a holiday. Get out and vote if you can find another voting station. The 19-inch ballot must have come from the review of the ballots yesterday. I have no dog in the race, no horse in the race, no skin in the game, no cat in the fight. Just from a legal perspective, from a practice perspective, yeah, they better have that evidence. And you know what? It's interesting, actually. Maybe it would not have needed to have been disclosed in advance if they only got it yesterday by virtue of consulting the ballots. Interesting. Okay. And what do we got here? Retro Turbo Encabulator. I don't know what that means. I do. Kind of look like my uncle, actually, Adam. My uncle-in-law. I don't know what that means. Retro Turbo Encabulator. And I feel stupid that I should know what that means, but don't. So the other than that, by the way, I'm going to just take some pressure off my sciatic. I got a nice, like, it's not a PewDiePie gaming chair. It's a better chair than what I was using for the last 4 months, but it's not. Okay, hold on. I was thinking Retro Turbo Encabulator. Okay, hold on. Retro Turbo. Okay, so it comes up in search. So what is this? I'm sharing it. I don't know if I'm going to get copyright trouble. Okay, hold on. I'll bring it up. If we get in copyright, if it gets claimed, I think it's a joke. Okay, well, hold on. I think I discovered the joke here. Let's see. Retro Turbo Encabulator.
Here at Rockwell Automation's world headquarters, research has been proceeding to develop a line of automation products that establishes new standards for quality, technological leadership, and operating excellence. With customer success as our primary focus, work has been proceeding on the crudely conceived idea of an instrument that would not only provide inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters.
Okay, hold on. So this is supposed to be a joke in that it's not supposed to make sense, right? 14 years later, retro encabulators are twice as bad. Okay, fine. I'm going to watch this later. Everybody, go in. I think it's an entire joke where probably he goes for 2 minutes and says absolutely nothing that makes any sense. Is that is the joke? That's got to be the joke. They're back. They are back. Guess who's back? Nope. Back again. Maricopa County. Tell a friend. Here we go.
Parties in council, with the representatives in council.
What happened?
I was just going to bring up a matter of housekeeping. you okay with Mr. Lem not being here? Mr. Olson?
I need to go pee.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. At the risk of OSHA violations for my court reporter, I'm, what I would like to do is try and maximize the amount of time we have. Rather than starting at 1:30, we'll start back at 1 o'clock. So we'll go from 12 to 1, cutting 30 minutes off of the lunch break. So we'll do that today and tomorrow. I'd like to start at 8:30 tomorrow rather than 9 o'clock if we can, stretch a little more out of the day. But I think by 4:30, I don't want to burn the midnight oil on this. I think that we need to have focus and attention and be clear-minded. But I think starting at 8:30, coming back early from lunch, that I'm not taxing anybody's mental capacity with that. Do you agree, plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defendants? Ms. Khanna?
The county agrees, Your Honor.
So that's what we'll do. All right. Are you prepared for your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Clay Parikh.
Very well. Mr. Parikh, if you could come forward, sir, and stand in front of my clerk to be sworn, sir.
Do we have this thing, Morgan? Yes.
There's a hot mic. There's a hot mic.
Sir, if you could make your way around to the witness stand and have a seat.
Relief.
As soon as your witness is situated, you may begin. Are you doing the questioning, Mr. Olson?
Yes, Your Honor.
RBS Network donate.com/donate. RBSN Network. Oh, that's
Good morning,
RBS
Mr.
Network.
Parikh. Could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Clay Uday Parikh.
And where do you currently work?
I work at Northrop Grumman, a defense contractor.
And what do you do with Northrop Grumman?
I'm an information security officer. I basically spend my week auditing classified systems, making sure the systems are functioning properly, looking for insider threat and those such actions.
Do you have any experience with electronic voting systems?
Yes, sir, I do. I have 9 years of experience in 3 voting labs. It's actually 2 physical sites because Wiley transferred to NTS Laboratories, National Testing Lab, and then at Pro V&V.
Does this relate to, are you familiar with what's called the EAC, the Election Assistance Commission?
Yes, sir, I am. In 2008, my very first tasking was to evaluate Wiley Laboratories test procedures in which I had to evaluate the voting system guidelines.
Okay.
And did you perform testing on electronic voting systems in order to certify them in accordance with EAC guidelines?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you did that for how long?
For 9 years.
And that was through Pro V&V, a voting system testing lab?
I was through a professional staffing company. And that's how I was contracted on because they had, none of the labs had a permanent security specialist on their payroll. I was the only one.
And when you say, you refer to the labs, in this case, Pro V&V, what is a voting system testing lab?
The voting system testing lab is where a vendor submits to the EAC a test plan. It gets submitted to the EAC, it gets approved, then they go to a voting system test lab. There's a project that's done up and they get tested. These tests can go either by the EAC for federal certification or they can go by the Secretary of State. That depends on the state's requirements under their laws as far as their certification efforts.
Do you know what voting system testing lab certifies the electronic voting machines used in Maricopa County?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. I believe this line of questioning about certification is no longer on the table given the court's ruling earlier this week.
Yeah, a lot of the question for certification, I mean, qualifications purposes. So I'll give them a little bit of leeway.
Are they trying to recognize this guy as an expert?
Mr. Parikh?
Yes, it's Pro V&V.
Do you have a background in cybersecurity, Mr. Parikh?
I have about 20 years of experience in cybersecurity.
Can you, just briefly go through some of your qualifications with the court in cybersecurity?
Yes, sir, I can. I have a Master of Science in Cybersecurity, which it's on a computer science track. I also have a bachelor's in computer science, a systems major. I have the certified information system security professional certification. I've had that since the beginning of 2007. That is the gold standard as far as security certifications are considered. I'm also a certified ethical hacker, and I'm also a certified hacking forensic investigator.
What is a certified hacking forensic investigator?
That means you go in, you do a forensic analysis, specifically looking for malicious malware. You do root cause analysis. You find out what the malware was, how it infected, and that. These are not your standard forensics type approaches that most law enforcement agencies would use. Their standard is a little bit slower because of the evidentiary stuff. But if you're in an incident response center, as I've helped run in the past, when you have an emergency or something happens, you have to react then. And these are the type of actions that you learn. You learn to get in, do the analysis quickly, make sure you're secure in your analysis because you have to come up with remediation efforts.
Prior to, how long have you been at Northrop Grumman?
13 years.
Just about 3 years.
Oh, okay.
So prior to working with Northrop Grumman, did you work in a cyber capacity for the U.S. government?
Yes, I have.
Could you describe some of your positions starting, for the past 15 years, 20 years that you've been involved in and what you did, just briefly?
I've worked in anywhere from mid-sized companies that dealt with cybersecurity information assurance to as large as some of the larger ones. I've worked for Lockheed Martin, which is a good tenure of my time, Leidos Corporation, BAE Systems, and in all those capacities, I did information assurance, cybersecurity. At one stint with a smaller company, I was to perform threat for an agency within the United States Army.
Did you ever work with the Marshall Space Flight Center?
Yes, I was. I was the IT security manager for the enterprise operations.
And just briefly, what does the IT security manager do?
I'm in charge of making sure the vulnerability scans were done, that all the security configurations, that all the governance and compliance that NASA developed for their security postures and daily operations and continuity of operations were followed.
Did you ever work for the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes, sir. I was the deputy cyber manager for their enterprise operation, which includes 52 major sites throughout the world.
And in that capacity, what were your job responsibilities?
I was the deputy cyber manager, and because of my certifications and qualifications, I helped the security operations center manager handle his task and monitoring, and I also helped the security incident response manager in her functions because they're the ones that react to when the Army Corps is attacked, and they're attacked a lot.
Do you possess a security clearance, Mr. Parikh?
Yes, sir, I do. I'm currently a top secret cleared, but I've held SCI levels.
So is this a voir dire to have him recognized as an expert?
Did you ever work with the Army Threat Systems Management Office?
Yes, sir. That's where I played threat, ITAC systems, and whether it was an information systems, a medical system, or a weapon system.
Do you have any other certifications besides CISSP or the certified hacking forensic investigator or certified ethical hacker?
Yes, sir. I have an ITIL 3 certification, which is an international process for handling IT service management. It's much like the Six Sigma. Several companies like Lockheed Martin have their own that's called LM21. These are all process improvements to refine and affect the quality output and service that you provide.
Are you familiar with the phrase root cause analysis?
I am very familiar with the root cause analysis.
I thought he said root
Could
canal.
you please just briefly explain what root cause analysis refers to?
In simple terms, it's basically troubleshoot, but you have to find what caused the initial issue to happen. Sometimes this can be very complicated. Sometimes it can be fairly easy, but you have to have an intense understanding of the overall process.
This guy's got an
involved in
intense
any
understanding.
organization. And this root cause analysis could be done from what's called a governance perspective, where you look at documentation, process, and procedures, because flaws within those can't.
What just happened? Did I do that?
Technical finding.
Okay, no, I didn't do it.
I've done hundreds to probably thousands of root cause analysis in all different types of environments.
Could you give an example of an actual event in which you led the effort for a root cause analysis? And just a quick.
I still don't even know what that means, but I heard him say it. It sounded nice.
I've done one for the Navy Marine Corps Internet, which was the world's largest WAN. They did, which has tens of thousands of workstations. There was an issue that resolved. They were having, after upgrades of the operating systems, they had technical issues. And based on those type of issues and analyzed and know what was going on, I requested that the BIOS data be provided, and that ended up the root cause, because the problem systems have that, because they did not properly manage the BIOS. That's a low-level technical one. There's been others involved where the Air Force had it, what's I would say world-facing internet site. Was on the internet, got pulled down because of vulnerability was found. And I was put in charge to do the root cause analysis to find out how the system was compromised, what happened, and suggested the mitigation efforts.
Have there ever been any criminal prosecutions that have resulted from your work?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I sent many
both
people to
federally
jail.
and privately from an employer.
How many years in jail are you responsible
So the
for
federal
having
government
sent people?
relied on your assessment of a situation in order to bring criminal charges against somebody?
Several times. Some of those I cannot talk about because of the nature and the classification.
Did you do an analysis of the events that took place in the election day operations in Maricopa County?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you do in terms of your assessment of that situation?
I do like I do with any system that's involved with electronic voting systems. I look at the state statutes and what they reported to the federal government, as in this case, Arizona follows HAVA, and that's in their laws and statutes. Then I go from that, look at the systems they use. Then I look at their procedures. I downloaded the Secretary of State's elections manual, the Maricopa elections manual. I've read through testimony, declarations. I reviewed the EAC certification of the electronic voting system, the test reports from ProVNV concerning the election system. I downloaded and read the applicable Title 16 part of the Arizona statutes, which covers the election systems.
This guy's
Then
good.
I read a lot of testimony. I watched a lot of the video televised meetings that Maricopa conducted.
This is going to be good.
And a lot of the video testimonies.
Okay. And did you interview or speak with any election day workers, like technicians who participated, retained by Maricopa to work at the various vote centers on November 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir, I did. I had spoken with after seeing the declaration and an interview conducted for the declaration, I asked to interview them and ask specific questions.
I like this guy.
Did you perform an inspection of the ballots on behalf of plaintiff in connection with an inspection pursuant to ARS 16677?
Yes,
sir, I did.
And when did that inspection take place?
Yes.
That was just yesterday.
Okay. This is going to get good,
And
people.
without saying what your conclusion was from that inspection, did you reach a conclusion?
Oh, yeah.
It confirmed my initial assumptions on the possible effects of what caused the technical issues. Yes, sir.
I don't like that. He had an initial underlying belief, that sort of.
At this time, we'd like to offer Mr. Parikh as an expert.
Arizona doesn't do that. Basically, you can ask the questions and then it's an objection as to foundation. So.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, see, that's what I did not
Mr.
understand. I'll get to that in a second.
Parikh, you examined the ballots in the inspection performed at MTech yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir. I was allowed to select the sampling per the request in the court's instruction.
Can you did you have a plan going into that inspection with what ballots you wanted to select and inspect?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe that plan?
Through a FOIA request, the cast vote records were publicly available. I reviewed those, analyzed the data, and selected the roundness base so I could follow the course directions for the petition. So I knew exactly what to request because it was time consuming and Maricopa County was gracious enough to give us that time. So I wanted to use it wisely and make my decision quickly and accurately.
Barnes is in the house, people.
Do you know how many vote centers you were able to inspect ballots from?
I was allowed to inspect from 6 vote centers.
Were you able to execute on your plan after you went into MTech to select ballots?
There were some modifications to the plans because the election day ballot data, the cast vote records, which would be referred to as a system of record because it has to be maintained in its integrity, was no longer valid due to the recounts.
When you say it was no longer valid, what do you mean?
The ballots had been retabulated for the recounts. Thus, Maricopa County was unable to map those back.
And were some of the ballots that you inspected duplicated ballots?
Yes, sir, they were.
And what are duplicated ballots?
Duplicated ballots are when there's an issue with the ballot and it cannot be ran through the tabulation system. Therefore, it is duplicated, and then that duplication is run through the system.
And is that duplication then the ballot that is actually tabulated and counted?
Yes, sir. The way the process works is the original ballot has to have the duplication ID attached to it, which Maricopa did. The part where they filled in the statute is according to the standards, that duplication ballot is supposed to be easily relatable to the original ballot. They said they could not find let me correct that. They could not find the duplicated ballot, which was tabulated.
So you inspected the original ballot that was duplicated?
Yes, sir.
And do I understand correctly that under your understanding of Arizona law is that the duplicate ballot and the original ballot are supposed to be maintained together physically?
For obvious reasons.
That's the EAC requirement. That's
it's the U.S. United States Election Assistance Commission that they're referencing.
And the duplicate ballot, which is the ballot that was counted.
Yes, sir.
I can explain this. Now, you want to make sure that the duplicate ballot is not being double counted.
Could you tell me again why there might be
an
a
accurate reflection of the original ballot? Right? Like, let's say
because it physically
goes in and votes for Trudeau. He's like, I love Trudeau. Trudeau's wonderful.
They could have coffee stains on them. They could have ink
then
marks.
they come up with a duplicate ballot that says, no, he voted for that crazy populist party up there. And they only count one of those 2 ballots that don't have the ballots tied together.
How long did you take to conduct your inspection?
That's a serious problem. What a crock this Arizona
We were there
process
all
was.
day, except for a 45-minute lunch break. It took the morning because of not being able to track the selected ballots that I wanted to look at. We worked together and found the samplings, and that took all morning to get that sorted out.
And did you take notes contemporaneously with your inspection?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many ballots did you inspect?
There were 348 that were set aside, and then there were approximately 25 because we did not finish because of the time restraint.
And out of that 348 that were set aside, how many were ballots printed from a ballot on demand printer?
Oh, for those in the chat, if you want no commentary, go to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're doing this to comment on it, not to just sit here and
watch. The spoiled ballots that could be examined. I requested that the spoiled ballots be from those same vote centers. This allows me a more accurate response to be able to look at a spoiled ballot and see it's just the same ballot ID and the same actual ballot style as another ballot within that same voting center. The one thing that I have to point out is out of all the spoiled ballots and the duplicated original ballots, there were a total of 113 ballots examined. 48 of those existed because there was a 19-inch image of a ballot printed on 20-inch paper.
There you go. Okay, that's what we were
Objection,
talking.
Honor. Move to strike as non-responsive.
Oh,
Not to the
yeah.
question he was answering.
Oh, no way, ma'am.
I don't even understand the point of some of these
Well,
things.
I don't know that it was non-responsive.
Because it's not a
I'll
jury
overrule it.
trial, it's a
You can
bench trial.
cross-examine.
Thank you, Honor.
So, Mr. Parikh, it's your
The other reason you
testimony
don't want to make
upon
those objections to
inspection
this judge
of,
is, hey, Judge, this
these
evidence was really
ballots
important. Would you please exclude it from your
that
memory?
you determined that there was a 19-inch ballot image projected onto the 20-inch paper. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. That's one of the initial things when I initially were reviewing evidence that was
He's a
presented
Southern accent,
and in
isn't
the
it?
public,
Spoiled.
I
Well, he
saw that
said
the ballots,
spoiled.
and it was, to me, was
think
easily
Texas.
identifiable.
Oh, it could be Texas too. Somewhere
And
south of
is
Mason-Dixon
this
line.
something that going into this inspection you had seen evidence of?
Yes, sir.
And what evidence was that?
That was a photograph of a spoiled ballot right next to the reprinted ballot from a vote center. It's included in
Oh,
my
I see.
declaration.
When you say that's included, do you mean the photographs?
Yes, sir.
And so when you were inspecting the ballots yesterday and you determined that the duplicated ballots and the spoiled ballots, I'll strike that. How many duplicated ballots did you inspect?
15 total.
Of the 140.
And out of that, and duplicated again means that the ballot was rejected by the tabulator for some reason?
Yes, sir. It could not be tabulated at either the ICP2s, which are at the vote center, or the ICC at MTech.
How many of those contained a 19-inch ballot image on 20-inch paper?
14.
14. What about the other remaining one?
It was physically defective.
And when you say physically,
slightly torn.
slightly torn. Can you explain to the court how a 19-inch ballot image, we'll strike that. How did you determine that it was a 19-inch ballot image
I measured it.
projected onto 20-inch paper?
That was a good accent.
Because these ballot images are a PDF file, which gets stored along with configuration settings. That's what makes up the ballot style and the ballot definition, which is created usually on the EMS, which the actual application that does the ballot style is called EED, right? That's the application that actually does the ballot style. It's usually installed on the EMS servers. That application creates that style, the definition, because it needs those things because it gets loaded on the tabulator. That's how it's evaluated when the image is created. And that's the print job, to use a common term, that gets sent to the printer.
And how did you determine that it was actually a 19-inch image projected onto a 20-inch paper?
I can determine that 100% of all the ballots are rejected because the mechanics of a printer, the feeds are not always accurate. On the 20-inch ballots, you can see the same, I refer to them as tick marks, but they're actually the borders of the image that is sent. And on the 20-inch ballots, you'll see about the very corner above the borders where there's any misfeed. On the 19-inch ballots, they were well viewable in the margins. There are 90-degree right angles at each corner of the page.
And
the image.
Did you physically measure the ballots to determine that?
Yes, sir, I did. I requested a ruler, and Maricopa graciously got me one, and they got one of the other inspectors a ruler.
Well, that'll do it. How'd you know it's 19 inches? It said 19 inches
could
on a ruler.
19-inch ballot image
be printed?
Appear. We'll strike that. You've heard previous testimony. Were you here for Mr. Jarrett's testimony?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you hear Mr. Jarrett testify that in the November 2022 general election, a 20-inch ballot was used?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you hear Mr. Jarrett testify that it would be a failure of the system if a 19-inch ballot image was projected onto a 20-inch paper?
Someone's going to
Objection,
object.
Your Honor,
You're
that
gonna-
misstates the testimony
mischaracterization.
of the prior witness.
Okay.
That's the word
Predictable.
failure.
I'm assuming you're going to follow up with a question for an opinion. I think you can frame it as a hypothetical without arguing about.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, rephrase.
The witness did not call it a failure. I think he said maybe issues or it shouldn't have happened.
In an election, which
I
is
hate these
purportedly
administrative
designed
looking courtrooms.
to take place with a 20-inch ballot image on 20-inch paper, how could a 19-inch ballot image appear?
Objection called for speculation.
That's what he's there for.
Let's ask a question first, yes or no, if you can tell. Ask him if he can tell, and then the objection, and you can re-ask the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Parikh, given your experience and training, particularly with electronic voting systems at 9 years, can you tell what the cause of a 19-inch ballot image being projected on 20-inch paper would be?
Yes, I can. I could give you both the technical ways that it could happen. There are only two ways that it can happen.
Go on.
Can you tell the court the two ways that that can happen?
One way is by changing the printer adjustments. That would make the printer adjustments and settings override the image file that was set. The other is from the application side or the operating system side. This is the same for anybody who ever prints anything at home. Your Microsoft Word can send the settings, or it can say to use the default settings of the printers. And the application doing it, in this case, as it's a ballot, would have to be that there was a 19-inch image ballot definition.
Okay.
And where does that definition reside?
That can vary depending on the system. But from what I heard in the testimony, it resides on the laptop that's connected to the printer, I've seen it referred to as a control printer, but this is actually what would be called a print spooler, and it controls the print jobs to allow the printer to take on the load. And as there were multiple site books, this would be the technical use that laptop should be used for.
Is there any way, in your opinion, for a 19-inch ballot image to be projected on a 20-inch ballot by accident?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because the settings and the configurations and the procedures that are used cannot allow that. These are not a bump up against the printer and the settings change. There are security configurations. I've reviewed the evidence, and the printers are configured via script, which by any large organization that has to do multiple systems is a standard. This takes away the human error of somebody miscoding in the instructions either on the printer.
He has no doubts that somebody
prior
did
to
illegal
an election,
deliberately.
Or just incompetence. Put in 19 instead of 20 inches, but
he's saying that either way it had to be intentional.
prior to an election, would it be
But
detectable?
why would someone do that other than to
that
create
a
the problem he's
19-inch
describing?
ballot image had been projected onto 20-inch paper?
Yes, if logic and accuracy tested that all voting styles or ballot definitions were included.
This is why I don't like machines.
A standard logic and accuracy testing should test every style that's available, and there should be a listing of said styles.
You performed testing for EAC certification, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
I agree with
Is it
locals
permissible
chat. This guy's definitely
to
a nerd.
have two different ballot definitions
and he's deeply proud of his
in the
nerdiness.
same election with respect to the size of the ballot image?
No, sir.
Oh, Laura Barris is in the chat.
For example, if you live in an apartment
Her
building
husband is,
and your neighbor,
might
and
be
you have the
testifying
same
today.
school board district, you have the same precinct, all the jurisdictions for whether it's local, county, state, or federal are basically the same. That ballot style definition, the ID for it should be singular. If you do not, then you have two different styles. You're assessing them differently. That can also produce forgery. There's only supposed to be one ballot style per those voting options, and that's what controls it.
The 19-inch ballot image that you observed in your inspection on multiple ballots, including duplicated and spoiled ballots, correct?
Yes, sir.
What effect would a 19-inch ballot image projected on a 20-inch piece of paper used in the election in Maricopa for November 2022 have when it was placed into one of these vote center tabulators?
It would cause it to be rejected. According to Dominion's documentation, they perform somewhere from between 200 and 300 checks on the actual physical paper ballot that gets inserted into the system. They state, and this is according to Dominion, the vendor who created the application, that it can reject the ballot for any one of those. A 19-inch image being on 20-inch paper increases the margin. Once the timing marks are seen and they're evaluated, the actual physical printer that created the image is saying, by the application telling it, you're done, but there's a remaining inch of paper in there, so it would assume there's a paper jam. And to the tech, I specifically asked, there were paper jams to where he opened up and there was no paper. So from a programming perspective, the machine would throw the paper jam error, but yet there would be no paper.
And you're referring to a tech. You say
that's the
you
biggest
spoke
news.
to a tech. Would that be Aaron Smith?
They
Yes,
come up with creative ways to steal. Always election
What
fornicating.
did Mr. Smith
They're like
tell you?
sex
First of all,
addicts.
who is
They're
Aaron?
addicted
Who is
to
your, what is your
fornicating on elections.
What is your understanding of Mr. Smith's role during the November 2022 election?
I think he repeatedly followed all the procedures that he was instructed to follow. He put a good solid effort forward to resolve the issues. It finally became to where the issue could not be resolved according to the procedures, and he actually had to request a replacement tabulator, which so happened to be misconfigured.
Do you know why Aaron wanted to testify today?
There's an interesting
that
thing
is
here.
an objectionable question. That is speculation.
Withdraw the question, Your Honor.
I'm going to screen grab this. Remind me about this later. Do you remember? It makes sense now when they
What
said,
would it take? You mentioned that
I'll do
there
it
are
after.
only two possibilities for how a 19-inch image could be configured onto the system to be put on a 20-inch piece of paper, correct?
Yes, my assessment applies to anything that is printed. Not just the specifics of this, but to anything that's printed. These are the way the technology
It
functions.
was John Holmes.
But you testified that there's
election
only two
fornication.
ways that this
There are only
situation
two.
could arise.
There are only two.
Okay. What would it take for you to determine which of the two possibilities is what
I
occurred?
think the lawyer's doing a solid job. Of
yeah, the
how
lawyers, he's very
Specifically,
very
as
methodical.
I did yesterday, inspecting the ballots. There
And to
were
get
there were
prepared
some
this
ballots that were
fast
spotty.
on such short
but
order, that
the
is not
spottiness
easy
was
work.
also on batches
In
from
a
the vote
totally
centers that were
complex area,
correctly
you don't
tabulated.
instinctively
So
know.
that confused me. And the stuff that was mentioned about the fusers and the heating, because they first said it was a toner issue when it's not, it's a tray weight issue, which affects the heat of the fusers. The mechanical function of a fuser and heater, from what I observed from the spottiness, did not match what is a standard error or example that would be demonstrated. There were one or two occasions that were exactly that way, but that was about 2 ballots out of all that I examined.
But if you were to try to determine whether it was a printer issue, configuration issue,
The memes in the
or
locals live
an
chat are
issue
great.
with the ballot definition with respect to how a 19-inch image was projected onto 20-inch paper, what would you need to do?
I would need to see the ballot styles and the ballot definitions. In totality, if there's 15,000 of them, all of them should be examined.
Yeah, or they don't need. It went from hanging chads to 19-inch borders.
Do you have, obviously you've been practicing in the cyber field for 2 decades, correct?
Yes, sir. And it includes everything, to include printers.
That's what I was going to ask you. Do you work with printers? Do you understand how printers function and work? And at what level is your experience?
To a detailed level, to where I actually called one of the government agencies in the missile defense side to get highly upset because I understand the protocols that run. And it's not just printers, there are multifunctional devices, MFDs as we refer to them, because they can scan, they can print, they can send file transfers. And I've evaluated protocols. I've also done root cause analysis because classified printers they could print classified data even when they're not supposed to because of the rollers. And this is one thing refer to it as ghost printing. I did see that repeatedly on the early vote ballots that were printed by Runtech because in my opinion, the ink was a little bit too deep and too shiny for that. And I did. I was able to even see candidates' names in white space. It's very light and gray, but that's why I refer to it as ghost printing.
Mm-hmm.
Nice phrase, ghost printing.
We say
what would you recommend be done with the ballots currently stored at MTech now, given your findings from the inspection?
Objection to relevance, lack of foundation, speculation.
Whichever, take your pick. I'm not sure myself. But
You need to rephrase the question. I'm going to sustain it.
Do you have any concerns regarding the security of the ballots, given your findings from your inspection yesterday that a 19-inch image was projected onto the samples from 6 different vote centers that you examined of 20-inch paper?
Yes, I can. And if it is okay with the court, I have to answer this in 2 ways.
I love this.
They both are pertinent. But first, I observed how ballots were being pulled out and sampled, and they obliged in every direction, whether top, middle, or that they were provided. I observed more improperly imaged ballots that were not inspected that were there. Now, to answer the question, those should be secured. I will state in my capacity, I handle everything from physical security to accrediting buildings for classified information storage. I've been a classified courier, which means I'm authorized to transport classified information. As a forensic investigator, I fully understand chain of custody. And what I will cite is that the facility and the security and chain of custody at the vault and the tabulation center are highly inaccurate, and those ballots could be tampered with. They should be sealed and appropriate actions. For example, security seals were only placed on the boxes that we inspected, and that was due to the court order, and they wanted to ensure that the proper security was done.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive. I'm not sure, again, what question that was answering.
That was non-responsive to the questions beyond the scope, of what's before the court. So
thank you, Your Honor.
Strike the last part of his answer, dealing with the security measures.
Your Honor, just a point of clarification. You said strike the last part. And
his answer, he had 2 parts to his answer. He said first, he observed ballots improperly, imaged ballots beyond what was sampled. That was part 1. Part 2 is the commentary about the continued or ongoing storage. And it's all right. I've been accused of being soft-spoken. Part 2 was the testimony that related to the ongoing security concerns. That's the part that is not relevant to the issues that are before the court.
The judge is repeating the part that's not relevant. So strike that from your mind,
you
Judge.
mentioned that you saw other ballots that you could see, do I understand that correctly, had a 19-inch ballot image projected onto 20-inch paper?
Yes, sir.
And how could you tell that?
because the difference in the margin, as they were being taken out of the box and placed on the table and shuffled around, it was obvious, it was apparent to me.
Okay. Is there, when, on these ballots with a 19-inch image, are there marks that that are different around the corners than the 20-inch ballots?
So you will see the corner edges of the image, which would be considered, the actual size of the paper. Those right angle marks at each, the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, are within the margin
that's the
space.
court
They're
trying,
clearly visible.
because the court dismissed a bunch of claims trying to exclude anything that
Did
would actually
you,
evidentiarily substantiate
You
those
mentioned you
claims.
kept notes
That the
of your
court
inspection.
in my view, improperly dismissed.
Did you draft a report that summarized those notes with conclusions?
Yes, sir, I did.
If the court were to ask you for it, would you be able to provide it to the court?
Yes, sir, I would.
And would that report be, would you swear to the accuracy of your conclusions in that report?
Yes, I would.
And would you swear to the accuracy of the results of your inspection in that report?
Yes, sir, I would.
It's not a question of the question not being asked properly. They're not allowed talking about that because that was part of a claim that was struck, correct? I think.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So he can't reformulate.
But I disagree with the court's interpretation there, because
having a
the issue of ballot
19-inch
security
ballot
goes to
image
the issues he's
projected
talking
on
about
a
independently
20-inch
of its
ballot
evidentiary value for a claim that's been dismissed. So that's how I would have countered that. For
As
folks
you
out there, basically he said, how could
appearing
there be
from
election
ballots
fornication on the ballot printing? There was no chastity belt
cast in 6
place.
different vote centers.
Yes.
Duplicated ballots, spoiled ballots. That could only arise from, could it be by accident or is it?
No, sir. It could not be by accident. Those are configuration changes. They're at administrative level on the printer, or they're with a ballot and style or ballot definition file.
Okay.
And those are done on the EMS system, which has password security and everything else. You have to add, the EED application is actually the one that creates the ballot style. That's what's used. It's commonly put on the EMS server because that's like the centerpiece.
That's a clip.
And those two systems are controlled access.
I'm clipping
You
that right now.
testified earlier that you have been involved in other assessments of failures relating to cyber-related issues, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that we call that a root cause analysis, correct?
Yes, sir. I was part of the working group that established what's called the IRA process, which is a risk analysis and assessment process for the Missile Defense Agency years ago. It's a standard risk analysis and assessment. And in order to do that, that's the basis of how you analyze threat. And then you also, that's why you conduct root cause analysis, because you have to be specific when you assess risk, excuse me.
In the performance, in your experience, and you testified earlier that the federal government, was it the federal government that had actually criminally prosecuted people based on your findings in a root cause analysis?
Yes, sir. And sometimes they ignored my analysis, but that's beyond.
I promise not to mention.
Given your opinion that, strike that, given your opinion and your knowledge of how ballot definitions are configured and how printers work, does your finding of a 19-inch image, ballot image placed on 20-inch paper, does that implicate violations of criminal law?
Objection. He's not a lawyer.
Before you answer that.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, lack of foundation, and it calls for a legal conclusion.
Does call for a legal conclusion.
Your Honor, the witness has testified that.
I heard.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll sit down.
What just happened?
Based on what you have determined on your physical examination of these ballots, your experience both in the industry as a certified forensic hacking investigator, your CISSP, your skills with, I believe you called it IRAP. Is that?
It's IRA. That's the acronym that does it. There are different, and this is specifically for technical risk and assessment. This is one of the issues when I work for the voting system test labs to get all the vendors. I've dealt with over 7 of them to my memory, right? None of them performed it. The labs didn't perform it. I eventually convinced one lab to do this because this is vital to when you're doing system testing, let alone security system testing. And this applies not just to electronic voting systems. This is to all information systems, all technology. These are standard engineering principles.
Is there any way you could be wrong about a 19-inch image being placed on 20-inch paper?
No, sir. I give the technical options that are there. There are 2 ways that this can happen. And based on this system and the controls in place, this could not have been an accident. And there are only 2 options. It would take further investigation, further forensic examination for me to determine exactly which one it was.
Thank you, Mr. Parikh.
All right. It would have been nice to see a visual of this. They're going to get at him as to how he was able to determine the 19 inches based on a visual. How did he determine? They're going to have to get that. He's looking at PDFs. It's an estimate. He's not dealing with original documents, but he must have been.
Somebody screwed around
If we
with
could do the counties
with
first, I
ballot,
think we might get to the other one after lunch.
digital items.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. As some of these allegations go directly to the conduct of the election by my client, Maricopa County. Is it Mr. Parikh? Is that correct pronunciation?
Yes, sir, it is.
And where do you reside, Mr. Parikh?
I reside in Huntsville, Alabama.
Alabama.
And
It
you
is
traveled
Alabama.
up to Maricopa County for this proceeding?
Yes, sir, I did.
Our chat guessed
And
Alabama.
who paid for your travel?
Who paid for your travel?
The attorney fund.
The attorney fund? What's the attorney fund?
It's the legal fund. I believe it's for all the attorneys associated with this.
With this particular litigation?
Yes.
And did the attorney fund pay for lodging as well?
Yeah.
Pay for your lodging?
Yeah. Where'd you stay? Where'd you stay? I bet you this guy did
And are
not.
you being paid for your time?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
And what is the rate at which you're being paid for your time?
$500 an hour.
$250 an hour.
That's also coming from the attorney fund?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an event called Michael Lindell's Moment of Truth?
Yes. I spoke at the event.
You appeared and spoke at the event?
Yes, I did.
We just saw Michael
And
Lindell.
where was that event held?
In Missouri.
Missouri. And was your travel from Alabama to Missouri paid for by someone other than yourself?
Yes, sir.
And who paid for that?
That I would assume would be Michael Lindell. All their travel was arranged. He asked me to speak at the event and I spoke.
And that'd be true for your time? Did you also get paid for your time there?
I did not charge for my time.
And your lodging?
That's considered travel that was provided to me.
They're trying to show bias.
And when you say Mr. Lindell, you're
Right, but
referring to
this
the
is every
Micro
expert
guy?
witness.
Yes,
Your
sir.
costs are paid for. Your time is paid for.
It's better that he's paid and not doing it for free. I mean, at least that shows he's a businessman and not a
And
partisan.
you are
hack.
a cybersecurity professional?
Well, I think he just
Yes,
proved
sir, I
that.
am.
During your investigation of this election, did you detect any hacking involved in the 22 general election in Maricopa County?
No, sir.
That bolsters his credibility, not weakens it.
Mm-hmm. That's why
He's like, there's a bunch of stuff I didn't see as a problem. It's only this that I saw as a problem.
I believe you testified that yesterday you were down at McTech performing the court-ordered inspection of the ballots. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you were asked to select batches of ballots?
Yes.
You were asked to identify them?
Yeah, no jury. This
Use
is a judge trial.
highlighter and highlight the boxes?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the custodian of those ballots opening those boxes?
Yes. They opened them in front of all the inspectors. There was a court reporter inspected. There was the other inspector for the other side, the gentleman sitting over there who said he was an attorney. We all were there as they went through.
Did the individual who opened the box break the seal?
We can call this broken seal as well. That's another.
By seal, are you referring to the red tape, which is simply red tape and not a security seal?
Well, I'm asking you, so in your professional opinion, the ballots were not sealed.
The ballots did not have an appropriate security seal on the boxes.
That's not,
Why
in
is he
your-
opening
in
up
your
something that he
professional
got struck
opinion,
earlier?
The ballots were not sealed.
The ballots did not have an appropriate security seal on the boxes.
That's not on. So, okay, fine. My question was, were the ballots sealed?
Yeah, there was scotch
They were
tape.
closed with tape.
And where were they stored?
In the vault and in the tabulation center.
This guy's your typical government cross-examiner. Thinks he has a bunch and really doesn't.
And would you say that your profession details are important?
Yes, they're highly important.
And you said that you reviewed the statutes prior to initiating this investigation?
He's not a lawyer. That was already over.
I always have to do that because it's relevant, especially if a state states a statute.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
And you also reviewed federal statutes.
Yes.
AVA, I think you said?
I'll go as far as back as the 1990 FEC standards. I've reviewed them all, every version of the BVSG.
And you downloaded Title 16?
Yes. I like to have references for when they're referred to because they've been referred to in the Secretary of State's manual. They were referred to in the Maricopa manuals and procedures. So I like to actually read what's referred to ensure that it's accurate.
And when you read those documents, you pay close attention to detail because that's required by your profession.
No, I do it on the toilet.
I'm not a legal attorney. And so I read the laws for what they state.
Because that's required by your profession. Is that correct?
I'm not a legal attorney. And so I read the laws for what they state and how they are.
We just had an
And you testified that you reviewed some documents that were provided late campaign by a FOIA request. Is that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe you ever testified to that.
Well, it's cross-exam, so you can answer the question if he understands it. If you don't understand the question, Mr. Parikh, you can have.
No, these were public record requests that came from me from other technical professionals.
So they were not FOIA requests.
Those records were obtained via FOIA request.
Are you familiar with FOIA? Can you tell me what FOIA stands for?
It's the Freedom of Information Act.
And is that a statute, a federal statute?
My knowledge.
So a FOIA can be either a state or a federal in your understanding?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, it's just called
And
open
a
records or
federal-
public records request in other states. This is a dumb point by a dumb
FOIA, and
lawyer.
state was a public records request under the Arizona statute. That would be a detail that doesn't interest you?
You got to be kidding me. Oh, you didn't understand that the word FOIA
if-
only applies to
if
the federal
the
law,
data
whereas the
was
FOIA
illegally
analog
obtained.
that everybody
That's not
calls
the question.
FOIA in
The
the
question
state
is
isn't
the
the same.
detail,
This
difference
is a
between a federal
detail, isn't it,
statute and a
Mr.
state.
Come on, just sit
statute
down
of
and shut up.
interest
You're a
here.
loser.
When I'm provided
You're hurting your
evidence,
case,
I
not helping.
always ask the source of it. And I have received, in my experience, I have received evidence from law enforcement officials that, in my opinion, were not properly obtained. And as a forensic investigator who understands chain of custody and all the legal ramifications, because for the court's record, the majority of that deals with the statutes. For example, the lockpicks that I own as part of my security thing, in my state, I have to have a private investigator license. These are the statutes that a forensic investigator handling evidence has to be aware of.
Thank you. And when you're working with your security thing, as you said it, are you familiar with federal statutes and state statutes?
The audio's off.
Objection, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
there's a lag.
Not sure the question.
Well, if he's
What kind of
confused,
federal-
The video's a
withdraw the
little bit
question,
ahead of
Your
the
Honor.
audio.
Thank you. Next question.
I think.
You've just testified that you receive information from law enforcement that's both federal and state law enforcement. Is that correct?
I didn't say that. I said it was law enforcement, and
And you testified both federal law enforcement and state law enforcement. Is that correct?
what I just told you is I said I received it from law enforcement.
Well, when you receive information in your profession from law enforcement, are you familiar whether the law enforcement's federal or state?
Oh, jeez, Luis. Keep.
Yes, when they provide me the evidence,
Is
yes.
that a detail that's important to you?
Yes.
This was a
Hey, this guy thought this was a brilliant cross-examination. I'm going to have a thematic unity. Is that a detail? What about F versus A
I
or
believe you
G versus
testified that you
E? Or
examined some
this
ballots
is not
that had been
consequential to his
duplicated.
testimony.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you examined and you testified that the duplicates were not kept next to the duplicate. The duplicates were not
Busy.
What-
It would take them
the audio.
over
Come on.
a week to try to find them.
That's your recollection.
Busy. And it would take them over a week to try to find them.
That's your recollection of what Mr. Jarrett said?
That is what Mr. Jarrett said.
And if the ballots, the originals, those and the duplicates were in the boxes right next to each other, would that surprise you?
The duplicates that I was shown because they were duplicated were part of one of the vote centers he opened both those boxes. And two, because they couldn't identify some of the original duplicates, they had to run and count them so they could try to map them back to which site they belong to.
So of what Mr. Jarrett said, when you asked to see the originals of the duplicates?
No, sir.
I'm
They
asking you
were-
a detail. That's a detail that's important. You're telling this court that when you asked Mr. Jarrett to view the duplicates of the originals, that he told you it would take 6 hours.
To clarify,
They weren't together.
I did not ask to see duplicates. They were part of the vote center and they provided the entirety of what they have for the vote center. They could not provide what was original.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. I think I asked you this to make sure that I understand it correctly, is that you did not ask to see the duplicates.
They were supposed to be kept
Objection.
together.
This states his prior testimony argumentative.
Sustained.
This is cross, just for reference, and all cross. If he doesn't understand the question, he can have it rephrased, but particularly with an expert witness, I think he's capable of answering. If you don't understand, you can have him rephrase it. If you do understand, you can go ahead and answer.
Enhance.
Would you like the question restated to you?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Please, Mr. Liddy.
Mr. Perrick, is it your recollection that when you asked Mr. Jarrett to see the duplicates and the originals, that he told you it would take 6 hours to get them?
One, I did not ask to see them. They
Well,
were
that answers my
provided.
question then. Thank you, Mr. Perrick. That answered my question. You did not ask to see them.
Elaborate, because they weren't kept together as they should have been.
Yeah, he can do that on a redirect.
Your Honor, if I may.
But
I like this guy.
Your counsel have redirect,
All right, there you go.
Yes, sir.
so
All he's interested in is
just
the
answer
truth.
his questions,
It's-
please.
Sir, I just want to state that we were following.
But
Sure.
wait,
Understood.
I have another question, if you,
question for you.
Your Honor, it's appropriate.
Please.
You've testified that you have a working theory that some of the ballots for the 2022 general election were on 20-inch paper, but were printed at 19 inches. Is that correct?
19-inch image printed on 20-inch paper.
Correct.
It is not a theory.
Okay, so
Oof.
it was 20-inch paper.
That's right. What kind
The ballot was 20 inches, correct?
The paper was 20 inches.
By
And the
what?
image was 19 inches, according to your testimony, correct?
Ballot image was 19 inches. Yes.
Are you familiar with a shrink to fit setting on a printer?
Yes, yes, I am.
Oh,
Would
they're
a
going to say
shrink
they said
to
it's an
fit setting
accident.
account for some of the ballots you observed being 19 inches on 20-inch paper?
That is a possibility, but it would violate the configuration settings they had for the voting systems and the tabulators.
Bam.
And you've testified that you're familiar with the election process?
Yes, sir.
You
Process.
testified that if one were to take a 20-inch ballot that's shrunk to 19 inches and put it into a vote center precinct tabulator,
It won't get
would
read.
not get tabulated.
Yes.
It would not get tabulated at any tabulator.
Any tabulator. So,
That includes ICP or the ICCs at Central.
okay, so if it went down to Central, according to your understanding, and it was tried to run through the tower tabulators, it would also not be tabulated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've just testified that you observed some duplicated ballots. Is it your understanding that a ballot that cannot be tabulated by a precinct-based tabulator and cannot be tabulated by a tower configured tabulator at Central would then be duplicated?
It would have to be because it couldn't be tabulated, so
And-
it would require duplication.
And after duplication, what would happen to that ballot?
The duplicated ballot, which is supposed to be marked with a specific ID, and that ID must be recorded on the original, and I saw those stickers on the originals.
Question is, what would happen to that ballot?
Then the ballot would be rerun through the duplicated ballot would be run through the tabulator.
So it would be tabulated. Is that your testimony?
The duplicated ballot would be tabulated. Yes, it should be.
Okay, so if a voter walked into a vote center on election day, filled out a ballot, maybe had a shrink to fit setting on it, so it wouldn't be counted on the tabletop, would go into door number 3, goes on down the McTech, they put it into the tower tabulator, and it doesn't get counted, and then it gets duplicated, and then it gets counted, so that voter's ballot was voted and tabulated. Is that your understanding?
But you started.
Is that your understanding?
Your Honor, I can't answer that question the way he asked the question because it's inaccurate.
Let's hear it.
So that means it's not your, I'm sorry.
You don't understand. You can say, I don't understand, and he can rephrase it so you can understand. But if you don't like the way it's phrased, that's something that your counsel will have to clear up.
Yes, sir.
I like the
Your
judge.
Honor,
The judge is
if I
doing
may
good.
address the court. I'm
I'm
provided for technical expertise.
Look at the lawyer.
To give those options. And if the technical scenario is inaccurate, I cannot answer the question.
Can't, let me try again.
Try again.
They
Ms.
make
Lane,
it 6 different components.
right here in this room. Bona fide candidate for governor of the Grand Canyon State. Hundreds of thousands of voters would love to have had her as the next governor. One of them chooses not to vote in the 26 days of early voting or mail-in voting or emergency vote center voting.
Is this a
Or chooses
question?
to show up on election day.
This is not a question.
Gets a
This is
ballot from a
speech.
ballot on demand printer, and somebody either intentionally or inadvertently has hit the shrink to fit
Oh,
setting.
it's shrink to
And
fit.
this 20-inch
Shrink to
ballot
fit.
paper comes out 19 inches.
It will not get read.
This voter fills it out. Kari Lake
He's still getting that
Want her to
wrong.
be the
It's-
next
I think it's
governor?
supposed to be 19 inches on a 20 inch.
throws it into the precinct tabulator. It comes out, goes into door number 3, goes down to McTech. The much more sensitive tabulators, according to you, it would not count it. It would then go to duplication. It would be duplicated. Then it would be tabulated. Is that your understanding of the elections in Maricopa
Dude,
County?
say that 5 times in a row.
Your technical description is not possible.
Oh,
I apologize. I wasn't attempting to give a technical description.
you just
I
did.
was just saying
You
what
just
happened
did.
based on your testimony. So
He's
you're
trying
saying
to
in
claim that
scenario,
duplication solves
that
this problem.
voter who wanted to vote for Kari Lake would never have that vote tabulated. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that a shrink to fit setting would rely at the application level, which would reside on the EMS, which Mr. Garrett just testified sends the print job to the printer. Therefore, it can't be accidental as all the employees that man the EMS are trained.
Whether it's accidental or inadvertent.
Okay.
I gave the 2 options,
Let me
sir.
ask, please allow me to ask the question.
I understand what he's saying now.
Whether it's accidental or inadvertent, if the shrink to fit 19-inch ballot has to be duplicated, once it's duplicated, would it be tabulated? To your understanding?
Maybe.
There are 2 technical ways that image would be there. None of the ways you exist,
Sir, Your
it's not
Honor.
even possible.
I understand.
That's
He's
not
now he's
Possible,
done.
Your Honor.
Would it get counted at the end of the day? Is the question. Down the
I
line
understand what you're
manually.
saying, Mr. Parikh.
Okay.
That's not responsive to his question. If you are able to answer his question,
I guess
can do that.
his
Sir, are you able to answer the question?
his answer should be, I don't know, and that's a problem.
I'm unable to answer your question.
Okay. Let me ask a different question.
And that's a problem. Who knows if it gets
Are
counted at the end of the
duplicated
day?
ballots
I
tabulated?
mean, they can present evidence
Maricopa
that
County,
all of these
general election,
ballots were counted.
2022.
If they're
That it
duplicated
would-
correctly and they're
but,
configured
that's sort of
correctly,
on
yes,
them.
they should be.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
So if it gets rejected and it gets duplicated and it gets put into the third box and they
Okay.
say, don't worry, down the
We're at
line,
the
we'll
point
count
where
it.
we need to break. We're going to take a 1 hour, not 1.5 hour recess. So we'll be back here at 1 o'clock to resume.
Oh, jeez.
So,
Yeah.
um,
You what? Good. Okay. Good idea.
just come back at 1 o'clock, Mr. Parikh, and we'll resume where we left off.
Yes, sir. And I will realize I'm still under oath, sir.
You read my mind.
I like this guy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Kid scared the crap out of me.
So what's your thoughts from watching so far, Viva?
Well, two things. Let me just remove. We're going to have to find another feed by the time this comes back around after lunch, but some of the other feeds will do. I'm going to close it. Okay, so let's see here. The witness, this expert, was trying a little too hard. Hold on, Robert. I can't. I'm too used to this. He was trying a little too hard to say it couldn't be done accidentally. Yada yada. Shrink to fit. So they're going to say it was an accident. It was hold on. It was a goof. When we hit printer, we hit shrink to fit instead of printer print.
And the problem is it works in reverse. I mean, they went from 19 to 20. That's not shrink to fit.
They went.
Right?
No, the allegation is that the error went from 20 to 19.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was 19-inch image printed on 20 inches.
Yes, but they're going to say it was a 20-inch image.
That can't be shrink to fit.
No, it could. I think it could.
Unless it's expand to fit.
No, but if it's supposed to fit the entire page because you say fit to whole page.
That's shrink to fit. Now that's going from big to small, not small to big.
But that's what he's saying. He's saying well, someone hit shrink to fit, so they shrunk.
It's because he kept getting wrong the 20 to 9. My understanding is from what he testified is they put a 19-inch image on a 20-inch paper. And
True.
That's why
but I think
the lawyer keeps saying the opposite. He's saying they put a 20-inch image on a 19-inch paper.
Let me see what the chat has.
That's the only way shrink to fit works.
Well, no, because the idea that if you printed it fit to page, or
fit to page is different.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So now it would
He's
be.
not claiming fit to page. He's claiming shrink to fit.
Exactly, because if you did fit to page, it would go to the edge of the border of the page. It would be a 20-inch.
But then that's still deliberate. How did you screw up the page?
Well, then the question is going to be, why did it only happen to some ballots? Do they hit shrink to fit or fit to page? Do they do this manually?
I found his cross-examination and I thought the better point he had was to argue that all these ballots that this was an inconsequential error because all the ballots were fixed by duplicate ballots. That I thought was the better state argument than saying this couldn't be intentional and could somehow be accidental. I don't think they have a good explanation on that.
Here, let's see. Shrink to fit means, let's just, Ryan Baudouin needs, you have to have 21 needing to go on 20. On a ballot, it should be 20 to 20, perfect fit. Unless for whatever the reason, it shrink to fit reduces the image so there's a border for whatever the reason. Okay, hold on. I'm hearing an echo.
This point is that requires systemic change. In other words, that has to be someone with high ranking has to go in and do that because they obviously anticipate these things. And so they set in the protocols in advance. And that's why he's like, somebody at the level of controlling the protocols had to deliberately put that in. It doesn't happen accidentally. It's not, nor would it. I mean, something like, Maricopa County sincere argument is their election system is so bad that they can have shrink to fit errors on their computer machine.
On the day of.
That is as a damning indictment of his cross-examination is as damning of Maricopa County as the allegations against them. They're so insecure, so bad, so insufficient. Standards are such a joke. Their managers are so incompetent that they can't even prevent shrink to fit from happening on destroying ballots. That's how bad they are. If I
But
was there,
Robert,
I would be telling the judge, this is even more embarrassing. This is a disgrace. Are you going to green light this embarrassment to the rule of law and elections in America? Are you going to say this is what is the standard? Did this reflect the will of the people, or did it reflect the will of the politicians?
But Robert, it wasn't intentional. So at the very least,
Yeah,
it
that's
wasn't.
even worse.
I
That's
know,
even worse.
but no, the
They're
judge.
saying their system is so insecure they can't even prevent shrink to fit problems. That's how insecure their system is, and that too is intentional, because your lack of security is just as intentional as you doing the theft yourself.
Let me see here. Here we got this one. The image was 19 inches. Yes, printed on 20. That's what we get. The image should have been 20 inches. Shrink to fit would not change the image size, just how it was printed. We may not get to the bottom of this conceptual
It's a
murkiness.
bad excuse by the state.
No, so like you say,
It indicts the state either way. His better argument I would have never talked about that. He's doing that for the court of public opinion. Also, he's an idiot, the lawyer. The better argument was a simple one. It was the duplicate ballot one. And if he would have set that up well, he could have been in much better position. The way to start off was, okay, so it happens, this ballot happens here, okay, and then that happens. And do I understand this correctly? You're an expert. You reviewed all of this. Does the next thing, does the duplicate happen? Is there anything that prevents duplication from occurring? And if the duplicate happens, then that can be tabulated because that fixes the error. Do I understand that? Set it up like that. But he's so arrogant, so condescending, so midwit, classic midwit, your classic county government lawyer. These are people who win all the time in court. And it's like the old George Poppy Bush joke, born on third base and thinks he hit a triple. They win because the court systems are on their side because of life experience and personal and political prejudice. That they don't win because they're competent. Because I've met very few lawyers defending cities and counties that had an IQ above lukewarm. So I mean, it's just they're not, and you're seeing it live here. This was, he had a good, decent argument to make. Whether he's proof for it doesn't really rebut this expert, but it rebuts the consequence from an election contest perspective if he's right. He could have set that up and he didn't. And the expert thought he was like, okay, you're trying to say that what I'm saying can't be true because of duplication, and I'm pointing out no, that what I'm saying is still true independent of duplication.
Well, that's so he's going to say, because that might make sense out of what they said. By the way, I'm screen grabbing all of the Rumble rants. I'm going to get to them in a second, but that might have made sense when we watched that video of Richer and Gates. They're saying we're having some problems with the tabulators. If it doesn't get read, you slip it into this box and it's signature verified already, and we count it later. So that, in theory, would be their best defense. Is okay. So there's an
it raises the issue of what that second issue is for people other than this expert. His first, they're trying to say, well, just because even if we assume your expertise is correct, these ballots were still counted because of our duplication process. But that's not what he's testifying to. He's only testifying to this was intentional at the tabulator process. They have other witnesses to attest to whether or not that meant the ballots weren't counted. Now, that still goes to suppression issues and other issues that of people who left because of the long line, because of how the tabulator issue created that. So they don't solve that problem with duplication. They only solve the duplication problem. The duplication probably only solves part of their evidentiary problem for the county.
Well, and Francis Sartom, I think he makes a decent point, because I think we picked up on this earlier where he says, did you ask to see the duplicates? And I thought the proper answer would have been, I shouldn't have to ask. They should be stored together. You can't store the duplicates apart because then you can count them twice. And then the idea, trying to discredit him because he was at a Mike Lindell. He's surely a pro-Trump or MAGA Republican who thinks Dominion had servers in Germany. If he went to a Mike Lindell event, trying to discredit him that way.
They didn't really have any good argument about intentionality, at least not that cross-examination.
And
so it looks like, I think they've met their burden. You never know what I think the judge is a wuss. So I think the chances the judge issues remedy is still low. He proved that by applying latches in a preposterous manner. So the judge confuses the will of the politicians with the will of the people. Like he's like, oh, I can't overturn an election. That's overturning the will of the people.
Yeah,
The
not,
point of an
not if
election
it's
contest is to figure out what the will of the people actually was. You're affirming the will of the politicians when you affirm an election that is against the will of the people because of what took place here. But I thought this guy testified competently and effectively. They tried to go to an area outside of his expertise. Probably could have been prepped a little bit better on that. They'll say, here's where they're probably going to go as to why they solve the problem. And you can just say, that's outside my expertise. That aspect. I could testify as to how this problem occurred and whether the duplicates were present when I was there. That's it. I don't know what happened elsewhere. There's other, that's outside my expertise. So
the error couldn't be corrected in a third round duplication is what he's saying, but there wouldn't be a third round of duplication. I just don't understand how the ballot would get duplicated if it couldn't be read in the first place. But at the risk of complicating it too much, the bottom line, the defense in the cross, I guess it's the cross, is suggesting, well, it could have been a shrink to fit. That wouldn't be intentional. Someone in the chat said, well, it needed a password supervision, whatever.
It would still have to be intentional. Yeah. Because that's the point he's putting, is that they put in all these protocols so that you couldn't use shrink to fit. None of those things could happen without somebody going in and changing it at the administrative level. So the mere fact that he's talking about shrink to fit tells me that they know somebody did it intentionally and they don't have a defense.
Well, it's my first day. I didn't realize I'm not supposed to hit shrink to fit every time. I do that with every picture I print.
I mean, again, that would mean it. And like I said, that's just as damning. Right. The whole point of election security in the digital space with digital roll is that can't happen without a high ranking administrative person ordering it to happen. That mistakes like that can't happen because your security protocols prevent it. It's like having a lock on the door, right? That someone just can't open it up. If you don't have a lock on the door, that's a security deficiency. That's its own level of intentional bad action. It doesn't matter whether you unlock the door yourself so that someone committed a heist or you failed to lock the door. Either way, you're as culpable for the heist.
This is the question, because the judge in the order, which I went over briefly yesterday, he said, at least with respect to the ballot on demand issue, the allegation is that it was intentional. And in his last paragraph, he says, look, it'll be an issue to be tried on the facts. Was it intentional? Was it done intentionally for the purposes of affecting the outcome? And three, did it did it actually impact the outcome? In law, Robert, and this was my question, intentional, will willful negligence be deemed to be intentional?
He's wrong on the first part. That's not Arizona law. Arizona law is inadvertence, mistakes, negligence, all that. It doesn't matter how the election was impacted. All that matters is that it was. So like he was conflating two standards. There's one standard that says if fraud, intentional misconduct occurred, you have to void the election altogether, regardless of whether you can prove consequence. The idea is that because it's intentional and fraudulent, you won't be, that if someone did it well, you won't be able to prove how it impacted it. So the law says in the election context in Arizona, if it's intentional, if it's fraudulent, void the election, period. It then says, if, however, it wasn't intentional, then you have to prove it impacted the election. He conflated the two. He got the two totally wrong. He cites him right at the beginning and then gets him wrong the rest of his argument.
Well, is that going to be
wrong on, like, that's why in the Attorney General's case, his judge isn't requiring intentionality be proven. Because that's the proper law. He misquoted the law. The judge misunderstood it, even though it's right there in the beginning of the case. It's very quotes.
But that's the question now. Hypothetically, he comes to the ruling that, okay, they shrunk to fit. It was intentional, but not intentional to impact the election. It was just intentional because they're idiots and didn't know you shouldn't shrink to fit. It would be a legal
error by him.
And so then for appeal.
It might be reversed. That might be the kind of thing that could be reversed on appeal. I don't have a lot of confidence in the Arizona appellate courts either, or the Arizona Supreme Court. When I've dealt with election contest and election issues in particular in Arizona repeatedly. It's the number one state I've sued because of their multiple election violations all the time. So I sued him for Ralph Nader back in 2004 in a case that lasted 6 years. Sued on behalf of the Green Party and sued on behalf of other people in Arizona. They know. So I think on the issue of what the judge's burden is. I think they've met it on 2 of the 3 parts of their first count. This was intentional, and 2, that this was. I mean, what other reason would there to do this other than to impact the election?
No,
right?
they're just because they're idiots. Like we
Well,
didn't
mean,
know.
But once you grant it's intentional, the only purpose. In other words, the idea of let's take the judge has misstated the standard, but let's go with the judge's standard. The idea of intentionally to impact the election is to exclude things that are intentional conduct but weren't intended to impact the election. Like you have a plausible alternative purpose. What a plausible alternative purpose do they have for this? I don't think they have it. So then the only question is number 3. Did it impact the election sufficient to warrant, to bring in doubt? Are there enough ballots that are in doubt? And that's their real defense right now by the state. You can hear their defense is duplication solved this problem. There aren't more than 17,000 ballots that weren't counted. Now, it doesn't solve the problem that the tabulator issue created voter suppression. Doesn't solve that problem at all. But and it doesn't solve the in terms of voters who left and just didn't vote at all. Otherwise, it just goes to the issue of credibility of the state on some other issues as well. But so I think that this guy mostly lived up to expectation. Could have been a little bit better prep for cross-examination, where they would go. But again, this is all being done on rapid timetable turnover. This is very hard for election contest lawyers to do. They're constantly put under the gun, required to basically try a case in a week that normally you would get a year of discovery and information to develop. And here you have an expert, and you're trying to get the expert up there. You're trying to prep the expert, trying to get the expert time to review everything. I mean, the expert was spending all day yesterday doing evidentiary review. So, there's only, and then you debrief them. Not a lot of time probably to prep them for cross, but it's a good example of where you can do so. It can help.
I'm going to bring up a bunch of chats after this, but I want to bring this one up. This is from Rumble. It says, "Oh my God, Viva, they're claiming they had to duplicate them because they weren't being read properly. So they made a duplicate, but how do we know they didn't change the duplicate? That was the point." I thought they duplicated.
That's a problem. I mean, I think he's arguing that duplication. But here's the thing. I think the expert was kind of confused by the questioning. And the expert's point was whether duplication, he wasn't there to testify whether duplication solved the problem. He wasn't there for that. He was there to show intentionality in creating a tabulator issue in the first place, a printer issue in the first place. And I think he thought the cross-examination was saying your expert testimony about the tabulator issue could not be true because we could duplicate later. That's why you're seeing him confused by he's like, no, that what you're talking about doesn't fix the problem, because actually the issue was beyond the scope of the expert's witness's testimony, which would have been the better objection. Also, would have given a heads up to the expert as to where
stop
to go.
talking. Yeah,
right, and say, Your Honor, he has testified as to the intentionality of the issue of the tabulator printer problem, which we argue consequentially caused issues with voter suppression and ballot exclusion, but he is not testifying on the issue of voter suppression or ballot exclusion. And these questions go to issues beyond his expert witness testimony, and frankly, beyond the subject matter of his expertise. And that is not appropriate cross-examination. Even though the court had a very liberal definition of cross for experts. What my view is his liberal interpretation of that reflected that the judge wanted information to go against the guy. I don't think he got it. If the judge issues an opinion that says this wasn't intentional and this expert testimony didn't establish it, that's not a credible interpretation by the judge. That's the judge's bias showing through, in my opinion. Where the better, if I was the state, the better out is clearly arguing that duplication solved the problem. That yes, this problem existed, but either in voter suppression or in voter ballot exclusion, it's not 17,000 plus ballots. Because it's interesting that how do they not know this is what caused the problem? How do they not publicly disclose this fact? Why are we only now finding out this problem existed? if they were sincere in wanting to see, hey, how did this screw up occur? How do we fix this? How do we remedy this? We would have already heard about this. The fact it's having to come out in a hearing shows that they knew about it and covered it up. And then you have to, doesn't that raise questions about everything else that took place? It's kind of like my O.J. Simpson argument. Once you know the cops planted a bunch of evidence, how do you convict them? You say, well, I still think he's probably guilty. But how do you trust any evidence when you know those people forged or fraudulently or intentionally did anything wrong? And here, independent of what happened here, the fact we haven't heard about it throughout this entire from the county tells us that the county is culpable and complicit because the cover-up is evidence of as much of the crime as anything else.
Yep, cannot disagree with that. Let me bring up some chats. We'll get these before we come back. Could we get a video of you explaining the difference in types of fish you are fishing in Florida versus Canada? Yes, I would love to do that. I'll do that. It would give me pleasure to have a day where I do something other than, watch the rapid descent of the world into madness. Shrink to fit makes a large image smaller. Yes, this is an image smaller than the paper. Shrink to fit doesn't apply anyway. What do we got here?
And that's, by the way, the sign of a lazy state to county defense lawyer. I mean, these people are not even that good at what they do, right? I mean, if I was there to help cover up a corrupt election, I would have come up with a better explanation than that.
Robert, two questions. So the big news yesterday, Mark Elias was taking a victory lap on Twitter. Kari Lake withdrew the Katie Hobbs subpoena. My understanding is that Katie Hobbs was making a motion to quash the subpoena. They withdrew the subpoena. People are saying, it was all for show. They knew that it was just blah, blah. And Kari Lake, who was at an event saying, we're going to get Katie Hobbs down and grill her. It's a victory that they're not doing it. My initial reaction was that if they announced they were going to contest the subpoena to quash it, they only have 2 days of trial. They don't want to waste time debating quashing a subpoena when they only have 6 hours. The other explanation is that given the judgment, which maybe, the subpoena might have gone out before the judgment, now Katie Hobbs' testimony is actually irrelevant, not the object of the 2 remaining claims. So they withdrew it. Is it a victory? Was it a strategic ploy, or did they withdraw it for lack of reason? Now that
I've seen contradictory info because I thought I saw something that the judge didn't quash it. So that's where it was unclear to me whether it actually had been formally withdrawn. I saw reports of that, but I didn't see clear proof of that.
Okay.
So, in terms of why, if it was withdrawn, it would be because the court's order said that she's not an election official. It's a statutory interpretation, but Arizona clearly needs to clean up their election contest laws. And my view is don't have the election contest go to the courts. Have election contests go to state legislatures.
Hold on one second. Let me text this person here. Text Mom. I'm live. Okay, just have to respond to one of my kids. Okay, so what else? So Hobbs is not going to testify.
So who testified before this guy?
So we had Richer, or Richer, as I like to say, the guy with the reddish stubbly beard who kind of looks like Prince Harry.
It looks like the annoying accountant or whatever from the show The Office. That guy.
I think that was another one that people said. The guy in the video with Bill Gates. That's what I think of as. He looks like the guy in The Office that's like the HR guy or something. It's real annoying. He reminded me of him. Well, I'm going to be embarrassed to say that I've never watched The Office, or I only know Steve Carell and a couple of the other characters. He testified on vacation from Panama City, apparently. And apparently he hadn't taken vacation in 4 years.
Hold on a second.
Yep.
In the middle of an election that he helped run, he takes off to Panama?
Robert, they did not.
Panama City, Florida, or Panama?
I think they said Panama. I think he said Panama City. People in the chat.
So Panama City, Florida. So he takes off to the Gulf Coast in the middle of an election contest.
Not just
what
that.
A joke. What an embarrassment.
So he's testifying via Zoom. There's a delay and a lag, which makes it borderline unwatchable, let alone unquestionable.
By the way, because Richard Barris was told he couldn't testify by Zoom. So he had to fly all across the country to be there in Arizona. So the county and the state's not letting someone like Barris testify by Zoom, but their main witness is because he suddenly gets inspired to take a vacation in the middle of in the biggest election contest in recent American history.
Oh, and Robbie, I wish that we had a direct line to the lawyers, because that came out in cross. So they call him up as a witness. They ask him a question. He looks very defensive. He reminds me of somebody I know in real life. He looks very defensive and almost angry to be there. In cross, they say, "Where are you now?" He says, "Panama City. I'm on vacation. Haven't taken him on in 4 years." In redirect, they didn't ask him when he booked his ticket. It would have been very nice to know. Did you book that ticket? First of all, you book it 3 years ago, you cancel it, period. You book it after, when you know that you're going to be called to testify, that's suspicious. And whether or not he was properly served with a subpoena to testify. And then someone else said, hold on one second, what does it say? Panama City, also Viva recorder makes $170,000 per year plus bribes. Let's scratch the bribes part. 170 grand a year is a decent salary.
All these government people get paid way too much. Maybe that's something we should propose. A rule that no person in the government makes more than the median income in America.
Well, I was going to say pay them well so they do their jobs well, because there's nothing worse than having a
Unless they're
job.
in the military. Military people deserve better, but that's it.
170. Well, what does press secretary get? She gets 180 a year, I think.
Absurd. I mean, it's the top 1%, top 1% of all income.
Fauci
Government
gets
employees. It's
400.
It's kind of a decaying country.
No, your taxpayer, the taxes that people who are breaking their back to work hard every day go to pay lush salaries for government workers.
For people who can't even figure out how to prevent shrink to fit from the ballots on the computer, according to the government's own defense.
I need to make sure that I have a proper recording in the background. Hold on, let me see.
We got a great meme in our locals chat. I don't know if you can bring it up or not.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
They already got witness memes.
Okay, hold on.
People got to come up with a nickname for the tech expert.
I think I can. So let me see if I do this. If I go to StreamYard, I'm going to take down, not add to stream. I'm going to take this down. I'm going to go present. I'm going to go tabulator. Here we go. This one, Robert?
Yes.
This is from locals people in our locals live chat, vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Your technical description is not possible. It would have been better in a Russian accent.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, I can bring those up as they come up. I don't know who they have.
Some of the memes we can show.
Let's see which ones we can show, Robert. Here, I'm going to go back up here. Let's see here.
That's
Okay.
the most. There's one back a little bit back, definitely much substantially further, probably, but that was pretty good. We have the best meme makers. Talix, Florida Man, 4 or 5 others that make great memes.
This is the guy. That's Richard on the left and Bill Gates.
Yeah, that's the dude from the office. the HR guy from the office.
Well, look who's behind the tabulator. I think that's Katie Hobbs.
Oh, yeah, it's a great meme.
It's a doctored image, people.
That is a great meme. Katie, that's perfect. Whoever did that is excellent.
I'm going to take this one out of here. Stop screen. Now, I'm going to bring up some more of the rants, if I can bring those up from time to time here. I figured out a way now. It's not in real time.
I found a way to get the Rumble rant.
Nah,
For those people that wonder why they can only do the Rumble rants online, it's because otherwise 30% would go to Apple and Google. So that's why there's not mobile availability. That's why you got to do it online.
So here's one. And now the way I'm doing it is, I think if I just bring them up here, he said, this is Il Sarto. I'm not trying to bring up as many as I can, but not all of them. He said, it cannot be accidental. We got this part because it fit the parameters. Now, if I click on another one, that one's not coming up. So then I have to go back here. And then try this again. It's a big pain in the neck to try to bring them up because I have to go and share the window for each one. Here we go. Millie Mouse says, Viva and Barnes commentary is epic. Love you guys. Thank you very much. What time do they come back after lunch?
He said 1 hour.
So 1 hour, that was from...
Oh, he's going to do it. 1 p.m. Phoenix time, which is noon my time, which would be 3 p.m. Eastern.
Robert, this was a big one. It says, Richard also started a political action committee that ran against the MAGA candidates. Wasn't that a conflict? Being a county reporter, also thoughts on Georgia ruling as well. Robert, they said that he was asked, Richard, were you ever involved in a political action committee that ran against Kari Lake and other, I think they said MAGA candidates. I forget exactly how they said it. And he said no, categorically. So I don't know when the proper time to raise that apparent inaccurate answer under oath would be, but it seems that he...
Well, they can usually Whatever evidence they have for that, they should find a way to present to the court.
Well,
Because
after
if he lied about that's perjury.
Well, do they do that after he testifies he's off the stand and then they raise it in closing? Or
No, I would. Well, they need the evidence. In other words, what's the evidentiary foundation? Right now, a lawyer's questions aren't evidence, so they don't have any evidence in the record at this point, given his denial. So they need to find somebody who can attest to it. There also it depends on how he how well the question was phrased. If they use the words like involve, that's a smart word to use because that's real broad. If they said founder, officer, member, et cetera, then he might have some weasel words out.
Yeah, we'll see what they have for that evidence. But
shrink
to fit. It's my legs are hurting me. Okay, so what else did we have, Robert? So we had the Hobbs subpoena being eliminated or being withdrawn
that
or
was the only
quashed.
one. Risher was first, probably because he's on vacation or whatever is why. And he was called by Lake's team to basically kind of cross right out of the gate.
Before they had someone before chat. No, who did they have after Risher? It was the guy who looked very defensive. Oh, you know what we could do? Here, let's just go back here and see.
Was that the their tech guy? The county or the state?
I no, it was definitely the state, and he was definitely uncomfortable. Well, let me just take this chat down.
So is he being called as an adverse witness by Kari Lake's people?
Definitely a witness in chief. Here, let's get the second one just because I don't. I got two things here. I'm going to take this out. For elections, those are enterprise level printers where individuals.
The guy didn't even wear a tie for this thing. Just
So
shows up in his T-shirt in his condo.
Robert, they asked.
That's how seriously these people take elections.
It was the first question his lawyer asked in Cross's. Oh, you're on vacation, and if you came to court, you would have been dressed in a suit. Let's.
Really? I mean, there's judges that. Well, I mean, he's a witness, so he doesn't have to. But I mean, what a slap in the face to the court. That's what I would say. They take this so seriously they can't even show up for the hearing.
Here,
Who would be your next witness?
Your Honor, plaintiff would call Mr. Jarrett.
Jareth. So who is Mr. Jareth? Okay, I forget who he is as a function, but let's just get this going. So I get the Alex Jones vibe of the lawyer with the guy with the long hair. He was pretty good. Yeah. Okay, he's coming.
Sir, if you'll make your way in front of my clerk, she will swear you in.
Okay. Just to get his guest title, although I think the chat might have already gotten it.
Thank you, sir. If you'll just make your way over to the witness stand.
So Barris is testifying this afternoon, Robert.
I think so.
That'll be very nice.
I mean, I don't know if his testimony will still be considered relevant given the court's exclusions, but
as soon as you're ready, Mr. Olson,
but
you may
he had
proceed.
evidentiary testimony that supported
Morning,
that
Mr.
the voter
Jarrett.
suppression was real.
Morning.
Okay.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
And just who you are.
Robert Scott Jarrett.
And what is your occupation?
I am the co-elections director. I oversee in-person voting and tabulation.
Okay. So
how long have you held that position?
What do you think of? Did you see his testimony?
Oh yeah, no, he was totally defensive, totally nervous. I don't know if it was. Let me see if I can find some of the highlights of his testimony.
And is that analysis performed in-house, or do you outsource it to an outside?
It's performed in-house.
Look, he looked very nervous and had glazed eyes.
And is it fair to say that you rely on those forecasts in planning for the election?
Oh, that's right. So they were saying they got him on. They were forecasting the amount of votes, the amount of voters to turn out, expected delay time, et cetera, et cetera. He refused to acknowledge that if people had to wait an hour to vote, that it was an interruption or an interference. I forget the word. In cross-examination, they said, "Were you aware that some politicians were encouraging everyone to come vote in person on the day of, which might have added to traffic?" And he says, yes, I was aware of that. They said people should come down and vote in person, as if to suggest that added to the delays. But then they went back to his forecasts, one of which actually forecast 290,000 day voters, as opposed to the 272 that actually voted. So
So
Now,
that's going to be part of their evidentiary inference for the number of votes in dispute.
do you want to
So
hear what's
he
going on?
himself believed there would be 18,000 more voters than actually ballots were cast.
Oh, no, I'm going to be doing this all day. This is a long day. I'll come on for a few minutes. Get out of here. Let me see if I can find the part where he refuses to acknowledge.
So you don't believe that what happened on November
Here we go.
8th was not a disruption
A disruption was the word.
in the election process?
I do not couch it as that.
Are you aware that Supervisor Gates came out on election day and said 20% of all vote centers were affected by these issues with ballots being rejected by the tabulators?
Again, we didn't have ballots rejected by tabulators. They were not being read in by tabulators, but that's not a disruption when voters still had valid options to participate in dropping in those ballots in our secure door number 3, which is a similar process that 8 other counties use as their only option for voters to be able to return their ballots.
Only
Mr.
option
Jerry,
with
you're
the
not
bad
answering my
delays.
question. My question isn't what other options existed for voters. My question is, would you agree that there was a disruption of at least 20% of the vote centers in Maricopa that caused delays in the voting process?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already answered this question as to whether he characterizes it as a disruption.
Okay, I'll overrule. If you can answer it, you may, sir.
I'm not changing my response.
I refuse to call it a disruption.
Do you believe that did you hear of any reports of wait times to vote of over 60 minutes?
Yes, I did.
And what is the target wait time for in your model? Do you know?
On average, a half an hour.
I think in their model it said 6 to 8 minutes per vote. I think they're going to get to that. This was the.
Please turn to Bates stamped 047. It's page 17.
Still Exhibit 2, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You see the section entitled "Time Needed to Vote a Ballot," Mr. Jarrett?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the second paragraph under that section where it says, on average, we estimate that it will take voters between 4.4 and 6.4 minutes to vote in the 2022 primary ballot, and between 8.5 and 10.5 minutes to vote the 2022 November general election ballot?
That's to complete and fill out the ballot.
So is it your
what a crock? So why
testimony
would
then
it
that
take
30
longer
minutes
to?
is
So it take 10 minutes to fill out a ballot? Come on.
6 to I don't know how many issues were on the ballot. How many check boxes? What reading material is
10
there
minutes?
on a ballot?
10 minutes? Why is it going to take 10 minutes to fill out a ballot?
So even if it takes 6 to 10 minutes to fill out the ballot, then you're waiting in line for a half an hour. That's 40 minutes to vote. I mean, I don't know, Robert. Historically, what have been unjustifiable
It varies,
disruptions?
but usually it's 20, 30 minutes to get in there and out of there.
See, in Canada, I've
You
never.
wait 10 to 15 minutes, give or take. Takes you a few minutes, most of maybe 2 minutes, fill out a ballot. Rarely takes more than that. I don't see anybody takes much longer than that. It's not like you get to go in there and deliberate.
We get to look at it. We can even read it. Time needed to vote a ballot. The length of the ballot or a limited number of voting booths can also create wait times at voting locations. We have
limited
evaluated
number of voting booths. So I mean that means his time estimate. He's not talking about limiting number of voting booths because of how long it takes to fill out the ballot. Go ahead.
I know. Okay, so we have to evaluate the time that it takes to vote a ballot and establish sufficient capacity in our voting locations to reduce bottlenecks. For the August primary, this was retrospective. We anticipate 10 to 14 contested offices and 4 to 6 additional contests on the ballot. For the November general election, the majority of the ballots will have between 65 and 75 total contests. It's a big ass ballot. On average, we estimate that it will take between 4.4 to 6.4 minutes to vote the 2022 August primary ballots, and between 8.5 and 10.5 minutes to vote the 2022 November general election ballot. Based on these time estimates and the amount of time we have calculated to check in, we can determine how many voting booths are needed to eliminate bottlenecks in our voting centers. We've established the following voting location guidelines for the room size of a voting location and the number of check-in stations and voting booths to accommodate voters and minimize wait times. And then they go here. 14 to 2,000 square feet, 8 sites, 25 voting booths. 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, 12 site books, 30 voting booths. It's interesting. Okay, here, listen to this.
Time allotted projected for a normal election to enter into the vote center, cast your ballot, and leave.
No, our average was 30 minutes in line to check in, and then to a few minutes to receive their ballot, upwards of 8.5 to 10.5. So in the 2020 general election, 8.5 to 10.5 minutes to complete the ballot. And then there could be some time to then wait in line at the tabulator to put in their ballot and feed it into a tabulator.
Did you ever become aware of multiple reports at various vote centers in Maricopa County where wait times exceeded 2 hours?
Listen to this.
Exceeded 2 hours? No.
They didn't exceed 2 hours.
You were not aware of that?
Our data shows that we had some voting locations approaching 2 hours, not exceeding.
Even at some locations approaching 2 hours, would you consider that a disruption?
That's why we post wait times on our website, which was highly publicized and advertised. And all of those locations, we had close by locations. So for example, Biltmore was approaching 2 hours in the last hour of the voting day. With 2 miles away at Faith Lutheran, there was a voting location that had a 1 minute wait time during that same time, the longest time that last hour of the day. So there were options for voters to be able to participate even at those other voting locations.
What are you basing the accuracy of the reported wait times on?
On information that poll workers return to us. So it's the number of voters in line at that point in time. They report those every 15 minutes. And then we can calculate the wait time based on how long it would take someone to check in at a voting location.
So if those poll workers were testifying under oath of wait times exceeding 2 hours at multiple locations, how would that square with what the county was reporting on its system? Are they just mistaken or making it up?
People can make estimates, but unless they're actually timing them, they could be inaccurate. Our wait times are based off exactly how long it takes a voter to check in through that process and have a ballot printed, and based off those numbers of voters that are standing in line at that point in time.
And how is that figure calculated? You say it's
This is
based
the part
off of
I didn't
how do you
understand.
calculate it?
Based off prior elections, and so we can gauge how long it takes a voter to get checked in. Then we can also see how many voters are checking in at a voting location throughout the day.
Okay.
Robert, I'm going to put this on pause. I've been told there's a locals tip. Let's see if I can do this. If I can,
we have 5 or 6 of them.
Here, I'll read the first one, then you can get the other ones. I just lost it. Oh, hold on. I can do view more and I can see them all. Okay. Deb and Dogs. I don't know if there's a way for me to bring this up. Deb and Dogs sent a $5 tip. She says the ballot for the general was 2 pages. It took many people 30 minutes. I worked the polls with 2-hour-long wait times. That is Deb and Dogs. Mighty Pay with a $2 tip says, glad you're here to give your input on this, Robert. Thank you very much, Robert. And then we got a good meme. I can bring up the pictures, but I can't bring up the comment quite as easily. Hold on, I'll bring this one up. Although this is risky because I didn't look at it close enough before doing this. Tim Burton, Eat Your Heart Out. A Christmas film that's so good, for goodness sake. All right, Robert, what you want to read some of the other tips?
I mean, the others were mostly just comments or ones that I've already addressed.
Okay.
So my takeaway is that they established one component that they needed to establish, that a good evidentiary foundation for intentional printer tabulator issues at Maricopa County. And now the only question is consequence. And then the other big area that they have is ballot chain of custody that they've been allowed to. For those that don't know, the court did not allow them to present evidence of all the signature match problems, which would by themselves easily granted the right to a new election. And that's why, in my view, the court turned it down and applied a ludicrous laches doctrine.
Robert, you know what I can do here? Check this out. I have an idea. Boom. This won't be the most ideal way of doing it, but it'll be screen and screen. NJ2 Fla. I thought the security tech witness said the 19-inch image was visually different from the 20-inch, therefore shrink to fit would only appear smaller but not different. No, I think he meant visually different as in he could see more borders around the 19-inch that was shrink to fit. And then Joseph Kasky says, I love your work, Barnes and Viva. Went out of the app so I could send a few bucks. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. Thank you very much, Joseph. And let me see if I can scroll back up here to see how many, if I can, this might be the easy way to do it. Okay, we got Viva. This is Ken Media Reader. Why not challenge word button? It's just an attempt to color and mislead. There is no button, only secure access application option.
Right.
Who do we have coming up in the afternoon? Is going to be
the lawyers trying to play off idiots. In other words, everybody knows that there's a bunch of ways in which various technical errors can happen, and shrink to fit is something that people commonly do. And so that's what he's trying to play off of, is ignorance of the reality that in the election context, these things can only happen at the administrator level because everything's secure and password protected. If he's right, their security was a complete crock, right? I mean, there's no good defense they have. Either their security was so bad that some idiot could put shrink to fit and screw up all the ballots, or somebody at the security level intentionally made changes that created problems. Either one is a complete indictment. It's a confession that the heist could have been committed, and you're only arguing about whether you left the door unlocked or whether you unlocked the door yourself. So I thought that defense was very weak. Where the court will try to go is the other area, is my guess. The other area, which will be that it's not enough ballots that they can prove weren't counted for that reason. That's where the court's likely to go. But I think the court's wrong on that. But that's because the court doesn't want to overturn the election. And that the court admitted he didn't want to overturn it. Said so in the order. He'll find any excuse not to overturn it because he, and that's what happens when outsiders bring election contests. When insiders bring election contests, when it's the Democratic Party, when it's George W. Bush, courts are all ears. When it's an outsider like Kari Lake, they find 100 excuses not to overturn the election. But I think the best evidence of the day was the expert witness testimony. The fact that the government's witnesses, even though they're witnesses for Kari Lake, or Kari Lake called them, they were government witnesses. The fact that one of them is hiding out in Panama City to help run the election, and the other one is a sneaky, dodgy guy that was running apparently all the technology aspect, which tells you another big problem, and was not even admitting basic things like 2-hour plus delays or 2-hour delays.
Is
a disruption. Not being able to have your ballot counted is a disruption. Saying that's not a disruption, that's incredulous.
What's incredible is that someone pointed out, like the digital machines take longer to vote than paper and pencil ballots.
I don't like machines. Machines create all these risks and all these problems. Otherwise, they have to, they can still do it the old-fashioned way, literally stuff the ballot, literally destroy ballots, literally replace ballots. But what machines do is they allow 100 other creative ways for somebody to screw with an election. That's why I don't like machines' involvement. I think they should be a backup mechanism for digitizing ballots after ballots are already counted, after everything goes through. But all of the rest should be in paper. Isn't that the way they do it in Canada? Isn't most of it on paper?
It's all paper. You have to check in, show 2 pieces of ID if you don't have proper ID.
Man, the Canadians are racist.
Totally. It's outrageous. Here, I'm going to read these. I'm going to scroll up and get a few more. Eurozone 3030 says unreadable ballots are recreated by someone else for counting. 2, can this 19 to 20 open the door to a chain of custody or other charges or other dismissed charges?
The chain of custody charge was not dismissed. It's the other big issue they have.
Okay. Okay, this one I read already, and let's go all the way down. Look at this. I figured out a hack of sorts. I know that there's an external software that I'm told that could allow you to bring up the chat like you see in StreamYard, but Did we read this one? Okay, we read that one. Let's go a little more down because there was another one here. Not that this is driving everyone crazy to see. Oh, here we go. No, we got that one too as well. There was a new super chat that came in at the bottom. No, we saw that one as well. How far up did I go here? Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richard lied under oath. PAC pro-democracy Republicans of Arizona shrink to fit gates. Okay, here's a bunch. No, not password protected. Shrink to fit is unavailable to the election parameters it was specifically attested to.
Yes.
Puzzling says, if the court claims the print issue was resolved by counting the duplicates and chain of custody not of a concern, does Lake have a route to appeal to a higher court?
Yeah, Lake can appeal to both the Arizona Court of Appeals and the Arizona Supreme Court. But it's very unlikely, given their history, that they'll do anything better. Sadly.
Just Thinking says, a ballot style is a specific ballot layout. Maricopa response to Attorney General page 2, or AG, page 2 said they had over 12,000 ballot styles. How can anyone justify that many different ballot layouts?
Agreed. And that's why, the old system, for those people that don't know, is they come up with the ballot. I mean, I'll give you an example. They have used this excuse for years to prevent third-party and independent candidates from getting on the ballot late. So they create ridiculous deadlines for when a third party or independent candidate can get on the ballot way in advance of the election. Their excuse has always been, we have to send the ballot to the printer. And, and because we got to send this out, it has to conform. We have to have it approved by everybody. We have to make sure there's no error, risk of issues, et cetera. So obviously that's a crock in the modern era. I mean, if they're printing, changing, styling ballots digitally, whatever they want, however they want, such that, according to Maricopa County's own lawyer, they could just shrink to fit and screw it all up. But the way the process is supposed to work is everybody agrees on that. They show what the ballot will look like printed. Everybody agrees on it. Now you can have different ballots because you'll have different state, where you're voting will dictate whether certain elections are available in your local community, and you'll have county offices, state offices, city offices, et cetera. But and then they have ballots that get mailed out for the purposes of the military. Now, of course, mass mail-in balloting. But what's supposed to happen is you have strict chain of custody. Here's what our ballot's going to look like. Number one, everybody agrees on. Anybody who wants to contest it can. Then it goes to the printer, and they print a certain number of ballots. They come back, and then they either mail them out or give them out, and you have strict chain of custody on all of it. And if you, for some reason, the ballot has some problem with it, as was attested to, the traditional protocol is you print, and then you give them a second ballot, but you attach the two so that there's no double counting of the ballot. And so that ballot 1 matches ballot 2, that you don't replace a Kari Lake ballot with a Katie Hobbs ballot. Now, one of the reasons why Lake's people were all concerned is because on election day, she should have, by everybody's expectations, including media polls, she should have won by a bigger margin than she did. And then, so the question was, okay, could this have happened by some means other than voters' intent? And some of that's voter suppression and ballot exclusion and double counting ballots. But one way you could do it is to create a system that would create mass duplication. And the duplicate ballots either don't get counted, or the duplicate ballots change who the vote was for. And be honest with you, that's the only reason a duplicate ballot wouldn't be attached to the original ballot, is because you would look at it and say, hold on a second, this ballot says Lake, this ballot says Hobbs. I mean, that's what it looks to me like what happened in Arizona.
I'm looking now to see for the live feed, because I want to make sure. Right Side News has music playing, and it says they're ending their broadcast at 7 minutes. So hold on.
Yeah, because it will be coming up it will be live at noon my time.
They say
live, the trial should start back up in about 8 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying now. And I think Right Side News, I think they said programming alert broadcast ends on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter in 7.5 minutes. I think that means they're broadcasting, and then they're going to take it over to Rumble. Let me just cough for 1 second. But I'm trying to find a live. They're moving it to Rumble. Okay. I'm just trying to find a live feed on YouTube to continue watching from that doesn't involve the court calendar. Live feed has gone down. So this is where I'll show you all this here. This is where people were getting the Zoom feed. This used to be the live Zoom feed, and it seems to be not working for the time being.
Yeah, they probably don't. Some courts, just
Shut it down for lunch.
Yeah.
All right, and then this is Right Side News, which they're going to end on YouTube and go to Rumble. So if I have to go back and pull someone who gets the feed from Rumble, we can do that. And I'm just looking. Where was I looking? Here. And I don't see any live right now, but they might have just killed the stream for lunch. So, okay, we'll see what happens in 7 minutes. What do you have this afternoon?
Nothing particular.
Okay, so we'll keep going. While we're streaming, I might go and walk the dogs and maybe play with a kid who's been home with the sniffles today. Last day of school, and we're supposed to be going back to Canada for a little over a week. So we'll see if what happens crossing the border. We're gonna have. We don't know who the witnesses are this afternoon. Barris is slated to testify, but we don't know for how long or when necessarily.
Correct.
Okay. Laura was in the chat before. We brought up a couple of comments from her. And then tomorrow, do we know who's on the? Do you know who's on the witness list?
Tomorrow is the government's side.
Okay. Oh, it's going to be amazing.
The ballot chain of custody issue is the big next issue for Lakeside to get into.
So the ballot chain of custody. I guess explain what that means. They were getting at it a little bit in that they were saying, people vote at voting centers, and then what's the chain of custody? They got into it with the second guy, not the one from the office. They said, who watches it? Do you know how many there are when it goes from the voting center, the voting booths to the counting centers? And
the problem with all this computer system stuff is you first of all, you don't have a single source of origin of limited ballots being printed, because they can, anytime the computer you can just print a ballot from the computer. And so that it interrupts the whole ballot chain of custody by itself. And what they detailed in the complaint was a range of issues about ballot chain of custody, particularly involving that private vendor that has its own issues and ramifications. And so we'll see if they can prove what they presented as the evidence concerning that. And so that's what I'm most. That's their other evidentiary claim that the court allowed to go forward.
All right, let me see something here. Let me keep looking for. Is there an update on the Viva merch store? There isn't. There might be an update on the merch store coming during the stream. If there is, I'll pull it up, and if not, I'll just show the standard merch. And the idea of do you know what the protocol is for the chain of custody? Like, I appreciate it.
There's a bunch. The problem with the way they do with machines is there's a bunch of opportunities for interference with ballot chain of custody. But here's the traditional ballot chain of custody. You limit the printing of ballots. You give them out at certain precincts on election day. People come in, you hand them the ballot, and you have a limited number of ballots that have ever got printed. Then duplicate ballots get attached if there has to be a problem with the first ballot for the purposes of counting the ballot. And then those ballots are stored in a secure manner. And as he was talking about, sealed, not, Scotch tape kind of thing, but with better, more effective means, so that the reason for what he was saying, the witness at the end about sealing, what he means is there's certain ways to preserve access such that you will know if somebody breached the seal. When you just Scotch tape it, someone can just cut it up, open it up, do whatever they want with the ballots, and then re-Scotch tape it. That's not a secure system at all. And that's what he was saying he witnessed. So and they got back into that after the judge had excluded that evidence. It's kind of dumb on their part. I think he thought he had some genius point. Oh, we had tape on it. It was actually sealed, wasn't it? That's somebody who appears to not. You see both the arrogance and the incompetence of Maricopa County in their very defense. The way the witnesses have testified, how they've arrogantly taken the proceedings. One going on vacation and showing up in his T-shirt in a condo. The other one denying that a multiple hour delay could possibly be called a simple disruption on election day. And then you see it in the questioning by the Maricopa County lawyers that they don't take it seriously and they're utterly incompetent. in the way they go about this process. So arguing shrink to fit is somehow an excuse when that's as damning as anything else about the ineptitude of the Maricopa County election officials. And this is why courts never want the world to see these proceedings, because people see this, they see the arrogance, they see the incompetence.
And this was the question. Thank you, Barry Krem. Yes, please. Viva, please mention the chain of custody issue mentioned by Stephen Richer. It was Richer, not the second guy. No one counted the ballots before they left the voting centers going to MC Tech. Richer said when they take them, I hear something in the background, that when they take them back from the voting centers, they don't count them. They don't know how many are there. They just take them and then they go count them at MC Tech, which I thought was a problem.
Yeah. And I prefer the old way where you counted at the precincts and then the precincts would call it into the county. Centralized ballot counting creates lots of opportunities for election fornication. But one of those is the chain of custody of those ballots from the precinct to the downtown location.
And I want to see if I can find anybody who has a good feed. I've got a feed here. Let me just bring this one up until I find a better one, because Right Side News is going to Rumble. So we got this. I think I could make this bigger. How did I make this bigger? This. So let's deal with this for the time being, because they're coming back. And when I find a better feed on RSB, I don't want to, I guess I can go find them on Rumble. Hold on. Let me see if I can find them on Rumble here. RSBN. Then I'm going to get up and stretch my legs and pee again. Okay, so let's see. Their Rumble feed looks good. Hold on. Actually, that's just an ad. Just got it. Okay, so they've still got music.
All right, this is CV 2022-095403. This is Lake versus Hobbs et al. Continuation of the hearing on the election challenge. Present for the record are parties or representatives in their respective counsel. We have Mr. Parikh still on the witness stand under oath, and we are ready to continue with the cross-examination. This will be by Ms. Khanna, I believe.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the opportunity to streamline over
Very
the lunch
loud.
break, we have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Well then. Okay.
I have a very brief redirect. A few points, Your Honor.
No, that is fine. You get redirect. I'm smiling because I have a lawyer characterizing something as brief. Every time I've had
I do
that,
my best, Your Honor.
excuse my smile. But this is redirect. Mr. Olson, you may proceed.
Mr. Parikh, Mr. Liddy asked you some questions about duplicate ballots. And kind of like, hey, if there was a shrink to fit, that was no big deal because the duplicate would be captured or accepted by the tabulator. What happens during the duplication process?
The original ballot is examined. Another clean ballot is set beside it, and the ballot is duplicated. All those votes are transferred and verified.
In the duplication process, could the image of a 19-inch image from the original be transposed onto a 20-inch ballot?
As the duplicated ballot?
Yes. In other words, if you had a 19-inch image on 20-inch paper, the original image, and then the ballot is duplicated and run through the scanner, could the duplicated ballot be brought up to a 20-inch image? Or
Yes, it should be. If the ballot was originally 20-inch ballots, the blank ballot that they would bring to put the votes, transfer the votes to, would be 20-inch. So yes, it would be tabulated.
It would necessarily be moved to a 20-inch image in order to be tabulated.
That's the only way it could be tabulated.
Yes, and
people, bear with me. I'm doing this right now. Here, we're just going to go. I can't deal with that not seeing the screen for the witness. This is Right Side News. They seem to have a good. Here we go. Play.
Could
Oh, come on.
The duplicated ballot
be brought up to a
There we go.
20-inch image? Or could
Better.
Yes, it should be. If the ballot was originally 20-inch ballots, the blank ballot that they would bring to put the votes, transfer the votes to, would be 20-inch. So yes, it would be tabulated.
it would necessarily be moved to a 20-inch image in order to
Yes,
be tabulated?
that's the only way it could be tabulated.
Yes, and at the point of duplication, anything could happen to alter or not the original ballot, correct? If you're duplicating a ballot,
yes,
what's to stop somebody from altering the ballot from its original?
Objection, Your Honor. My apologies. This is beyond the scope of direct and cross, I believe. He's asking for new opinions that he never offered.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Liddy is the one who brought up duplication and that it was no big deal. This is directly relevant to his examination and implication that duplication means that no harm, no foul.
I agree with you in terms of the scope of redirect. I'm a little concerned about foundation, but
She didn't raise foundation.
Yes,
Why
Your
would the
Honor.
judge
go ahead
offer
and
that?
ask whatever questions. You, Mr. Liddy, you're
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize, but the duplication process is in Title 16. It's a very important part of the process. I would never and have never characterized it as no big deal, and I object to his mischaracterization
Aw.
of my description of that important process.
Give me 10 minutes, people. I'm going to
Not
go
a problem.
squeeze
So noted.
Pudge.
Mr. Olson, do you have another
Back.
question, please?
Mr. Parikh, Mr. Liddy asked you if you had asked for the duplicated ballots. And you said in the beginning, your testimony is that you had asked Mr. Jarrett and were given an answer that there was no way to trace. And then subsequent to that, when you were asked the question again, you said you did not ask. What was the distinction that you were drawing in terms of asking for the duplicated ballot?
I thought Mr. Liddy was asking me if I had planned on, if it was in my plan of what I selected and wanted to see as far as the sample size. And I did not plan that. I did not plan that. It was made clear there was time taken to ensure that all the inspectors were aware of how the process would be, the amounts we were allowed and all that. And they were provided to us. And when they were, I asked I did ask where the duplicated were, but that was as part of the court order process to look at those.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you, so that the record is clear, when you asked for the duplicated ballot while you were there at MTech, what was and who did you ask again? Was it Mr. Jarrett?
Mr. Garrett, yes.
And what was his response?
He said they would have to get techs and it would take up to a week to trace that down.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Jarrett testify that there was no way that a 19-inch image was placed on 20-inch paper in the November 2022 general election, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is there any way that a 19-inch ballot image placed on 20-inch paper in this election in Maricopa, whether it was tabulated by the vote center tabulator or the tabulators at MTech, that 19-inch ballot image would be accepted by the tabulator?
There's no way a 19-inch image on 20-inch paper could be accepted by the tabulator.
You also examined early votes, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you testified that those were votes that were printed by Runback.
Yes, sir.
Did you see out of any of those early votes that you inspected or observed a 19-inch image on 20-inch paper?
No, sir, I did not.
So the 19-inch image on 20-inch paper was only an existing condition on the ballot on demand printed ballots, which were the day of the election. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, that's accurate.
What did I miss? Refresh.
You took a picture of those ballots side by side in your report, correct?
I did not take the picture physically. The photograph was provided to me.
Okay.
When I initially saw it, it may not to a normal voter or user that looks to pick this up, but again, I examined all types of media in all types of ways, and it jumped out at me, and I requested to get a copy of that image because to me, that was very damning. And then that photograph was an overlay, and it did confirm my conclusions that it was a shrinkage and that
Should there ever be, as Mr. Liddy characterized, a shrink to fit ballot that comes out for some people's ballots and not others?
I'm here to state the technical scientific facts. I gave the options. Mr. Liddy's assumption of a shrink to fit is inaccurate, and to boot, or to further on add, that if the ballot definition is 20 inches and you print it on 20-inch paper, shrink to fit will do nothing. The margins will be exactly the same as they are on a regular ballot, and they should be tabulated. But what he referred to cannot happen. The only other technical possibility for that happening is if somebody messed with the print drivers and made, even though 20-inch paper was loaded, made the printer think it was 19 inches, and that would cause the shrink to fit. That is the only technical option that would address Mr. Liddy's scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Parikh. No further questions, Your Honor.
It's good testimony.
May we excuse the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Parikh. You're
You,
excused, sir.
you done good. I still don't know what his name is, but Prisher? No, that was Richard. Was first name. What's this guy's name? How do you spell it? He done good.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to call Aaron Smith.
Who's Aaron Smith? There's a super chat that I missed. Why do I think Viva has a squatty potty?
Your Honor, I'm not sure that we have Mr. Smith on the witness list.
Absolutely was disclosed.
On the witness list, we just filed with the court yesterday?
I'll have to look, but I know that we disclosed him.
By the way, just to answer that question, Peckerwood, my wife did get me a squatty potty for Christmas about 6 years ago. It did nothing. In your opinion, how bad was the incompetency for the county? I am IT in the Navy, and everything he said is spot on. Incompetence might be a very favorable way of describing it. Now, what I might do is put my pulsing avatar on and go entertain a child for maybe 20 or 30 minutes and then come back, but I can listen while I do that. This is an odd mistake.
It's right there.
Okay, there you go. Witnesses on the list.
The list I'm looking at, Your Honor, does show Aaron Smith designated as a witness. If Your Honor wants to give me a few minutes, I can go through my emails and
looking at what the court was given, and
I don't know that we provided that list, Your Honor. I mean,
I think you filed it. We also, I think there was an email communication from plaintiff's counsel expressly asking us to take Mr. Smith off of the list.
Boom.
trying to find out who Mr. Smith is and where he is. So
Mr. Smith.
Can you show me that list then?
Mr. Smith, I can't stand the smell of this place. Well, if they're objecting to Mr. Smith, he might have something that they don't want him to testify to.
Witness list.
Travis Ryder. Hey, Robert. I hope, Travis, you didn't mean to include a comment. If you did, put a comment in not super chat and I'll bring it up. Looking at Rumble here, Hobbs' lawyer looks very dodgy. Euro Wars. I agree, Viva. It's boring. This is they quibble over procedural stuff. Who's Mr. Smith?
I mean, basically, yeah, that's the Mr. Smith in the library with the lead pipe. I loved Clue as a kid.
I didn't know who that was. I thought that was a more sinister joke. Does Viva have piles? What are piles? Hemorrhoids?
No idea.
I won't answer the other question just
Your
in
Honor,
case.
at this time, we would call Bradley Benincourt.
Oh, so Bradley Benincourt. So Mr. Smith is gone. I guess they agreed not to.
Well, they can always call him later as they review the status of their interaction.
They're trying to find who's Mr. Smith.
I thought Smith was one of the state's tech people. I thought, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Well, I can tell you, I already don't like the color of the tie of the person who just walked in front of the camera. I'm joking, people, just trying to show that I'm observational. That's a very personal question. Don't answer it. What are piles? Hold on, I'm Googling this right now. Although that might answer the question if I have to Google it. Hold on. Piles. What are piles?
Your Honor, we're going to have a change of plans and call Heather Hunt.
Okay, they're hemorrhoids. It's not that personal of a
I
question.
couldn't catch that. I heard change of plans and he turned around.
Heather Hunt.
We're going to call another witness, Your Honor, Heather Hine.
Heather Hine. Okay.
Sorry about that, Your Honor.
Okay, let's change the subject slightly, people.
Is the witness waiting outside?
Yes, she's coming in now.
Could you just hold on 1 second, have her stay outside just a
Hold on
second?
1 second.
Thank you. This was another issue that was raised in the 807 notice by plaintiffs that they were going to use hearsay. I apologize, Mr. Olson, you're having a hard time hearing me, and I'll try and speak up. The disclosure that I received had listed. So all I have is information that this witness is going to testify about a voicemail from someone with a first name, no last name.
Well, Your Honor.
I don't have any substance.
Yeah, okay, it's a voicemail from somebody by the name of Betty, who identifies herself as working at the Department of Elections for Maricopa County. The voicemail was left to my client in response to a FOIA request, a Public Records Act request that was made for chain of custody documentation. And the voicemail, we believe, Your Honor, is a statement against interest, because they basically say, well, don't know.
Okay.
It has been disclosed, Your Honor.
They're saying an anonymous recording, a recording from someone they don't know.
In other words, how would how would somebody know to call this
Your
person
Honor, I will
to respond to
Number
a
one, I'm gonna- Thank you,
Public
Your Honor. I'm
Records
gonna
Act
object
request unless they are
to calling
working for
this
the government
witness
who received the Public
for the
Records Act
purposes
request.
of testifying about hearsay testimony by somebody named Betty, who is not a party in this case, and therefore cannot make any statements, admissions on behalf of the party. And this so-called voicemail has no authentication, so I would object on foundation as well, Your Honor.
I can understand it.
It hasn't been disclosed.
A voicemail from someone they
To
don't.
me, you present the evidence, and what he's arguing about is the credibility of the evidence, not its
Your Honor,
admissibility.
Betty identifies herself as someone working in the Maricopa County Department of Elections. She also identifies that she is responding to my client regarding a Public Records Act request that was, I'm sorry, I said my client. She was responding to my witness regarding a Public Records Act request. It was my client who made that Public Records Act request. And Betty is explaining in the voicemail that they're still looking for the records, but they have no idea, and she's got to go on vacation, so she should call back and talk to somebody else. This is a Public Records Act request, Your Honor, that is directly relevant to the trial here today.
That's not my problem. I agree with you. I see the relevance of what you're arguing. My problem and where I'm focusing my questioning is the authentication and the disclosure of this, because you're asking for this under 807 as an exception, because there's not another recognized exception to the hearsay rule, and I didn't see anything disclosed. You're telling me this today this is the first I'm hearing it. So
Well, Your Honor,
Uh-oh, what happened to the audio?
the exception, when everything else is gone, this is the Hail Mary that says,
understood, Your Honor.
I've got nothing else, Judge.
Put it in 807, just against interest, especially in this case. We have pending litigation between my client and the county regarding their operation of this election, Your Honor. And it is a statement made by Betty identifying herself as an employee of the Maricopa County Records Department. My witness, Your Honor, will get on the stand and testify that she deals with Betty with respect to public.
Audio keeps getting cut out.
So that's your offer of proof that your client will, not client, your witness was going to testify that this is a known person to her. In other words, she could recognize a voice. She knows.
Oh, this audio is annoying her. Hold on. Let me see if the other audio is better.
It's request. Did I get it right?
You got it right, Your Honor.
Ready?
That's the right
Your Honor,
protocol,
first,
is to
we have not
offer,
received
make an
this.
offer of proof.
We'd object on
Proffer.
that basis.
Here's
And
what
second,
this witness will
there is no
testify
Betty
to.
that's a
So we
party.
preserve it for the
We
appellate
can't
record.
authenticate who she is,
Mhm.
and she cannot make an admission on behalf of any of the
Those
parties
are
in this
issues
litigation.
to
And the
credibility,
fourth, Your Honor, is
right?
a public
Not
record request
admissibility.
is not one of the two counts before this court at this time.
She clearly can authenticate the voicemail. He's confusing authentication with whether
records
this person
request,
is
Your
credibly who
Honor,
they claim to
is
be on the
specifically
voicemail. Two
aimed
separate
at
matters.
Mr.
That's not an
Richards' testimony this morning that they
authentication
have
issue.
documents related
Authentication
to
is
chain of
this is
custody
in
for
fact the
election day
real
activity.
voicemail I
When they
received.
don't, Betty says on this voicemail, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. This is
Somebody
now
somebody
counsel's
noted that they
testifying.
didn't realize Gary
I'm
Busey's
not
a lawyer.
testifying, I'm making argument, Your Honor, regarding the evidence.
What you're making is an offer of proof, correct, Mr. Lem?
I'm doing that as well. And I can submit one formally if you would like, Your Honor. But in terms of offering proof to this court, my witness will testify that she is familiar with Betty. My witness will testify that her employees are familiar with Betty. My witnesses will testify that she works with Betty in getting records from Maricopa County in response to FOIA requests, Your Honor.
And you've also told me that this was disclosed previously. Yes?
I am, Your Honor, yes.
When was it disclosed to?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this last week has been like 4 months. And if you want, Your Honor, it's gonna take me a good 45 minutes to look for our disclosures.
Stop 1 second. You're an officer of the court. I'm just asking for your word. If you tell me it was within.
I'm telling you it was disclosed, Your Honor.
You're telling me within the last week?
Yes, Your Honor.
Close to this morning, something like that.
Your Honor, that I have created on 2 separate occasions at their request that I give them access to all of our records via a link so they can go online and download them. And I can show this court that I provided them at least 2 links to do so.
Wait a minute. I don't want to waste a bunch more time on this. We've already spent a lot of time on it. I'm just down to the last little consideration, which is disclosure, so they're not shocked by this. Disclosure is different than saying, here's where all my stuff is, you can dig it out, or it's in there somewhere. This would be a specific, you did a specific notice under 807. And so you realized that there's an issue with the authentication and the hearsay. So all I'm looking to do is verify that this is not something brand new today in terms of identifying this witness in court today.
It is not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Letty?
Your Honor, we've been able to find under 73 and 74, document titled placeholder for voicemail. And then E, document titled placeholder for voicemail. I would, Your Honor, that does not fit the requirement for disclosure.
You're going to play the voicemail?
Yes, I am, Your Honor, but that is the court's exhibit list.
Gary
I
Busey
am
and Nick
not
Nolte
allowed
get
to
confused.
upload audio visual files to the court system. I had an assistant come by and drop before noon, it was just before noon, a flash drive, which was rejected. They have these audio recordings, Your Honor. I would guarantee you, as they stand here today,
They know who Betty is.
Oh, wait, stop.
Somebody knows who Betty is because she works in the elections department.
When I say stop, I mean stop. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
First of all, your understanding of the website uploading links is different than mine. You can upload those. Second of all, you did bring a flash drive by yesterday, but your office was told we can't do that. The clerk of the court uploads and the exhibits. And so those have to be uploaded through that website link. And apparently there isn't anything uploaded there.
It depends on how
Your
you
Honor,
get voicemail.
Is there
Yeah,
uploaded
it could
today?
have been no caller
They
ID.
were
Some voicemails don't
uploaded
have.
to the, we
don't
took
list the
everything we
number.
had in our disclosure and we uploaded it to the system.
I mean, original voicemail never included the number. It's only your, current, mobile apps and things like that that do that.
Yeah, we used to, growing up, we used to have to leave our number for someone to
Of
call us
course,
back.
absolutely, absolutely.
The
I
clerk is
remember
telling me
answering
that
machines.
they don't
Remember
have
answering
your
machines?
exhibit uploaded. So what you would be doing is playing something extraneous that you have that's
Right.
not been uploaded into the system.
Ugh, this uploaded crap. Okay, there's audio issues with. There's another feed where
I'm not doubting you, Mr. Blem, in that regard at all. Coming back to this, what I wanted to focus on is whether the defense had notice of this or not. Have you heard the voicemail before?
No, Your Honor, I have not heard the voicemail. None of the attorneys here have heard the voicemail. And we can avow that there's no one in the Department of Elections, Public Records Department named Betty.
Well, here's what I'm going to do, okay? Because it's taking too long. You can call your witness can testify, and cross-examination can happen, but not play the video or the audio clip because it's not uploaded, it's not in the system. I don't have that disclosed.
Your Honor, based on representations by counsel, we could always play it real quick before I bring the witness in. Counsel represented that there's no one by that name who works at the elections department.
No, we're not going to go there. I'm not going to have an evidentiary hearing on this issue. Okay, it was raised earlier in your notice. I told you that the attachment wasn't there. Now it's not in the exhibits. We're just going to move on. You can go ahead and call your witness. There'll be cross-examination. You can redirect, but we're not going to play a clip that's not uploaded and not previously disclosed under 807. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would your honorable court reconsider if I can go online at some point today before I'm done with my witness?
Because they can't upload it, they can't
and
play
show
it.
Something that says you cannot
Welcome to
upload
modern
audio
courts.
visual files.
This is ridiculous.
It is.
What is the court? The court didn't need to have it beforehand. They can look at the evidence
No.
afterwards.
Exactly.
I tried to
And
do that, Your
again,
No,
this
I don't
goes
have no
to
doubt you tried.
credibility rather than admissibility.
Not just that, like under Quebec law, you refuse to
Okay.
allow evidence. It's
I'm listening to
immediate
two
appeal.
sources. The clerks,
Hear the damn
since
audio.
statehood, the clerk of the court has been separate from Maricopa County Superior Court for whatever reasons
Who
were decided at the
cares?
time of statehood. So they have a separate system. I cannot tell the clerk of the court how to do business. They run the exhibits. And so I'm looking to that website at my understanding of it, my clerk telling me what can be uploaded. I am not doubting you, Mr. Blem, that you tried to upload the exhibit.
I'm just not going to hear
The
it.
operative question is whether or not it's a surprise to them, meaning the defendants, because they have not heard the video clip. That would be something, whether it's uploaded or not, you would have given them previously.
All right.
So your question to me is whether I would reconsider that ruling after having heard the evidence, if you'd make an offer of proof separate and apart from the witness's
But
testimony.
what does the proof have to do
yes,
with
Your Honor.
uploading it?
Okay.
Just get the witness will say what it
I'll
was on
accept
the
that.
audio.
You can go ahead and make an offer of proof. Do you have that right now?
The
Offer?
audio recording?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, we can pull it up.
Well, that's what I want you to do for your offer of proof.
Okay, so I'm not sure what I'm
All right,
sending.
and may I play it, Your Honor?
Playing it for me. Yes.
Yes, that's what I mean, Your Honor.
This is part of your offer of proof, Mr. Blem.
I'll give the judge credit.
Let's
He's
see.
trying to help the lawyer say, here's how you do this properly.
Just Offer the
Just
proof.
call it an offer of proof.
And I
Here's the
hear it.
offer. And he just and what is he's just instinctually responding as a lawyer, as an advocate. Hey, this is why it's so important, Judge. This is why it's so important. And Judge is like, just call it an offer of proof. That's how you get it into the record.
It is listed as Q1.1.
Okay, now I'm anticipating that we're going to clip this audio of the voicemail.
That's placeholder.
Okay, so he's going to say,
And now, Your Honor, I'm hoping she didn't say she was Betsy.
Hi, Michelle. This is Betty.
"Oh, you better not glitch."
Hi, Michelle. This is Betty calling with the Maricopa County Elections
Betty?
Department. I'm so sorry that I'm calling you back so late after getting your message yesterday. I still don't have information. Christy is waiting to receive information as to where that document is. We haven't forgotten. We just haven't heard back. And I just wanted to give you that update, which is really not an update, but it is still on our to-do list to see where we can get that
Why
for
would
you.
this person be fake?
Once we do have it, we will call
The
you
county
and
is
let you
playing
know.
some games with this.
I am
Unnecessarily,
actually
I
going
think.
to start my holiday tomorrow, and I'm going to be off all through the following week. So if you need to touch base, I would say go ahead and touch base directly with Christy. And then, she can provide any
really
updates, but she
need this
knows that we
voicemail.
need to get you that information and reach back out to you. So that's all I have. I know it's not much, but I wanted to at least get you that information. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. And if I don't talk to you, have a fabulous Christmas and New Year, and perhaps we'll talk in the New Year. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sounds like a state official.
Hi, Michelle. This is Betty calling with the Maricopa County Elections Department.
Is this
Same one.
is that the same one?
Everyone's
thing is,
going on.
The witness can get up and testify.
Good.
I filed
Okay.
this request.
Very good.
I haven't got back the responsive
All right.
documents. What they've told me is they
That would
don't
make
have
an
them.
interesting crank phone call, Your Honor. That somebody identifies themselves from the Maricopa County
Yeah, I mean,
Elections Department,
the government's argument
stating their name
is
and
nonsensical.
saying,
How
"We're
did
still
somebody know
waiting
to
for
call this
records
person? How did they
responsive to
know
your
her
request."
number? How did they know she'd filed a Public Records
Your
Act
Honor,
request? Why does she
my
sound like
client
this?
will testify
The-
as to who
The
this
county's
individual
not
is.
making a credible defense.
I'm
So it
sorry,
shows you
not
how
my client,
incredulous
my
they are.
witness. My witness will testify, Your
Why are
Honor,
they covering up
that
a
she
witness
interacts
like
with
this?
this individual,
Okay.
and she's fulfilling FOIA requests from the Maricopa County Recorder's Office.
Very good. Okay. Go ahead and call your witness. I'm going to give it the weight I deem appropriate.
That's all right.
And,
There you go.
There
when all
you
the dust
go.
settles,
That's
but
where
you
you
can
should
go
have
ahead and call your
always gone,
witness.
Judge.
Thank
This
you, Your
wasn't
Honor.
an authenticity issue. This was not an authenticity is this voicemail what I claim it is?
Yeah.
Whether that person is who they say they are is not an authentication issue. That is a issue of credibility of whether or not it is who they purport to be. But that's not, and it's a hearsay
Ma'am,
issue.
if you could
but
just
it's
come
not an
forward, if
authenticity
you would,
issue.
and stand in front of my clerk,
Confused.
raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
I'm just amazed that everybody's going on vacation.
Oh yeah. For anybody in the chat that says I would just like to hear the hearing, go over to the
Ma'am,
other
if you could just
places
move your
that
way,
don't have commentary.
make your way
I'll
around
give
to
you
the
the Nick
witness stand and have a
Ricada
seat.
warning. We will be commenting here. That's why we're here. In the
As
words
soon
of
as
Oliver
she's
North's
situated,
lawyer, I'm
you
not a
may
potted
proceed,
plant.
Mr. Klein.
Good afternoon, Miss Honey. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Heather Honey.
What do you do, Miss Honey, for a living?
I'm an investigator.
Her
I'm
last
also
name
an
is Honey?
auditor. I do supply chain consulting as well.
How long have you engaged in that type of work?
Man, you'd get into so many sexual harassment suits.
Over 30 years.
Hey, honey, what's up?
30 years. Yeah. And so, what do you do as an investigator? You just investigate?
Yeah, I mean, I do corporate investigations. I do, as I mentioned, supply chain investigations, counter diversion, those sorts of things. And recently, over the course of the last about 2.5 years, our research has sort of expanded into, sort of the government accountability, transparency, and elections.
She's a true believer.
I do.
What is open source research?
Open source investigations, open source intelligence is just the use of publicly available information, public records to do investigations or research.
All right. So like Maricopa County Elections Department records, would that be correct?
I do love
Yes.
ours.
And you
All
can
that
get
little
those
guy
through
showing
how?
up randomly. I just
In
love that.
Arizona, it's a public records request. That's you submit.
All right. And so in terms of your work doing open source investigations and things of that nature, I know you're shy, but I also know you teach people. Can you give me some background in
This
that area?
guy's more your conventional.
Yeah, I do
trial lawyer type,
training on
street
open
trial
source
lawyer type.
investigations, open source research. I've been doing that sort of training for about 5 years now, and I
Good voice though.
instruct
He has a
people.
good voice.
Who do
in
you
terms of
train on
tone,
behalf of?
depth.
Well, I'm a small business owner. I own my own company, and I wrote my own curriculum, and I train clients, military clients, special forces. I train law enforcement. I train private corporations, and I train journalists as well. Right, so that's an awesome use of open source investigation skills for journalism.
And I think you said special forces?
Yeah.
Do you do any work with the department or the DEA? I'll just abbreviate.
I don't believe I've ever had students from the DEA. I mean, like Secret Service, like I said, law enforcement agencies, local police departments, those sorts of things.
All right, very good. And so you said you also got involved in election integrity issues. How long ago?
About 2.5 years ago now.
2.5 years ago? Okay. And
No, Public
just
Records Act go to
what
the
states have
agency
you
that
done
has
research
them.
in?
Generally, that's
Well, some of
very-
our research has
almost
been
always
in
part of the
all 50
executive
states.
branch. And they don't
Specifically, we
call it
looked
FOIA
into
usually at the state
vulnerabilities in the
level. They're called
UOCAVA,
sunshine
the
requests, open records
non-military
requests,
UOCAVA
or public
voters.
records requests.
In addition to that, we've done very specific types of research in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Arizona, and a little bit of stuff in Georgia as well.
All right. And so
Where they
with
fornicated the
respect
last
to
election.
your work in the state of Arizona. You know what is the EPM?
Yeah, the Election Procedures Manual. Familiar?
And I would like to pull up the Elections Procedures Manual right now, Your Honor, Exhibit 60. All right, and can you see the monitor in front of you?
Can.
Does that appear to be the Elections Procedures Manual?
It does.
Are you fairly well versed in that document?
I mean, I haven't committed it to memory in its entirety, but I'm familiar with the relevant statutes as they relate to the research that I've done in Arizona.
Thank you. And so let's talk about just generally, explain to this court how you became knowledgeable about Arizona elections as it relates specifically to the issue of chain of custody.
Yeah, so obviously the idea here, I mean, I do like vulnerability assessments, I do supply chain consulting. So what you're looking for, right, is researching what are the vulnerabilities in the election system, for example. And so one of the areas that we looked at was the Dropbox chain of custody. And the election procedure manual specifically has guidelines on starting on page 61, item number 7. There are about 8 specific requirements that the recorder is required to do regarding the chain of custody of Dropbox ballots. So in addition to the EPM, when we were researching this, we spoke with representatives who had actually participated in the process. We talked to ballot couriers who had actually retrieved ballots from Dropboxes. We spoke with Celia in the Maricopa County elections department. She was very helpful. She provided a lot of really useful information in terms of their process. The EPM is sort of the guideline for the entire state, but how each county implements the process is different. For example, we did research and investigations into the chain of custody in a couple of elections in Arizona. Several in Maricopa, but we also looked at the process in Pima County as well.
So you've spent a great deal of time talking to people in Arizona that actually work in the elections department,
Yes.
that actually work at Runback?
Well, I mean, I spoke with Jeff Ellington about, I want to say nearly a year ago or so, and he was able to answer a bunch of questions that I had about how Runback works. Jeff Ellington is the CEO of Runback. And recently I had the opportunity to talk to a Runback employee who provided a declaration in this case.
Okay. And you also have the opportunity to work with other election integrity experts and attorneys
Yes.
in the state of Arizona?
I do.
All right.
I better get
And
to where
so
they're going
let's
fast.
go back to
I'm getting
Pennsylvania.
bored here.
Pennsylvania is where you got your start, isn't it?
Well, I'm from Pennsylvania, so that's what definitely piqued my interest in sort of the vulnerabilities in the election system and what can be done to fix that.
In Pennsylvania, I believe it was 2020, wasn't it?
Yes.
What did you identify as a particular vulnerability in Arizona at that time?
Well, in Pennsylvania, I think you mean.
Yes, Pennsylvania.
So
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your
Yeah, I
Honor,
was gonna say
just
the
get
judge is going to
sustained.
get bored with the broad context.
Yeah, I mean, this. I still don't know what she's going to testify
All
on.
right.
I mean, she's there to testify. She
So with
requested
respect
very
to the state
particular
of
records that
Arizona,
relate to
yeah.
chain of custody, and they
How
couldn't
many
produce.
elections have you looked at in the state of Arizona with respect specifically to the chain of custody issue?
3.
3. Which ones?
I
were
would
they?
have started off with the
It was the
request,
2020
and
election.
then used it.
There was a
Explain
2021.
why did you
I'm sorry,
request
2022
this? Why did you
municipal
request
election,
this?
and
What
then
were you
this
looking for?
2022
What did you need
general.
to see? What was
Okay.
your understanding was
And
supposed to be
so
there?
I've
Use
got
the
a
request form.
demonstrative
The judge would then
presentation,
be
Your Honor, I
okay
would
with
like to
this
pull up.
process,
And
with these questions.
It has
But this
citations to
process
all of
is
our exhibits.
tuning the judge out rather than in.
Your Honor, I'd like a moment to review this with my co-counsel before it's published to the witness.
That'd be fine.
Objection, boredom. I might have to go make something to eat sooner than later. Oi! So she's the one who formulated the FOIA request of her own volition because she investigates.
She's become a well self-educated person on how elections work because she woke up after 2020 and used her document open source investigative skill set to be able to figure out what should be there and how to track and trace. And when she requested certain key records that should be there, they weren't there. Records that would go to the core of the ballot custody issues.
Your Honor, I'm going to object in that this
excuse me,
exhibit, which seems to be more of an exhibit than demonstrative, contains many
handwritten notes,
signatures from individuals whose signatures should not be published to the public, Your Honor.
Where is this ludicrous claim coming that signatures are private records?
Well, but hold on. Is this what she got? Is this what she got through the request?
Let me ask a question, if I could.
Yeah.
Please. Mr. Flynn, are these signatures related to the 2020 election in Arizona?
You know, I believe these are.
May I answer that question?
Yes.
No,
these-
not to me.
These are related to 2022. This is the 2022 election, Your Honor. The documents contained within this PowerPoint are from the 2022 election. They were all provided either in response to my client's FOIA request, or they are public source documents that are published online, including, there's a citation right off the bat, Your Honor, for the EPF. And so there's nothing in here that's been a surprise. This chart made by my client has also been disclosed. And with respect to the signatures, Your Honor, signatures are public all the time. Signatures of voters, people check their lists, their roster lists. I'm sorry, I'm not active in politics, so I don't know what it's called when you run for office.
Somebody in the
You
live
gotta go
chat
get,
at locals,
whatever it is,
said
enough
that
signatures to get on the ballot.
professional
Those are
Googler
always,
might be the
those are
right
accessible
word, which
to
is
the
probably true.
public. Okay, I can go on the county recorder's webpage right now.
Open source investigative expertise just
And
sounds
I
much
can
better.
pull up titles, deeds, financial documents, all kinds of
My
records.
favorite is
that
open source
specifically
intelligence,
contain
OSINT.
signatures.
Sounds so
These
authoritative.
documents, Your Honor, which I'm going to move all of the underlying documents into the record contain no PII. We're not talking about birth dates, social security numbers. We're not talking about driver's license. We're talking about Maricopa County's own documents.
Mr. Liddy?
Your Honor, if I heard counsel correctly, he wants to move these in as exhibits, so therefore they're not a demonstrative. And they have not been provided on his exhibit list.
I'll tell you what, the moment I come across the document that has not been provided on my exhibit list, this court doesn't have, and I'll stop with a demonstrative. Demonstrative exhibit into the record. I may do so after my client, my witness testifies, Your Honor. But right now, I would like to walk through this demonstrative, which is based on documents received from open source. The EPM, you can go online. You can documents that were provided by Maricopa County.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
These documents appear to fall under Title 16-168. Any person in possession of precinct register or list in whole or in part, or any reproduction of precinct register of list shall not permit the register or list to be used, bought, sold, otherwise transferred for any purpose other than otherwise authorized in this section. And this is not the use authorized in the section for these documents.
Was that section F?
It was section F. It's for government, excuse me, it's for election officials or perhaps expanded by court to government officials. And the witness is not a government official or an election official, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if the entirety of section F were read, there are very clear and very specific exclusions, including the media, Your Honor. The media have access to signatures. Elections, Your Honor, is an exclusion. It does not say government officials running elections. And this case, Your Honor, is about an election.
What's the statute again? 16 what?
Your Honor, it's Title 16-168F. If I may, Your Honor, I would ask that the counsel direct his comments to the court and not to my co-counsel.
Oh, quit being a baby.
Sorry, I look around when I talk.
Don't talk to me. Don't look at me, Swan. Look at the judge.
This guy's more your old school trial lawyer. So his skill, you know, you can tell by the way he walks around the courtroom. That's what he does a lot of. Street lawyer style trial lawyer.
If I had
more,
to judge,
emotive narrative structuring. Like you can tell his strong point isn't necessarily legal nuance. That isn't what he does well. The state is used to getting everything they want, and they whine and scream and yell and hoot and holler whenever they don't get what they want. They're big babies.
This had better, for the amount of time this is taking, this had better be some damning testimony.
Okay. Your representation is that there's none of the information prohibited in the form of month, date, and year of birth, social security number, driver's license number, non-operating identification license number, Indian census number, father's name, mother's maiden name, state or country of birth. None of that is contained at.
Oh my goodness.
And then signatures and voters' email addresses. And then none of that's contained in the information, or are you saying it's an exception because it's available to the media?
The audio's looping out again.
It specifically carves out exclusions, and one of them are for elections. If we didn't have these exclusions, Your Honor, candidates wouldn't be able to get on the ballot if they couldn't do signature. Okay, there are exclusions for the media. I believe it goes elections media, Your Honor, but I may be mistaken. I tend to forget.
Republican Party of
This is
Arizona,
limited to 16F
that
is
state law
limited to
requires that they count ballots
persons
at
in
the vote
possession
center.
of precinct voter
So
registration
they're
or
suggesting
list.
that's another
And then it
violation that's
says
come out. If they're right, that's a major violation that Arizona officials have
is
admitted they
can't
did.
be bought, sold, or otherwise transferred for any purpose except for uses otherwise authorized by this section. And you're correct that it talks about authorized uses, including newspaper, radio, television.
I would also point out, Your Honor,
Yes.
that none of the documents contained within this presentation are full lists.
Your Honor,
What are we going to, what is the demonstrative exhibit in the testimony going to demonstrate?
Right.
It's a demonstrative exhibit, Your Honor, prepared by my witness.
It proves us right. It
Walk
makes us look
the
good.
court
You know, I mean, that's
through
how I was kind of arguing.
the various chain of custody documents used by the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, as well as the court, as well as the Board of Supervisors. I think this
To show,
just to show Your Honor and the court and the witnesses. The media deserves to know, Your Honor.
no, show what?
What?
To show the process, the documents used. Okay, how the flow of ballots moves. And
Okay.
I will tell you, Your Honor, it's one of our contentions that because Maricopa County does not adequately maintain chain of custody of drop box and mail ballots, that it becomes much easier to infuse ballots into the system. And that's one of our allegations, Your Honor.
Okay. I understand what your offer of proof's about.
Your Honor, the signatures contained in this proposed demonstrative are not voter signatures. And so I would withdraw my objection based on that.
Very good. Then we can proceed.
Well, 20 minutes.
Mr. Blum, you can proceed with your demonstration.
There's no jury to bore to death here, people. It's just the judge, and the judge is paying attention. So,
yeah.
And I don't agree that the lawyer's doing a bad
did
job. I think Kari Lake's lawyer's doing a good job.
Exhibit 60, the EPM. If
Yeah,
not,
yeah. I mean, he has certain.
Yes,
He has
Your
a
Honor,
different
objection,
style than the
relevance.
judge probably prefers.
EPM, not the demonstrative
but, you know,
exhibit.
but
no
it's
objection.
his style.
I didn't think so.
Thank you.
60's admitted.
All right, and so your familiarity with EPM came from you reading it and talking to other people, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the extensive research we did, yes.
All right. And the EPM has guidelines, not, I'm sorry, I think I misspoke, didn't I? They're not guidelines?
I believe their requirements, it says that the recorder shall develop and implement the secure ballot retrieval and chain of custody process.
Okay. So the county recorder or officer in charge of elections shall develop and implement secure ballot retrieval and chain of custody procedures.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's 8 guidelines. This slide only has a couple of them on there, but the requirements are things like, 2 couriers of differing parties, date and time of arrival at the drop box, date and time of departure from the drop box, and the date and time to arrive at the county. But most importantly, it requires that when that transport container is opened, that the number of ballots inside that container shall be counted and noted on the retrieval form. And of course, these retrieval forms are specific to one specific drop box. So it's a one-to-one correspondence.
Okay, so based on the law then, if I were to go to what's designated as drop box P57 and retrieve the ballots from there, I would create a chain of custody record that identifies the 2 people who went to get the ballots. It identifies the time they went there. And more importantly, it identifies the number of ballots contained within that box.
Well, to be clear, the form is called the early voting ballot transport statement. And it is the ballots are not counted at the time of retrieval. Instead, what happens is those couriers, they go out to the drop box, they open the drop box, they retrieve all of the ballots, they put them inside. Again, I'm going to tell you how Maricopa County does it. It's not necessarily how all of the counties do, but specifically in Maricopa County, the 2 couriers put the ballots in the box, they close the transport container, they zip tie it with security seals, And they document the fact that it was the two of them, the location, the time, et cetera, as I already mentioned.
Yeah, I don't know what causes these glitches. It's not a mic issue. It's just
Pretty secure process when that is done.
Yeah, I mean, that's the process, and that's compliant with the law in Arizona. So. And when the recorder or the recorder's designee opens up that container, that at that point, when the container is open, the recorder must count those ballots and record the precise number of ballots inside the container on that retrieval form. And again, the retrieval form is required in EPM.
Okay. And really quickly, sort of interrupt your PowerPoint time to time, because I think you said EVBTS.
Yes.
Early vote ballot transport statement.
Right. I actually have that on one of the slides so that you can see it.
Understood, but I want the court to be able to see a standalone of that document, and then we'll turn back to your slide. Is that fair?
Understood. Sure.
Can you pull up exhibit?
See, the alternative to right side feed is another feed where the audio is not good. Oh, not Viva Fry. I want to look up Kari Lake. I'm going to see if we can find a better audio. Ooh, this one's good.
All right. Can you see the document that is currently on the screen?
Yes.
And that's an early voting ballot transport statement, correct?
Correct. It's the retrieval form used in Maricopa.
Does that look like it's completely filled out?
Yeah, it looks great. It has all of the required fields. If I was doing an audit of that, I would say that is a perfect score.
So you'd say
People-
perfect score
Chad always
for
comes
this
up with the
one,
most
date numbered
fascinating nicknames for
00991.
witnesses and lawyers and
Yes.
judges.
Okay, you happy with that?
Yeah.
Is to criticize, are you?
I'm not here to criticize at all. I just want to sort of shed some light on the vulnerabilities.
Are you?
I'm not here to criticize at all. I just want to sort of shed some light on the vulnerabilities in the system in the hopes that they'll be fixed.
And how many, in response to my client's FOIA request, or I keep saying FOIA, I apologize, Public Records Act request, how many of these specific documents did you get?
I apologize. The precise count has escaped me, but I will tell you that they produced. They said that they produced all of the documents that they had. We specifically asked for these documents as well as a bunch of others, but they said that they provided all of the early voting ballot transport statements that they had for the entire election. And we had them for every day that drop boxes were open. So we compared that to the list of locations when they were open, and we did have these transport statements for each and every day that they were open, with the exception of Election Day. There were no early voting ballot transport statements provided for Election Day.
So she's the key witness to say they don't have it.
I'm
They can produce it if they do have it. Produce it
Really
in this
quickly, I'm
hearing
just
if they
gonna
have
move
it.
to admit Exhibit 7.
We're gonna try this one here.
Being early voting until Election Day.
No, I think that they actually, compared to previous elections, they did a really, significantly better job with the documents this time around. But again, there were no documents produced for Election Day, which amounted to a significant number of Dropbox ballots.
All right, and so let's go back a little bit to talk a little bit more about your history as we sort of go through this. But what did you find when you did the 2020 election? You looked at all the documents they had for chain of custody, correct?
Yeah, so we made a couple of observations. The first one was that there were a significant number of these early voting ballot transport statements that were not properly completed. Specifically, I would say the biggest issue was that there were quite a few of them that did not.
Objection, Your Honor. Witness testifying about 2020 relevant?
Yeah,
Yes, yes. Yes, Your Honor, it's just relevant to my client's, I'm sorry, my witness's history.
I think we're going to go back to the other one.
Relevant to,
Yeah.
This is not
Richard's
good.
testimony.
Okay, let's just.
He said he came in and he made it better.
Which one am I listening to here?
And it was my
Right now you're on
witness, Your
ABC.
Honor, that sort of led that effort.
Tabernash.
Okay, but that count was dismissed. The process changes that could have been done either by the Arizona House, Senate, Governor.
Yeah, that's not the right one.
Supreme Court, might have been, whatever could have been, that is dismissed. So I understand. I'm not going to debate with you endlessly back.
Understood, and Your Honor, I won't go there, but
you are now.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm not trying to be argumentative or anything. If we get the end of our presentation of evidence and defendants stand up here and raise the laches allegation.
They won't be doing that because the motion ruled on that. There was the laches argument that was upheld with regard to the 2020 election and the other part of the case.
Okay, we're gonna go back to this one. Sorry, the audio is just much better here. 6-second ad, people. Calm down. Don't worry. 3, 2, 1.
Understood and dismissed. So
Oh yeah,
I understand. I'm not going to debate with you endlessly back.
Understood, and Your Honor, I won't go there, but
you are now.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm not trying to be argumentative or anything. If we get the end of our presentation of evidence and defendants stand up here and raise the laches allegation.
They won't be doing that because the motion ruled on that. There was the laches argument that was upheld with regard to the 2020 election and the other part of the case.
Okay.
So today we're talking about, hopefully she's shedding light, and her statement, shedding light on vulnerabilities to be fixed, is exactly what was dismissed. I'm looking at today what happened in the 2020 election and understanding that. And to that end, I've allowed this presentation. And so far, even though she said that,
Judge made a faux pas.
Explaining how the process works, and that's fine. But going into the 2020, we're out of that.
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Can we change the slide? Thank you very much. Can you please explain to the court what this all means?
Yeah, so this is a diagram of Maricopa County ballot chain of custody from the voter to tabulation. And so what you notice is if you vote on election day, you put your ballot in the tabulator. But if you vote early in person in Maricopa, or if you vote by mail, there are several transfers of the ballot and therefore requirements for chain of custody.
I get why they're using
and
her.
what's interesting or unique about Maricopa County is, to my knowledge, they are one of the only counties in the country that outsources the intake or the receipt of their ballots to a third-party organization. So, for example, we talked about the EPM and the requirement for chain of custody from the drop box to the county. In most counties, that's the end of the road. You retrieve the ballot from the drop box, you transport it securely to the county, and it's tabulated there. That's not the case in Maricopa County. In Maricopa County, they then have to, after they've received it in the county and processed it according to the Arizona law, then they must again maintain secure chain of custody as they transfer it from Maricopa County to Runbeck, and then again when it comes back the other way.
Thank you very much. And how many steps are there? If you vote, let's say you get you either, I guess you get a vote by mail, couldn't you? Or you could go into a vote center and get it out. Sure.
Right. So on the next slide, I kind of just point out the fact that a drop box in Maricopa County does not just contain mail ballots, right? So mail ballots that are, sent to the voter and in the mail through the U.S. Postal Service. You can go to, it was the next slide.
I'm not done asking you questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me about the different ways that I'm sorry.
All right.
Why is it that chain of custody, when all of these transfers takes place, is so important?
Well, I mean, chain of custody, first of all, it's the law. And secondly, it's what allows sort of the security of the ballot, right? If you have 10 ballots and you have 10 ballots and they're transferred to the next location and there's still 10 ballots, then, you feel like that's a pretty good secure chain. But if there are ballots added or subtracted, you become aware of that if you are properly managing chain of custody.
Okay. So it's what you're saying, that at each of these different points in this process where a transfer is made, there are vulnerabilities in the system that could either induce or reduce the number of ballots.
Well, I mean, I think the reason that you maintain chain of custody, the reason that it's part of business, it's part of elections, is because if failure to maintain chain of custody presents a situation where ballots could be added, but ballots could also be removed. And so that's why this whole chain of custody is important enough to have its own laws written about it.
Okay. And can you pull up Exhibit 102?
I don't like the fact that she's just a lay person.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that lay people are
Is there
involved in
another
this
exhibit they're
process,
pulling up?
but I would have
Excuse me,
used her
Is there
as
another
a,
exhibit they're pulling up?
because your
Yeah,
trial
he's
is to
pulling
a
up
judge.
Exhibit 102 right
I
now.
would use
102?
her as a support witness. I mean, not a
Okay.
witness, but a forensic support for someone with, bow tie, whatever, looks like what the judge expects an expert to look like. And get up and say, okay, here's how this process works. Here's how we go this is what he's done. Boom, da da da. And ideally, you get someone that's,
All right. And
not
so,
even
you
overtly
can see the
political,
screen, Miss Honey?
and just wants to explain this is, and why is that
And
important?
is
Well,
that
here's why,
the chart
that
you
kind of
made
thing.
that is
Testifying
what we
with IRS
marked
does this all
as
the time.
exhibit, the court's
They use
marked as
professional
Exhibit 2?
witnesses that
It
they
is.
disguise as
I move
IRS.
to admit Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
agents. I'll be right back in a second.
Yep.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
102. You got me confused. You said 2. Now you got,
Did I say 2?
yeah.
I apologize, Your Honor, it's 102.
That's why I had this look on my face.
I'm sorry.
102?
102, Your Honor.
And which, is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this was offered as a demonstrative and we're fine with that. But if it's going to be offered as an exhibit, it lacks foundation and no authentication.
Well, okay.
Miss Honey?
Wait. Let me roll. I think that's what the witness has done, is she's testified as to her understanding, and that's what this represents, her understanding of the system as the law is. And your objection next might be?
My objection is I'd like to know where she got it, who created it.
Did you make this chart, diagram, whatever you want to call it, Miss Honey?
I made it in PowerPoint.
Miss
And did you make this based upon your?
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on that, no objection.
Great. 102 is admitted. Thank you.
They're going to have fun cross-examining
All
her.
right, can we go back to the slide and move on to the next one?
Which is
Self-taught
Oh, the
election
demonstrative
expert.
is I'm sorry, the power.
I'm sorry.
All right,
Man.
can you tell us what this slide shows, Miss Honey?
Yeah, so this slide shows that in a lot of counties, a drop box is only for a place for people, an alternative to returning their mail ballot by mail. But in Maricopa County, the drop boxes are in fact a repository for a ballot that's mailed to a voter that they choose not to return by postal service. But it's also where people who vote early in person, who go into a vote center, show their ID, they they get their ballot printed, they vote, put it in an envelope, and they sign the envelope and they drop that ballot envelope into a drop box. So when we talk about drop box ballot retrieval for early voting, it includes early in-person and mail ballots that are deposited in a drop box as well. So it's those two different types of drop box ballots.
Okay. And so I believe you had testified previously that you have reviewed all of the early ballot EVBTSs.
And it's my understanding you praised Maricopa County for having improved their documents and actually followed their procedures?
Yes, on the documents that were completed, but again, there's the absence of documents for election day ballots, which again is a significant number.
Okay, well, your FOIA request, my client's FOIA request requested all of the chain of custody documents for Maricopa County on election day, correct?
Correct.
Have they provided any to you?
Yes, they actually provided all of the documents that we requested, with the exception of the Maricopa County delivery receipt form.
Okay, the Maricopa County delivery receipt form. Can you please tell the court what that is?
So the Maricopa County delivery receipt, as I mentioned in that like previous sort of thing, if you can go to the one that actually has it on there. It is the document, the chain of custody document that is created at Maricopa County to record the precise number. That's not this slide. It's, if you go to like two more, the precise, that's the one. Perfect. Thank you. Oops, back one. There you go. Perfect. It's in this diagram here, it's the number 2, right? So when the drop box is, when the ballots are retrieved from the drop box, the early voting ballot transport statement is used to document the chain of custody from the drop of ballots inside that transport container. And they record that precise count of ballots on the early voting ballot of ballots inside that transport container. And they record that precise count of ballots on the early voting ballot transport statement. From there, again, this is unique to Maricopa County. Maricopa County election officials then create this delivery receipt form, which is like a half sheet. And that has on it the precise count of the ballots that they are then loading on a truck and transferring to Runbeck. The larger thing there, the thing that has the number 3 on it, is a document that's created at Runbeck, basically just saying, hey, this is how many ballots were dropped off. Okay. So, and to answer your question, what we did not receive is the number 2, the delivery receipts.
The PowerPoint, you can open exhibit number 67.
I couldn't hear you because you turned away.
I'm sorry, you're on 67.
Yeah, she's the one who made. Oh, let me get my leg on, stretching my leg. She made the FOIA request. She's a citizen, a lay person. They're going to torture on her understanding of the law, legal training, expertise in cross. Much better witnesses thus far have been the expert.
All right, Miss Honey, you were talking about the early voting ballot
and Richard.
transport statement. Is this it?
I mean, that's one of them. This one is from ASU West from October 25th.
Okay, by one of them, you mean there were many of these?
Yes, so there's one of these forms for each day that a drop box is open. So if there are 50 drop boxes open on a particular day, there are 50 of these forms created because there are 50 retrievals of ballots.
And you reviewed all of these?
We did.
And already moved this one into evidence?
I don't have that you did.
I don't believe I did.
No.
Move it 67 into evidence, Your Honor?
No objection, Your Honor.
67's admitted.
Do you have any problem with any of these statements for the early voting period?
No.
No, you've reviewed them all.
Yeah, I mean, I think they like I said, they did a much better job.
All right. So could you actually go through all of these and up and figure out exactly how many ballots Maricopa County retrieved from drop boxes?
I think they like I said, they did a much better job.
All right. So could you actually go through all of these and up and figure out exactly how many ballots Maricopa County retrieved from drop boxes up until the day of the election?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. And you can do that.
Yes.
Is that what you're supposed to be able to do?
Well, I mean, on a daily basis, yeah. I mean, you have to do it for each and every retrieval according to the law.
All right. Thank you very much. And so transport receipt again, that, what is that?
So the delivery receipt is again that half sheet that I had on the display there, which is created at Maricopa County at MECTEC that accompanies the ballots as they travel from Maricopa County to Runbeck, so that when they arrive at Runbeck knows precisely how many ballots are on that shipment.
Do you have all of Maricopa County delivery receipt documents?
We do not have any. We requested them, but they said they had misplaced them.
And those are the ones that were for election day, correct?
Well, actually, we didn't get a single one of those for the entire election. It is the testimony of or in the declaration of Runbeck employees that no such documents existed for election day.
For election day.
Right.
And what about prior to the election?
Yeah, so this form was actually created for all of the days prior to election day.
I'm sorry, but my question was specifically related to election day. Okay. There were none.
Well, we did not receive any. They said they misplaced them, and the Runbeck employees said none existed.
Okay. All right. Have you been trying to get the records?
We have.
You know somebody by name?
On behalf of Kari Lake, some of the documents they provided to us electronically, and others they said were in binders, and we had to go and copy them ourselves.
Okay.
So we had a couple of copying of the records.
Have you met Betty?
I have not met Betty.
Then I got to correct.
Copying of the records.
Have you met Betty?
I have not met Betty.
Then I got to correct a misrepresentation to the court, Your Honor. I believe that my witness had. So I apologize and I correct that. Are you familiar with Betty's voicemail?
Well, I called Betty a couple of times to try to get the records, but when they were there actually scanning all of the records, she exchanged business cards with Michelle, who was one of the representatives.
Have you spoken with Betty?
No, she's not responded to my
Never been able
emails.
to get a hold of her.
No.
All right. And can we go to the next slide, please? What is this document again?
So this document is created at Runbeck, and this records the total count of the ballots that are received from the MECTEC delivery truck. And so break this down into a couple of different ways. The post office inbound is separated because, of course, those are slightly different ballots, and we're not really talking about those today. But the regular MOB is the mail ballots, right? So that would be the green envelopes. And then you'll see down at the bottom, the CTR, that's the vote center ballots. Those are the white envelopes for early in-person voting.
Okay. All right. And what do these documents really tell you?
So these documents record the number of ballots that are received at Runbeck. So again, this is created at Runbeck, and you'll see like in the line here, this document is dated 11/6, and it is the precise number of pieces of regular MOB and the precise number of pieces of the CTR. And that's because they copy this information from the delivery receipt form, that half sheet that's generated at MEC, and then this form accompanies it, and again, they keep a copy of it, and the other copy goes back with the driver to Maricopa County to document that, in fact, he did take the ballots as he was supposed to, delivered them to the possession of Runbeck, and completes that chain of custody.
Okay, so these then are created by Runbeck when Maricopa County officials drop ballots off at their third parties.
Correct. It's the driver, though, so it's not like actually the recorder, anybody doing that delivery.
Understood. And so Runbeck employees, they simply estimate the number of ballots?
No, just to make distinction. For the post office inbound, what happens is the driver, if they're, stops. Sometimes he makes a special delivery, but sometimes he also stops on the way. So he'll go to the U.S. Postal facility. Deliver the ballots to Maricopa County. The driver goes to the facility in Phoenix, and then he loads the trays of mail ballots onto the truck, and then that is taken to Runbeck. And for those ballots, they count the number of trays, number of postal trays, and they estimate that. There is a receipt that accompanies the post office ballots, but Maricopa County does not use that to record the precise number. However, they started preserving that at Runback.
Okay, so Runback has started preserving documents obtained from the United States Postal Service. How many ballots the U.S. Postal Service was transferring to Maricopa County's care and control?
Objection, Your Honor.
Custody and control? Is that your understanding?
Hold on, there's an objection.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness said the post office provides estimates, not counts of the number of ballot packages.
Shaking her head, no, Your Honor. That's not what she said.
What she said. Well,
That's fine. I'll ask the question.
Rephrase it.
Another way.
thank you.
Based upon your knowledge, training, experience with respect to Maricopa County chain of custody and election-related mail ballots, do you know if the Postal Service provides receipts showing the exact number of mail-in ballots that the United States Postal Service is transferring to Maricopa County?
Right. Yes. The answer to that is it is my understanding that they do. They tuck them into trays. So it's, again, my understanding that they're difficult to find, but that's how they base how much they're going to charge. That's like how they bill for the postage. So that's how they.
Receipt, or at least the Maricopa County driver, it's a receipt from the Postal Service that says essentially how many pieces of mail ballots were delivered to Maricopa County driver, correct?
That is my understanding.
Does the county maintain those documents?
So to my knowledge, they didn't turn any over to us. So let me just start with that. We didn't receive any in response to our request for those public records. But it's also my understanding that that the Runback employees attempted to return them to Maricopa County, and they said they didn't need them.
Okay. And so is there any way to tell, other than this inbound receipt given by Runback County driver, exactly how many ballots left Maricopa County were picked up at the post office and actually delivered to Runback?
Well, on this form here, on 11/6, you can see that they have a precise count, but unfortunately, on election day, because we're not using the other chain of custody documents that we described, this was the one and only form that was used to, again, the records requests that were produced for us, and based on the Runback employees who described receiving the trucks coming with no corresponding documentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Honey. And so I would like to exhibit the 66. Oh, this is PowerPoint? Yeah, go to 66.
It's definitely Nick Nolte and Gérard Depardieu. I think I missed. No.
On 66.
Oh man, this is a little.
Thank you.
If you look at the screen, Miss Honey.
Oh, now the audio's out.
These look like
the video
audit challenges receipts.
Yes.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 66 into the record, Your Honor.
No objection.
66 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay, go back to. These look like the Maricopa audit challenges receipts.
Yes.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 66 into the record, Your Honor.
Okay, so this is a loop back again.
No objection.
A lot of glitches
66
in the
is
matrix,
admitted.
people.
Thank you. Okay, go back to the PowerPoint.
Look here, Miss Honey. Is this the Exhibit 66? Okay. Yeah, I want to hear what they're saying on that hot mic. It's almost catching their audio.
Miss Honey. How many ballots the Maricopa County claim they received on election day that were not tabulated on?
So on the morning after the election, they reported that there had been 275,000. I think that Stephen Richer said approximately 275,000 Dropbox ballots had been dropped off on election day.
Did that number change?
That number did change.
What's the number now?
I believe that the number went from the 275 on the 9th. They also had a press conference during which at the conference, Recorder Richer also talked about what an extraordinary number the 275 was.
Ms. Honey, that was not my question. My question was, what is the number now?
I believe they ultimately said it was 292,000 that had been dropped off at drop boxes.
As you sit here today, how many of those ballots have legal chain of custody?
Based on the documents provided, none.
Honor, objection calls for conclusion.
He can reformulate that.
You're asking her according to her understanding from what she's
seen by the
experienced and observed. What's her number?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
If you can answer it, go ahead and answer it.
Yeah, so we reviewed all of the documents provided by Maricopa County in response to our requests, and the answer is that none of the EPM.
No.
So
none.
none.
You had the opportunity to talk to somebody from Runback following this.
I did.
And have you had an opportunity to read that Runback employee's declaration?
I did.
All right. And so I would like to, let's see here. Well, now if I can find her.
I'm going to call it now. I think she's going to come apart in cross-examination. I think, it's not going to go well.
46.
She can answer questions that she's prepped to ask, but I'm curious to see. But I'm predicting it's going to go
While he's
bad.
pulling this up, Your Honor, may I ask the court a quick procedural question?
Go ahead.
When we began this, Your Honor noted that it would be unduly difficult to get this many witnesses through. So it said it was going to admit the declarations, with the exception of Kurt Olson's, that were attached to the complaint, Your Honor. And
I'll say that.
I'm sorry, then I misunderstood.
I know what I said, but I know where you're going. You want to admit those now?
I would like to, yes, Your Honor, admit Leslie White and
Are we sure the other Betty wasn't
White's
Betty White?
Denise Marie and Leslie White. And those are listed as Denise Marie is Exhibit 46, Leslie White is Exhibit 47.
Yeah, I know she said. I just heard the lawyers for the defense say something about an objection.
Yes, Mr. Liddy.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
Very well. Objections were preserved. These are two of the ones that I had listed specifically this morning and told you that I needed the numbers. Now I have the numbers for at least two of these. Okay, so your objections are all preserved. All three defendants have joined. They were in writing under the Rule 807 notice. And so over your objection, I'm going to admit 46 and 47.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Honey, the Runback employee, Denise, did she tell you that, did she tell you about any problems at Runback with respect to chain of custody?
Yes, she expressed her concern over the fact that the procedure that had been well established throughout the election was not used for the large number of election day Dropbox ballots that were received.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I want to object and move to strike everything that was just said there. While the declaration was admitted, now we have this witness testifying about separate hearsay statements made by this Denise individual who allegedly worked at Runback. This seems to me to be a separate issue from the admission of the declaration itself. And I just want to clarify that the hearsay objection extends to any hearsay testimony that this witness will offer in addition to what may or may not be in the declaration.
Your Honor, the county joins that objection.
Which exhibit was in it? This is
Denise
Marie or
yes, Denise Marie 46.
46.
And Your Honor, I'm not asking any questions outside the scope of this declaration.
Your Honor, the declaration is in evidence. It's in evidence now over our objection. This witness shouldn't be that said them herself in the declaration. The court can consider Ms. Marie's declaration, giving it whatever weight it deems fit, but to have this witness repeat what is already hearsay again, I think is inappropriate.
Okay.
That said them herself in the declaration. The court can consider Ms. Marie's declaration, giving it whatever weight it deems fit, but to have this witness repeat what is already hearsay again, I think is inappropriate.
Okay. We're not going to go back and forth. Here's, I believe, as I told Mr. Olson earlier, the court does not pronounce somebody an expert, but if they're testifying and they have information, text, experience, or education beyond that of the trier of fact, it's instructive or informative. And this witness, I find, meets that. If she's relying upon this, what she has just said, to formulate her opinions, let her do that. I understand the objection is that it's hearsay, but that's going something that you can cross-examine. For instance, if that's incorrect, then I'm not going to tell you how to cross-examine. You already understand all of that. So, Mr. Kim, proceed, please.
Okay, so lack of chain of custody was one of her concerns.
When the ballots were received back from the drop boxes. And her concern was that specifically the seals were being removed when the
audio
ballots were received back
again.
from the drop boxes. And her concern was that specifically the seals were being removed from the transport containers, and the ballots inside were not counted. That was a requirement as she understood it. And the fact that they were just taking those ballots out of the transport containers without counting them was her primary concern.
And then, okay, so we have two different people you have spoken to working in two different places, correct?
Correct.
One's here at Runbeck, the third-party vendor, and one's here at McTech, right? MC Tech? All right. And both of them are both telling you that there is no chain of custody on election day for ballots being transported from MC Tech to Runbeck. Is that correct?
Correct. They weren't following the legal requirements for chain of custody. So there were seals on the containers when they transported them, but the specific issues were that they were just cutting them open, taking the ballots out, putting them in trays without regard to how many, and there was no documentation. There were handbags and purses where they were processing the ballots. That was
All right. With respect to sorry, I just lost my train of thought. With respect to Denise White, did she have other concerns with you regarding potential vulnerabilities with our election system in Maricopa County?
Yeah, so two issues, right? So the first one was that the trucks were coming with ballots, that there was no associated count, right? So that was number one. They just didn't know how many they should have had. So she was concerned about that. But then after the election, on the evening of November 9th, right? So November 8th is election day, November 9th in the evening, she was called by her supervisor and asked to go down to the system and actually pull the total number of ballot packets that had gone through the system to provide a count to Maricopa County.
Why?
Well, I don't know.
Hearsay on this as well.
I'll withdraw the question. You're improper, I admit. Okay. And so. And that is to go find what the numbers are to report those to Maricopa County because they don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, again, foundation.
Is that what she told you?
County joins.
Great. What I told you before, I'm going to assume all the defendants join the other objections that you've made. Okay. And your objection is speculation or
Your Honor, I guess foundation and speculation, and I just want to make clear that we have a continuing objection to any of these continued hearsay conversations that this witness is relaying.
so noted.
I'm almost done.
Pardon me?
I'm almost done.
And I
That doesn't take care of this question.
was just gonna say, Your Honor, that the question was, what did she say and then why? And now we're getting into this witness's motivations, which is now beyond hearsay and pure speculation and lacks foundation.
My understanding was it was calling for this witness to speculate about why Maricopa County did something. And so rephrase the question.
Did this witness tell you that she was concerned about how Maricopa County was conducting operations with respect to drop box ballots?
Yes.
Did this witness, Denise, did she also tell you about possible vulnerabilities where people can inject ballots into this system?
Possible
Right.
vulnerabilities.
So what she said that Runbeck employees were permitted, almost like it was a perk of employment, to bring their ballots from home. So their ballots from home, their family members' ballots, bring them from home and add them to the inbound scans.
Is that consistent with Arizona law?
No, so
You're asking for her understanding, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your understanding, ma'am, if you can answer it based on that.
it is my understanding that ballots must be returned to an authorized drop-off location. Maricopa County publishes a list of those authorized drop-off locations, and Runbeck Elections is not one of those.
Yeah, her just saying it. I don't
Are you
know
familiar with it, with the?
who they have to prove
social
it.
Media posts I put up here?
Maybe it might have
I am.
happened.
Okay. And this is, these are tweets by Maricopa County Elections Department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd move to admit these are, Your Honor, Exhibit 63.
Mr. Blem, can you bring those back up on the screen? I want to be
Oh,
sure.
I apologize. I didn't take it off that. I think we need to go back and take it.
Give the defendants a
Yes,
moment
that-
to look at them. Any objection?
Mr. Blem, I'm sorry, I can't read it. You're averring that that's an actual tweet from
Just
Stephen
walk up
Richard,
there.
is that right?
I can have my witness read it. Just walk
No,
up.
I,
I'm just a little bit 11. Come on.
63.
Maricopa County at Maricopa vote.
Yeah, well, what are those pictures? What do those pictures have to do with the
No
tweets?
objection, no objection.
He might have
very well, that was 63 that would be admitted.
Are you familiar?
Your Honor, hold on, can we?
We
be
believe
sure
it's-
about the number.
You believe it's 70, Your Honor?
That's 63. 63?
Those are not, that's not Stephen Richard.
Did I say that was Stephen Richard?
It's, I'm
Is there,
looking at 63. I pull them up as you discuss them.
That's 70.
yeah, 70 is Stephen Richard's court. Okay.
Which one are we,
It's numbered on the sheet we received. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
which one are we moving, Mr. Blem?
I am, I think I might have written these down backwards, Your Honor. I'm going to move in Exhibit
Our
70.
staff is working hard to prepare the
Well,
early ballots
before
dropped
you-
off at the
Before
polls.
you're going to get to 63, I think that you looked at 63 defendants, correct? Did you have any objection to 63?
Your Honor, I have not looked at 63, but I did look at 70, and we have no objection to 70.
Take a look at.
Oh, is this 63 right here? Okay, just one moment.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Are you moving 63 and 70 into evidence, Mr.
Yes, Your
Blem?
Honor.
They're admitted.
Thank you. Okay, and so this is a, 60.
They're just trying to get exhibits in as evidence. They have them filed as numbered, but they're not formally in as evidence until they
That's 63.
ask for them to be admitted and
Are
the
you
judge
familiar with
recognizes
the
it.
tweets that are up here from Stephen, Recorder Richard?
Yes.
After the polls
And is
closed.
this where he was saying there were 275,000 ballots?
Yeah, this was a series of tweets, after the day after the election, where he explains that they had processed all of the ballots and transferred them to Runback. And again, it was 275,000 was the number. He says over 275 plus. Obviously, it's a round number, right? It's 000. So and it's not
So,
exact.
may I approach her?
You may.
In this tweet, Recorder Richard says, last night from midnight to 5 a.m., we sorted those 275,000+ documents for ballots so they could be scanned in and image captured at Runback.
Correct.
Signature captured. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does that indicate that those ballots had already been sent to Runback at some point at that time or some point after?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation and foundation.
If they had
Wait.
them in a truck and sent them to Runback.
There are no.
Foundation again.
Which ballots? Rephrase, please.
275, Mr. Richards talking about.
Same
Uh,
objection.
I'm sorry.
Them in a truck and sent them to Runback.
There are no.
Foundation again.
Which ballots? Rephrase, please.
275, Mr. Richards talking about.
Same
Uh,
objection.
I'm sorry. Rephrase the whole question for the witness, please.
Okay. You have any evidence they counted these ballots before they put them in a truck, departed from the Maricopa County facility with ballots from Maricopa County residents and delivered them to a third party?
Did they count them
No,
before
there's
they
no record
delivered
that
them?
they counted any of them.
There's no record that they
Did
communicated.
Maricopa County, knowing we had these claims, come here with their exhibits saying, hey, look, no harm, no foul. Sorry, we got them to you late.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes or no?
Hold on.
Okay, I'll strike
David
that.
for
I'll go back.
closing. Sustained.
Did you, Miss Honey, have a chance to review the documents Maricopa County submitted as exhibits before this court?
Yes,
Did they provide those missing documents?
they did not.
Did they provide any documents that will
That's
allow
pretty
them
damning
or
right
their
there.
witnesses
That was the question I
to
wanted.
sit up here
Like whatever they think
before
about the
this
FOIA
court
response or the
and do
rest,
the math?
they should still have these
Speculation
records.
and foundation.
Why can't they
He
produce
has
them?
reviewed,
You can rephrase it by saying to her knowledge.
to your knowledge, Miss Honey.
The judge is fair about
Will
how
they
he
be able to put
processes the
witnesses
case
up
in this
before
sense.
this
I think
court
evidence rulings have
and
been
do the
mostly
math
good.
based on their
et
own
cetera.
disclosures and exhibit?
No, to my knowledge, no. And I will like to also expand that we looked at the chain of custody documents that they did use on election day, which are those are called the precinct ballot reports. And the precinct ballot reports are really the chain of custody for those voted ballots that come from the vote center on election day. And it also includes, by the way, a count of the door 3 ballots. Those documents, which I on one of these exhibits here.
What just happened? Was there an objection?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to move to strike everything that witness just said about the precinct-based ballots as being completely non-responsive to the question.
I'm,
I mean, to strike that's kind of ludicrous. That's usually a cross-examination thing. You say,
Re-ask
but
the question.
he
I'm too
needs
busy
to
trying to follow, take notes.
re-ask,
You
make
keep
him
up with the two of you.
ask another
Re-ask
direct
a
witness
question.
question. I mean, come on, that's kind
the,
of dumb.
well, to use an old adage, that's the road we're getting ready to hoe, Your Honor. So we'll just start from scratch and then we'll go down that road.
Yeah, that's
And
all
so
you
I
did,
believe
Vice.
we pulled up what has been marked as Exhibit 65. What is that document, Miss Honey?
This is an example of a precinct ballot report.
Precinct ballot report. What are they?
These are the documents, according to the Maricopa County poll worker training and the poll worker manual. These are the documents that are used when they close the polling places to provide chain of custody for
See,
the voted
all that
ballots
objection did
that are,
is allow him to
voted
make
on
a
election
better
day.
presentation.
In addition to
Some
that, the poll
objections
worker
are stupid,
training
but stupid
requires the poll
lawyers tend to
workers
make them
to
anyway.
empty the drop boxes of all of the early voting ballots
These
and
people are
place
paid
those
by the
in a
taxpayers.
container.
Can you
And
imagine
of course,
these
there's no
lawyers, these
counting of
county
those
lawyers?
ballots.
They're paid by
There's
taxpayers.
nowhere on this form to record a number. Is the point of this?
Anywhere in this form, can you
Yeah, this
find?
witness is as smooth as honey.
I'm gonna withdraw this correctly. Did you have a chance to review each and every one of these documents?
People asked about this leave of court.
I did.
It's
You
up
did.
to the judge.
On any
Some judges don't
one of
allow you to
them.
have what's called leave of court. You have to
Reflection
stay
day.
at the well when you ask
Did you
questions at the
see
podium.
any documentation
Others,
of
in
drop
most
box
courts, you have to ask
ballots
permission. This judge
and the
just did it.
number
And some
of
judges are
ballots
laid
contained
back.
within the drop box?
Definitely not the number of ballots. The seal numbers that were put on those containers are on here, but there's no ballot counts.
And so if I look at the vote totals for tabulator 1, 494 in this example, and tabulator 2, 384 in that example.
I mean, they can hammer away at it all
That's
they
how
want.
many
The problem
ballots
is
were
their
contained in
documents
the
don't
black
exist
bag.
to prove that they
correct?
did what they're supposed to do for chain of custody.
Correct. If they followed the procedure, the
I mean,
misread
that's now
ballots,
indisputable because
the
they didn't produce them
101
themselves.
would have been
As
transported
exhibits.
separately in that blue tote as well.
All right, if Recorder Richer hypothetically were to testify. that,
That's
"Oh,
true.
no, I'm not
If she's not
responsible
married,
for
her
drop
name is actually
boxes
Miss
on
Honey.
election day." Would that be accurate?
It's my understanding, according to the EPM, that it specifically
To
makes
the
the
people asking whether it's
recorder or
pacing
the
as a
recorder's
strategy,
designee
not likely. It's a
responsible
lot of
for
trial
the
lawyers.
secure
They get
retrieval
used to
of
this, and if you're in
ballots
certain state
deposited in
courts,
drop
you're
boxes.
allowed to
So
do it.
it would
I
be
love
my
to
understanding
pace.
that
I
applies
got to ask permission, and
to
most judges
election day. There
won't
is
let
no
you do it in the
exception
federal court.
to the
A few
requirements
will in
for
state
election
court
day.
because it throws judges off. Judges tend to be
You miss,
linear
honey.
thinkers, not intuitive pattern thinkers.
Oh, I
So
would-
they get thrown off by hand
forgot what
gestures. They get
exhibit it is,
thrown
Your
off
Honor.
by anything.
Exhibit number 65, I move it into evidence.
Any objection?
Let's see what
No,
65 is. If we can read it
objection,
this
Your Honor.
time.
65 is
You
admitted.
know, I do love the way this guy's introducing exhibits. Isn't it in reverse order? 69, 68.
You had
7,
an opportunity
We're counting down,
to
Judge.
review some of Recorder
Usually you count
Richter's
up.
emails.
There
Is
you
that
go.
not
1, 2,
correct?
3.
Yes.
All right. And I'm looking for them on my list right now, but
From our locals chat, they wonder
They're on
whether
the
she's
PowerPoint.
dating Mr. Salty.
what?
They're on the PowerPoint.
Oh, they're on the PowerPoint. Thank you, Ms. Sun.
A probable
Did
reference
you want to
to
finish
the
your PowerPoint?
one and only Salty Cracker, who is a happily married man.
All right.
Mrs. Salty often comments on Twitter.
I just don't want Miss Honey to be duplicative for the court. But I do kind of want to, I think Recorder Richard's email is exceptionally important. And I believe I moved this into evidence earlier, Your Honor.
What is it? What number?
Richard's, S. M1.
Which email was it? Oh, the one about this you missed
What is the
earlier on.
court's
It was
designated
about
Exhibit number 69. 69. I think on it earlier this morning. Yeah.
Oh, these are 69, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah, they're,
Think so.
they're in. This morning, Your Honor.
You knew in an election fornication case there would be an important exhibit number 69.
I forget what Richard's email was. We went over it earlier this morning.
You can tell he's this trial lawyer kind of guy because he does the very important exhibit. Very important. I got to do this one for you, Judge. Very important. You know, he sets it up.
Go to the
Dramatizes
last page in
it.
this exhibit.
Now, I can tell you, as a general rule, that's more of a jury thing that's appealing than a judge thing.
Miss Honey.
Overt appeals to emotion make judges be skeptical of you rather than the other way around.
Aside from making guesses,
Salty cracker fans in the house.
did Recorder Richard, based on documents, really know exactly how many ballots Maricopa County had in its possession?
Objection. So it calls for her speculation. And Recorder Richard was on the stand this morning. He could have asked the recorder that.
I believe it did, Your Honor. Really know exactly how many ballots Maricopa County had in its possession?
Objection. So it calls for her speculation. And Recorder Richard was on the stand this morning. He could have asked the recorder that.
I believe it did, Your
We're
Honor.
getting these weird repetitions,
And-
right?
Yeah.
My question was related to based on county documents. Does Mr. Recorder Richard have any clue as to how many ballots he has aside from an estimate? Based on county records.
And I make the same objection that it calls for speculation, Your Honor, as to what Recorder Richard,
Right.
how he
phraseology
understands
could be
county
better.
documents.
Right. I believe the question can be phrased in terms of, does any of the documentation show or
There you
provide a method where someone, any
Very fair by the judge.
county person would know?
Does any of the documentation show that Recorder Richard had any idea how many ballots he had on election day other than, mere guesses?
No.
The exhibit on the board, what does it say?
It's an email from Stephen Richer. It looks like it's Thursday, the 10th, so 2 days after the election. And he says he's unable to reconcile. Basically, there's a 15,000 difference somewhere.
Okay. Unable to reconcile. The number he throws out is 15,000 though, right? Yeah, don't know where these come from. Is that any way to run an election, Miss Honey?
Objection, Your Honor. I want to the extent the editorial comment was embedded in that question, it should be stricken.
We got a slight delay on
Part of the question.
again.
Your Honor, I can't even remember what.
I'm gonna go check the Arizona feed here.
It was.
I can't either, Your Honor. It's been a long week.
Maybe Ben could re-ask the question. We could avoid the.
I don't even remember what it was, Your Honor. I'm not sure how I'm gonna re-ask it.
Go ahead.
All right, Miss Honey. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Oh, really quickly before I stop, I want to move in Exhibit 69, Your Honor.
The objection to 69?
Audio's not better on the Arizona
I
feed.
think not. I think it was already admitted this morning, but I don't believe we have any other objection.
You're correct. It was admitted this morning.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Now I think the lawyer's going to come up and say they're taking a break or they want to take a break before continuing. What time is this supposed to end today?
I'm assuming, let's see, it started at, 11 a.m. Eastern?
Started at 11 Eastern, 9 a.m. Arizona time, I guess.
So
Oh
we
boy,
go 8 hours, it would be 7 p.m. Eastern.
I might have to duck out for 30
Miss
30 to
Honey,
45
hold on a
minutes.
second.
Sorry.
I think that we should be taking an afternoon break for the sake of my court reporters' carpal tunnel syndrome if we don't.
Oh, that won't do anything for
so,
carpal tunnel syndrome.
I would rather take the break now than start in and then take a break in 10 minutes. So let's recess for, I'm not going to do the math, whatever until 3 o'clock, we'll come back at 3 and resume with the cross-examination, okay?
That's
Go off the
10-minute
record
break.
until then. Thank you.
9 minutes?
Yeah, basically.
All right, now we can tinker. Hold on. Is this it? Which one? Where do I have this shoe? I'm going to remove it just for a second because I don't want to have any audio issues. Okay. Oh, I got a headache already. This is long, and they're gonna destroy.
They could have presented her testimony, I think, in about half an hour.
Yep.
They have said, "How's the process?" Boom, 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 boom. What records did you request? I would have started with a FOIA request.
Yep.
Then explained, why did you request this? Why did you request this? Why did you request this? Why is it important what this is? Why is it important what this is? Why is it important what this is? Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? Have you reviewed the exhibit list? Is it there? And then I get finishing on Richard. That's a trial lawyer narrative bookmarking structure. You know, in this email, does he admit he doesn't have a clue where X number of ballots are? And when you reviewed the documents, did they produce any documents to show you they had any clue how many ballots were, what happened to them, where they went, whether they were properly provided the custodial documentation or not? And just do it 30, 40 minutes limit. And then they come up and cross-examine her, but they're the ones who have the docs that they're not producing. So it's like, what's the point? They could attack her, critique her, question her. So what? Her credibility isn't an issue here. Not meaningfully. It's she requested these documents. They can't dispute that. They didn't produce the documents. They can't dispute that. They still don't have the documents. They can't dispute that. So what are they going to dispute? Really? I mean, they can take just little pot shots at her. Aren't you an election denier? You don't have any particular certification. You've never worked at all that kind of jazz. But what does that go to? What is it that you were required to believe her to believe? Nothing. Because the documents she requested, yep. Are they required? That's outside of her expertise. So if they are required, that's a legal determination. And did they produce them? Nope. End of story.
No, I tend to agree, which is why I'm not attacking her, period, but certainly not for no reason. What's going to happen in cross-examination, I don't know, they might pull up some social media posts where she has espoused.
I'm sure that there's sideshow stuff they can do.
Yeah,
if I was them, maybe take a few shots, but credibility is not really an issue.
Well,
these lame excuses is they should be in a position right now. Why don't they have the documents? If I'm the judge, that's what I'm concerned about. I think he'll go through leaps to explain why they didn't prove that meant that the election was in doubt. But I think you will see, as one of our locals commenters pointed out, you'll probably see the judge critique aspects of what happened here with Maricopa County while not giving the remedy that's sought. But this is the utility of these public trial proceedings. I mean, it's stunning. Why don't they have these records? These are basic records to make sure chain of custody of ballots is maintained on election day. Why don't they have them? Where are they? I mean, something went wrong. And we know they deliberately, based on the evidence produced to date, the best, most persuasive, competent, expert evidence to date, that they deliberately contaminated the process on election day in how they worked the printers to not function at multiple locations. We know that at least based on credible evidence was done. And now they don't have basic chain of custody records for how the ballots were handled on election day. How? Why? What's their excuse for this?
I think I saw Laura Barris in the chat just say that Richard is today. Hold on. Richard B is today. Well, that's going to be good. Anyway, we'll
they're
see.
running low on time. I mean, they basically got 2 hours, I think, to wrap.
Yeah,
but I think these are their two main pieces of evidence: the inferential evidence that ballot chain of custody didn't go correctly, and from the absence of documentation that would certify that it did go correctly, and then secondly that there was intentionality in the tabulator and printer system malfunctions. Now, I think they do have. If I were them, I would go now with some whistleblowers to talk about other things that they witnessed of intentional misconduct and other issues that fit within the ballot chain of custody issues. I think they have those, but I'm not certain.
Oh, Robert, actually, hold on. Why am I'm asymmetrical here? Before I forget now, because it's out. It has just dropped. It just dropped, people. Look, when I saw them retweeting Trump's tweet from 2020, big protest on Capitol Hill will be wild. And I thought they were citing that to show how absurd the January 6th committee was, not in support of criminal insurrectionist talk. Well, I had a vision, and the vision was a shirt that says, "Will be wild." Now, there's this one, and some people might not want to wear a shirt with Trump's face on it, not out of shame, but rather out of self-preservation. There's a version which nobody can take issue with. How do I find it here? There's a version that no one can take issue with.
This just says "Will be wild."
The flag.
You can get "Will be wild" with the flag, and you can get "Will be wild" with El Jefe himself.
Because it's now, this is insurrectionist Anti-authority rhetoric will be wild. Can you imagine? Trump says in 2 separate tweets, peacefully protest, stand on the side of the police, but they take a tweet in which he says will be wild as somehow evidence of insurrectionist encouragement of violent protest. Nuts. The amount
Some
of
are
times
pointing out that maybe they have to wrap today because they have 5.5 hours that includes their closing argument. So assuming he's having closing argument at the very end, that would mean that they would want to, that their time-wise might need to wrap up earlier. So it's not apparent that Maricopa has many competent witnesses. I mean, I'll be curious to see what their explanation is for the malfunction of the tabulators and the printers, but they don't even have the exhibits that prove that, in fact, they maintain chain of custody, that they were legally, statutorily required.
Well, that's what I didn't understand is they did not have a number when they left the drop-off spots before they got to
How do you
run
lose
back.
that?
Well,
How is that
how do you
still
not even get that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a basic process supposed to happen. Clearly, they weren't doing it, and I mean, it appears it was very odd, the election day results, by almost everybody's expectations, both in terms of total vote margin, and vote margin, and now we have an explanation as to how that happened. People deliberately created voter suppression and created the opportunity for the ballots to not be properly counted. Either ballots included that should not have been, double counted that should not have been, or as someone pointed out, the audit of 2020 on duplicate ballots apparently found up to 3% of ballots that were counted for Biden that are actually Trump ballots. And so there's some issue with duplication creating a heightened risk of error. But the fact that there's no ballot chain of custody documentation that's required, the fact that there was intentional malfunctioning that took place is very damning. I mean, I don't expect this judge to do anything about it in terms of the new election because otherwise he would have allowed the signature match check to move forward. But it's why these cases are important to see. And you're seeing the arrogance and incompetence of the people who run our elections.
This is people saying this is why they didn't want to have this debate to begin with. Let me see if this is Arizona. See, everybody, the audio is better here. This is the audio on Arizona feed on YouTube. I hear the.
Aside from making guesses,
This is not better, but it won't be looping it.
richer based on documents.
Do we prefer this to the glitches that we're having on?
Exactly how many ballots Maricopa County had.
I think I prefer the RSBN.
So it calls
Right
for
Side
first
Broadcasting
speculation,
Number. That's the
reporter
one
which
Kari
is
Lake's
satisfied.
campaign
You
is
could have asked
pushing
the
out.
reporter that.
All right, well, let's use that one because this is the audio is not good consistently. So if I go
Agreed.
here, this looks like RSB.
They should be back in and starting again.
Yeah, and the judge has been quite thorough.
Yeah, your typical state court judge, very linear, very by the rules, by the book. So no surprise there. Yep.
Okay, we're back. And now I'm going to maximize and then come over here. Okay, this is going to be it. Now I might do something, Robert. If I duck out for it, might be 45 minutes or more. I'll
Okay.
be listening, but I might have to do something if I want to stay sane and married.
We can leave it running too, because even
Yeah.
if I got to check out, I'll just leave it running and just mute
Okay.
myself.
All right, we are back on the record in CV 2022-095-403.
Yes, we're delayed.
This is Lake versus Hobbs et al. Present are the parties or the representatives in council. We have Ms. Heather Honey on the stand remaining under oath. All right, we are back on the record. And we're ready to begin the cross-examination. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Honey.
Why are we getting
And
two
thank you for being here
audio?
today.
I don't know.
This trial. I know
Close
that
this.
all the parties appreciate your attendance. I just have a few questions for you.
Dude, this isn't me.
It's obvious to me that you've done a lot of work to try to understand elections.
Hold on. Okay, I know that's not. Now you know that's not me. So not us, not the link. That's not my computer. Hold on, let me just get back here. see if it's better. And then
I would agree with that.
It's obvious to me.
And there are a lot
you've
of
done a lot of work to
complexities
try
to
to
running an election.
understand
Would
the
you
No.
agree with that?
No.
Now we're getting double.
That's
double
not going to
audio.
work.
Nope.
Let's
Yes, we'll
go.
go back to Arizona.
Maricopa Lake, Arizona live. Away don't. Do we do this one or Fox?
Let's
Let's
try
try
that one.
Fox.
Someone
You might
recommended
ask
Fox
why
in the
I
chat.
would be concerned
Jordan
with
Peterson.
bringing the history of the Bible to.
Okay.
Why would I be reading history of the Bible? My name is Jordan.
I've not gotten a tour, if that's what you mean.
This'll do. This'll
I've
do.
been there, but I haven't gotten a tour.
Okay, all right.
You left up the Viva's computer skills suck this whole time.
I meant to respond to that.
You testified that you didn't receive certain forms in response to your public records request, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that because you didn't receive those forms, you're assuming that they do not exist?
No, quite the contrary. I know they exist. They exist in more than one copy. I know that they exist at Runbeck because I've seen photographs of them. So I know they exist. And in fact, the email correspondence between the attorney for Ms. Lake and your office was that, hey, if you can't find your copy, could you get the copy at Runbeck for us?
Okay. So you know the forms exist, they just haven't been provided to you.
They haven't been provided in about 3 weeks.
Okay. And Ms. Honey, I will let you know that we believe you're being honest, that you don't believe you've received them. We take a different position. Do you think it's possible that you were provided them and you simply missed them in the large stack of documents that you were offered to
Oh, yeah. Try this one.
Well, then why aren't they exhibits? Why aren't they exhibits? They should be exhibits for the
Have
state
you
of
ever
Arizona.
observed the ballot pickup at the post office when the Maricopa County employees come, the election department employees come and pick up the ballots to transport to Runbeck? Have you ever been there to observe that?
I'm sorry, when they pick up the ballots at the post
At the post office.
No, but I did actually speak to 3 people at the Phoenix Postal Facility.
But you've never personally observed that?
I have not personally.
Oh yeah, Honey Bunny reference to
I apologize for interrupting,
Pulp
but I believe
Fiction.
we have the rule to exclude from the courtroom any testifying non-expert witnesses, and I believe one of those witnesses just entered. Mr. Sonnenberg, I believe.
I have to rely on counsel for that. I don't.
What's the question?
Why do government lawyers look so weird?
He's been sitting there for.
They always look weird. They look like the person who catfished you on an online dating service.
I believe that the attention was brought to opposing counsel and thought it was Mr. Barris.
Ha ha ha! Richard Barris's name makes a cameo in the Arizona Kari Lake trial. At least his name. He'll actually be testifying in a bit.
So I don't believe it was intentional. I believe you're like me. You're intent and focused on what's in front of you. So I'm not casting any aspersions. I'm just, let's all be more astute. I guess that's the best I can do. Thank you for pointing it out.
Thank you, Robert.
Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Honey, I believe you testified earlier, correct me if I have this wrong, but I believe you testified earlier that the United States Postal Service provides an exact count of the ballots that are picked up by the elections department staff. Was that your testimony?
So I think what I said was that in the trays, they include a receipt, which basically is like a bill.
To the
How
locals
many
chat
ballots
question,
were,
yes,
and it
Barris is
includes, like,
expected
the
to
total amount
testify
of
today.
postage, on that form, and it's actually tucked into the trays. I have some photographs of that as well.
Okay, and you said they put it in, you mean United States Postal Service employees
That is my understanding.
prepare the receipt and put it in. Okay, and is it your understanding that that receipt includes an exact number of ballots for that tray?
I don't believe it's for the tray. I think it's for the entire pickup.
For the entire pickup?
Right. So
Okay.
however many trays are included, it's not a one for one like this is how many are in this tray. I think it's the whole. That's my understanding.
Would it surprise you to learn that the United States Postal Service actually weighs the trays and makes an estimated determination based on the weight of the tray?
Well, that would, I mean, obviously that's a great way to do it. Weight counting is a very effective way of, a method of counting papers.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk with you for just a minute about the woman who I believe is identified as Denise Marie. Do you know who I'm speaking about?
I do.
Okay. And I believe you testified that she was an employee at Runback. Is that right?
She still is an employee at Runback.
Okay. Do you know how long she's been employed there?
I think probably close to a year, but you'd have to look at her declaration just to be certain. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Do you know what her position is?
I know what her position, well, no. All right, I want to talk with you about Leslie White. And again, when I say Leslie White, you know to whom I'm referring. I do.
Okay. I believe you testified that she was an observer at MTEC. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was a first-time observer, whether she was a repeat observer, what her background is with regard to the observation process?
I believe she said that was the first time that she had been credentialed to observe that
Okay,
particular
as a
process,
witness,
right? So that
she
was a little bit
testifies
different
very
than, like,
effectively.
the MECTEC observers who are watching, say,
That
signature
she's smooth,
verification,
answers
for
the
example,
question
which I believe
correctly, is
she
engaging,
also
not
witnessed
overly
that process.
defensive, not
This was
emotionally
unique in that she
reactionary,
was credentialed
has done
to
very well
watch
on all
that
these
sort of
accounts.
incoming close of election night process.
But your belief is she was a first-time observer.
I believe that was the first time she observed that process, if that's what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Did she, by any chance, mention to you that from her assigned
I
location
agree with the
where she
locals
was
chat
at,
that she's very comes across
she
as
did not
genuine and
have
factual.
a clear view of the activities on the truck or on the dock?
I mean, I see
Right.
why they used her. Yeah,
Do you
no,
agree
Jerry,
with
this is
me
a
when I
bench trial.
say that Leslie White did not actually say in her declaration that she was worried that ballots were not being counted? That she didn't actually say that, I'm worried ballots are not being counted?
Are you asking if those were her words specifically
I'm
in
going to
her?
object, Your Honor. The declaration speaks for itself.
You can ask the question related to this, her statement. But I thought there was testimony as well about conversations with people. So re-ask it, Mr.
Would you agree with me that Ms. White, Leslie White, never actually said in her declaration or to you that she was worried that ballots were not being counted?
She most certainly said to me that she saw the seals being removed, the transport containers being opened, and that there was absolutely, that's in her word, absolutely no counting of the ballots. They were simply picking them up out of the transport container and putting them into trays, and then putting those trays onto like what she was calling a cage or a cart, and that they were just moving these through. She was concerned about that.
So in her declaration, she doesn't say that. She says, and I'm wondering if she said any of this to you. She was concerned with the disorganized way the ballots were being handled. She said, I did not see any person count any ballots or record any information. I didn't see it, but she didn't say it didn't happen. When she spoke with you, did she talk about what she saw and what she observed, or was she making statements beyond that?
So I think you're mischaracterizing what she said, but if you would like me, if you have a copy of her statement, I'd be happy to point out what I'm talking about.
It's all right. We'll move on.
Yeah. That was a lame set of questions.
I want to come back to
You should have just
Denise
backed out
Marie.
earlier.
You
That was an argument for
testified
the judge,
that-
not
I
a
believe you
question
testified that
for the
she
witness.
told you that Runback had, well, Runback allowed, or maybe
Could somebody
it
in the
just
chat remind me
happened.
who
I
was the
don't remember
lawyer that
exactly
was
what you
the
said,
name of
but
the lawyer that
employees
was with
brought
Finger
in
in the
ballots from
Rittenhouse
home.
case?
Do you remember
Because the
talking
lawyer,
about that?
that lawyer reminds me of that
Okay.
the other
And
lawyer. He
Denise
just handed
Marie
him a
was
note.
concerned about that, correct?
Denise was concerned that this was basically announced as though it was a perk of working at Runbeck and that they were permitted to do it. She thought it
Kraus.
was,
Yeah, that's it.
In
Kraus.
her conversation with me,
That
she
dude,
thought it was,
that other
you know,
lawyer reminds me of
questionable
Kraus,
practice,
the other
but,
government lawyer.
But that, you know, people did it. She saw people do it.
Did she tell you how many people or how many ballots she estimated might have been subject to this?
Yeah, so she said she personally saw at least 50 that were brought in by employees and added at that point.
Okay, thank you.
I did hear about the
Um,
2020 Georgia case. I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
Continuing on with Denise Marie.
I agree. Her demeanor is very good. This is a good demeanor
There was some
for a
back
witness
and
to have.
forth between
Calm, clear,
Mr.
not
Blem
emotional, not too aggressive.
and someone for the defense counsel, and some objections were lodged. And so I'm not sure if you ever answered the question Mr. Blem asked. I believe he asked you if it was true
Yeah,
that
sauerkraut.
Denise Marie was
Yeah,
asked
that
to
was
go
the
get a
nickname I
ballot
liked
count
for him. That's right,
because
sauerkraut.
Maricopa didn't know. Did you answer that question? Do you have knowledge as to whether Denise claimed that she was asked to go get a ballot count because Maricopa didn't know?
I don't believe that's what she said.
Okay, very good.
No, that was a dumb question from sauerkraut imitator.
To clarify,
Mini
mean,
Kraus, I
she
guess
was
you'd call him.
asked to go get a count and report it back so that they could call Maricopa and say, hey, this is how many ballots we scanned. And subsequently, the number that the county was reporting increased by the same difference. You know, he was reporting 275. She counted the actual number of inbound scans, reported 298. And subsequently, the number that Maricopa was reporting as the total ballots in the election increased by 25,000.
Let's talk about that for a minute. In your experience, just based on your knowledge in working with elections, is it typical for elections departments to do reconciliation of ballots, make sure that they have the numbers right?
Reconciliation should happen in multiple different places. For example, you reconcile the number of voters who check into a vote center to the number of ballots cast in a vote center. Those types of reconciliation are incredibly important.
Now, Laura, will this be the first case
And,
Richard has testified in the chat?
Well, let's move on from that. I want to talk about what happens at Runbeck. Do you know what happens to the ballots actually at Runbeck? What the elections department and Runbeck employees do with the ballots there?
Yes.
What do they do?
So they they load the ballots on the inbound machine. The inbound machine, by the way, is only operated by Runbeck employees. So they load them on and they go through and they cut them off at about a 10,
Why do we have third-party
11,000
private
batch
companies involved in
size.
the election
At
process?
that point, they
Never been
stop,
in
they
favor
create
of
the
that. Not when it
paperwork
was
for that particular
Diebold in
batch of
Ohio,
signature
not
verification
anybody.
files, right? So they're scanning the signature on the envelope. They're creating a file for that is then transmitted to Maricopa County so that they can start that signature verification process.
All right. So they go to Maricopa County to start the signature verification process. Is it your understanding that before an early ballot is tabulated, the elections department has to examine the signature and determine whether the signature matches the signature in the voter registration file?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah. Is it your understanding that before an early ballot is tabulated,
Honey, unfiltered?
the
That's a nice
elections
meme.
department looks at the signature on the affidavit envelope and must determine whether it matches a signature in the voter registration file for that voter before it's going to go to tabulation?
Yes.
Okay. So if employees at Runbeck put ballots into the stream at Runbeck, and let's say hypothetically that did happen, Is it your understanding that those ballots would then go to McTech to be signature verified?
Well, to be clear, the ballots don't go for signature verification, the ballot images do. And yes, when they go through the inbound scan, they would be, but I don't believe that's the point. The point is that Arizona law says they're invalid ballots if they're not returned to an authorized location. So that's an opportunity to insert ballots. And if Maricopa County was aware of the precise number of ballots, then if they inserted 2, they would know they inserted 2.
So if
Your
Arizona,
Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This court would not let us come before it with evidence of signature verification. We wanted to. And now he's going right down that road, Your Honor. And if he keeps going down this road, I'm going to ask for a couple days next week to come to this court and talk about signature.
So you mean about the process?
The process is part of it, Your Honor. And he's talking exclusively about process. Her direct examination, Your Honor, was limited to talking about chain of custody with respect to Dropbox to Runback. And not beyond that point. And so, Your Honor, if that door wants to open, I'm more than happy to drive a truck to it.
may I respond, Your Honor, or do you want to roll?
Go ahead.
All right. My response would be the road I'm driving down is a different road, I think, than Mr. Blum wants to drive his truck. I'm talking about what actually happens, and I'm talking about it from the limited perspective of understanding what the effect of these votes that may have been inserted at Runback would actually be. I'm not really talking about the signature verification process itself. I'm simply talking about what happens to a ballot that is at Runback as it moves through the system.
Your Honor, may it please the court, I'll stipulate that those 50 ballots they talked about got counted. But I'll also do so only on the understanding, Your Honor, that that is a concession by defendants that it is possible to inject illegal ballots into the system.
Your Honor, may I respond one more time?
This offer stipulates out there.
I understand, but I think this needs to be cleared up. Mr. Blum is making a legal argument that ballots that are harvested are illegal ballots and should not be counted. That's a legal argument.
Your Honor, I don't believe in my direct examination of this client, I ever even said the word harvested. Now, more than happy to talk about it. And as a matter of fact, I believe it was defense counsel who brought up 2,000 mules. I haven't said anything about it, Your Honor. I'm talking about chain of custody, the legal documents this county has.
Your Honor, let me
to prove how many ballots they picked up from drop boxes and took to Runback.
Right.
Let me change my statement. I understand it may have inadvertently irritated Mr. Blum. I didn't mean to do that with my choice of words, and I apologize.
Well, it's not about irritating Mr. Blum. It's just about making sure we're getting it right as far as what each side's allowed to go into. So if you want to.
Yeah. So let me amend my statement. What I was attempting to say was that Mr. Blum is making a legal argument that a ballot that is not deposited into the United States Postal Service mail or dropped off in a drop box is an illegal ballot, I believe is what he said. And that's a legal argument.
No, I think we're talking about chain of custody, if we could distinguish things. And he did discuss chain of custody very thoroughly with this witness. I believe I understand what you're asking about. He's correct that what you're discussing is the process for validation of signatures as it would relate to possible injection of ballots into the system without the chain of custody accounting for them. If I got that right, Mr. Blum? Did you listen to what I said?
I did, Your Honor, but I'm kind of hard of hearing.
Well, I'm speaking soft, maybe. Do you want me to say it again?
Try a combination of both, if you would, please.
Okay, sure. If I've understood your objection, Mr. Blum, it's that
you've limited your direct examination to chain of custody, and what is being talked about here by Mr. LaRue, the questioning is to elicit testimony about the handling of ballots that might violate the chain of custody if they're into the system, and why those ballots would still be subject to verification through the signature validation process, regardless of how they came in. Your point is that you are saying, wait, it's only about the chain of custody, and if it violates the chain of custody, that's
I'm here. I'm just listening to the judge.
end of story. That's where it goes.
Yep, what I'm saying is, Your Honor, the direct examination was about chain of custody and the importance of chain of custody.
God bless this guy, but he tends to repeat
So
himself.
that there
Gary
are no
Lake's lawyer.
points of access.
He doesn't always
illegal
pick
votes
up where
into
the
the
judge
system.
is. His brain is here. Judge's brain is there.
He's
Sometimes they're
taking
not
issue with
meeting.
the word illegal, and he's talking about the legal argument. What you're talking about, that there are votes that are not accounted for under the chain of custody that are placed into the ballot system or the election system.
But
Go ahead.
I can go down that road, Your Honor. It's illegal for a county elections official not to do a job they are legally required to do. So if we want to talk about illegality, we can go into that
I
point.
understand your point, but I guess you're objecting to Mr. LaRue going into his argument that separate and apart from your position there, that if in fact ballots were somehow put into the system, in this instance, I think we're talking about the Runbeck ballots.
And Your Honor, that's fine. I'll let him go down this road because it's my understanding that what he's saying is, it doesn't matter. The ballots were counted. And so I'll let him go down this road, Your Honor. I'm going to reserve my argument.
Well, certainly. And I'm going to talk to you all about closing arguments at the end of the day today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few more questions, Ms. Honey.
Miss Honey.
You're not an attorney, correct? Okay, so I'm going to ask you a legal question, but you only have to answer if you have an understanding about it. If you don't have an understanding, it's perfectly fine to say, I don't know. Are you aware that under Arizona
Yes, Rich
law,
Barris is scheduled
a
for
ballot
today.
is not actually unlawful if it is, the term that's used sometimes is harvested or ballot collection. But if somebody who is not authorized to handle it deposits it, or like what happened at Runbeck, if somebody brings it and inserts it into the stream, but not into a designated authorized drop box. Are you aware that under Arizona law, that is not actually an unlawful ballot?
I think the term in the law is an invalid ballot.
Nice response.
Just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Oh, I asked another dumb question, Judge. Let me see how many more dumb ones I have.
No more questions. Thank you very much.
There you go. Sit down. That's the best thing he did on their cross-examination. Do you know what it's like to go up against idiot lawyers, and then because of the corruption of the system or the bias or prejudice of the system, they win? Talk about frustrating. If you have a competitive bone in your body, it can drive you crazy.
Good afternoon, Ms. Honey. My name is Andy Gale, and I represent Secretary Hobbs in her official capacity. I want to echo Mr. LaRue's thanks for being here today. I'm going to be, and I may surprise Judge Thompson as well. I'll be very brief. First of all, as you sit here today, you have no evidence that anybody intentionally interfered with the chain of custody of ballots in Maricopa County for the 2022 general election, do you?
Well, I don't think I said that anybody interfered with it. I said they failed to maintain their legally required chain of custody.
So your answer to my question then is yes, you have no evidence that anybody intentionally interfered with the chain of custody for ballots cast in Maricopa County for the 2022 general election, correct?
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Well, I didn't hear it. So if you can answer, if you understand it, ma'am, you can ask it, answer it, excuse me. If you need it rephrased, I'll have you rephrase it.
Well, I think you're asking a question and sort of saying it in a way that I didn't say it. So if you would ask it in maybe a different way, that would be good.
Sure. You have no evidence that anybody intentionally
did not.
It's a
obey the
reasonable
law with
inference from the
respect to
complete
chain
failure
of
to have the
custody
relevant records.
in-
That's an
in
intentional act, not having those
Maricopa,
records.
with respect to any ballots cast in Maricopa County in 2022 for the 2022 general election.
I believe I understand your question.
Okay.
And I would say that somebody, a person, and it's my understanding that the recorder is responsible for maintaining chain of custody. Somebody made the decision not to do it. And I would say that when they made that decision, knowing what the law is in Arizona, that was
And
an
I'm
intentional decision.
and I'm sorry, Ms. Honey, but again, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking whether
Y-
what
yes, it
evidence-
is. He's
you
saying
have no
that's evidence of
evidence
intentionality.
that anybody
The
made an intentional
deliberate,
decision to
direct
do anything
refusal
here,
to
correct?
have necessary pertinent records
Well,
to
I
prove
think
the
that
election was in compliance with the law.
Your Honor, I think this is a yes or no question.
Yes, it is. If you understand the question, if you don't understand it, man.
I don't understand the question. I think I felt like I answered it, so I'm
Okay.
sorry. I don't understand.
And then, other than the 50 ballots or so that were mentioned in one of the declarations about family members at Runbeck, you have no evidence that any other ballots were "quote unquote" injected into the system at any point in time, correct?
Well, unfortunately, because of the.
I'm sorry, Ms. Honey. It's a yes or no question. Other than those 50, you have no evidence of that, correct?
Can you ask the question in a different way?
Certainly. There was some discussion earlier that the
Yeah,
employee at
the
Runbeck
failure
told you,
to
and it's
have
reflected in her
documentation
declaration,
is
that she
evidence
estimated
for which
that
one can draw
approximately
inferences.
there were approximately 50
And those
ballots of either
inferences
Runbeck
include
employees
intentional
or
misconduct of a
Runbeck
broader
employee
scale.
family members who dropped off their ballots at the Runbeck facility. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And my question is, beyond what that particular person told you with respect to those approximately 50 ballots, you have no evidence that any other ballots were "quote unquote" injected into the system at any point in Maricopa County for the 2022 general election. Is that correct?
I could say that's not an answerable question.
You, as you sit here right now, you have nothing else to say on that issue beyond the 50 ballots that were specifically mentioned to you by that individual, correct?
No, I have something to say.
No, I'm asking about evidence. Do you have evidence?
Yes, I think that
Yeah.
the failure to have chain of custody makes it impossible to know how many ballots were or were not transferred.
But as you sit here now, the only ones you know about are the 50 that were mentioned to you by the one witness, correct? The only identifiable ballots that you can speak to today are the 50 that were mentioned by the Runbeck
I
witness.
can't identify those 50. I don't know who they are.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
The lame argument. Because we've destroyed the evidence, you can't produce the evidence, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. We have no further questions, and we have no objection to the witness being excused.
Miss Honey, do you recall the last question you asked? You were asked?
Yes.
All right. Is your point that it is impossible to know if any and or how many illegal votes were injected into a system without valid chain of custody?
Correct. You can't tell how many potentially were added or how many were removed even. I mean, that's the
Don't-
whole point of chain of custody.
Just sit down
is
now.
to
Don't ask
have
another
that
one.
sort of security.
That's
and
very
that,
good. Sit down.
Without chain of custody,
He's not
there's
going
no
to,
way
but
know. And
I would.
coupled with the, the sort
This
of
guy's an old school
changing
state
numbers,
trial lawyer,
it's
so that's
very
why he's real
concerning.
aggressive. Your old school guys that do a lot of
Counsel
trial
asked
work in
you
state court,
if there was
they're
any
bombastic by
evidence of
nature.
intentional conduct. You recall that?
Yes.
All right. If I, hypothetically,
If
have a choice to get a cup of coffee or a cup of water, and I choose coffee, I didn't choose water. Do I have a choice? It's somebody choose
Good point in the locals chat.
A,
But yeah, in the
either
Alex
not
Jones trial,
to make these
the
documents
absence of evidence was proof
or
that that
B,
evidence existed.
to produce them to my client's attorney.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation, foundation.
I'm assuming you're asking the witness to the extent of her knowledge.
The extent of your knowledge, Ms. Hunt. Yes,
This is
ma'am.
where the judge has been very fair, helping clarify the proper way to ask a question in the evidentiary context. I don't think he's been very fair on legal
So,
rules,
Ms. Honey,
but I do think he's been very fair at
A or
governing
B,
this
the extent
evidentiary
of
here.
your knowledge. would it be an intentional act for somebody to choose not to make chain of custody documents to count the number of ballots? Or would it also be an intentional act to choose not to produce the documents that have been created?
Well, again, to the extent that they didn't count them, I think that there's no reason to believe that they did count them or that any documents exist. I believe somebody made a decision not to maintain the chain of custody, not to follow the laws as they're written in the EPM.
I
Somebody
agree
had to
with the
decide that.
chat.
Just as I
that
chose
this was a
Trump
witness
instead of
who
stay
came
home.
across very, very well.
I made a choice.
Testified very effectively, knew emotional control,
They have a legal requirement.
maintained it,
though, don't
knew
they,
not how not to
choose
get
make
trapped.
it? They don't have a choice.
Very, very
not to
well.
make them do that.
Right, there's no exception in the EPM to
I believe, wasn't it,
Be right back in a second.
where's my exhibit list? I believe Secretary of State Hobbs, as a matter of fact, in a recent matter involved with Cochise County. And I think we got correspondence on that. An exhibit. And did you see correspondence from Secretary of State Hobbs
I did,
to Cochise County?
yes.
Okay. What did she tell them in that correspondence with respect to Arizona law and the EPM?
Objection, Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination or the direct at this point and irrelevant.
It is not, Your Honor. They asked my client specifically if she had any evidence. And I want to make the point, Your Honor, that even their client says you have no choice. You must follow the law. When she told Cochise County, you must certify your election. Your Honor. She said it in her letter.
Just to clarify, please. I'm not sure what the letter says that you're referring to. It says you must what?
She told the Board of Supervisors for Cochise County that they have no choice but to do their legal duty and certify the election to make her governor of the state of Arizona.
In that,
My argument here, Your Honor, that same legal duty applies to Maricopa County with respect to their obligation to follow Arizona law and the elections procedure manual.
no, okay, you were correct. They're obligated to follow the procedures in the manual, but the question that was asked is whether she has any direct evidence that there was an intentional decision to not make the documents or not produce the documents, is what I recall. And she didn't answer it directly. What she said in response was, they're supposed to do this, and the fact that it didn't get done tells me somebody must have made a decision. And that was the answer. So I think it's been asked and answered. To the extent that you're going to ask her about a conclusion of law, that's
Fair enough, Your Honor. I only got a few more questions anyway.
please proceed, Mr. Martin.
I think if you recall cross-examination correctly, I got the impression that defense counsel was sort of downplaying the injection of 50 ballots into the system. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
I believe they were, do you have any evidence those 50 votes were not counted or something along those lines? You recall that question?
I do.
You don't have any evidence that those votes were not counted, do you?
I don't know which ballots those were.
Is that the point?
That is the point. I mean, Denise said that she personally observed 50. She's not there all the time, so we don't know what that number is. And the reason we don't know what number that is because we don't know how many there were supposed to be.
Could it be 5,000?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation, foundation.
I agree, Your Honor.
That's
But
your
the
point.
only-
That's your point. So sustained.
Can't believe we got to try. That's all we can do, isn't it, Miss Hunt? It's speculate, isn't it?
strong to dislike speculating, but I think there's just no way to know the answer, and that's the problem.
Any
No way to
question
know.
I asked you about how many ballots it could have been would be nothing but pure speculation, isn't that right?
Correct.
And isn't that the problem? Okay, you testified earlier, and this gets back to their, their questions about chain of custody being complicated. You recall that? Is it complicated?
I mean, it's more complicated in Maricopa because they outsource it, but chain of custody is chain of custody. I want to know how many ballots I'm transferring from point A to point B. And, if you understand, the EAC says it's incredibly important. It's critical for.
All right, now let's go back to your history and your background just very briefly so I can wrap this up. Supply chain management, what'd you do in that area?
I do consulting in the supply chain space. Again, a lot of it is counter diversion, but it's also in terms of loss prevention.
Okay, loss prevention. All right. And so do companies pay, and let's talk about widgets, because everybody likes widgets. Do companies pay millions of dollars every year to consultants to help them with their supply chain management?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It seems to me that this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination.
It is. Your Honor, he asked her specifically. He asked her, is chain of custody complicated?
Your Honor, I don't believe that was my question.
Hold on.
And my argument is this, Your Honor.
Wait. I'm not in the habit of debating objection or rulings on objections.
Understood. I'm just going to make a legal argument. But
Which is an argument with the judge about the ruling on it.
oh no, I'm not trying to argue with the judge. I want to make a challenge to his objection.
It may be a distinction without a difference, Mr. Platt.
All right, thank you.
But if you're ever in a position where I make a ruling and you think that you need to make a offer of proof to show that I may be mistaken, I will let you do that. Okay? But not back and forth.
Understood.
Discussion or argument, okay?
So I'd like to make a quick offer of proof right now.
Then go ahead and do that.
Ann or Honey, do companies spend millions of dollars a year?
Wait, you're just continuing the questioning.
Oh.
As far as an offer of proof, I want you to tell me what you expect to prove and how that would make a difference with regard to my ruling. That's what an offer of proof.
I guess, Your Honor, I would expect to prove that big companies spend millions of dollars every year, to get 5,000 widgets to your local Ace Hardware store, and they do it successfully.
I'm not arguing.
And so
I'm not arguing the concept. I'm arguing that whether or not your offer of proof is going to show me that this is something that was touched on in his cross.
understood. And I'll just move on to my last point. You were part of the 2021 Arizona election, is that correct? And this is relevant to Mr. LaRue's question to you about the Postal Service receipts. You recall that question?
Yeah, I do.
And Mr. LaRue was telling you, well, those aren't really receipts, are they? Those are weights. Is that true?
I believe Mr. LaRue asked if it was possible that they were weight counts.
And are weight counts a valid tool to count paper documents?
Yes,
Okay, why is that?
scales are precise and you can determine the weight of a single sheet of paper, you can determine the weight of a single ballot, and then weigh it and, you're within, it's pretty accurate measurement. That's what weight counting is.
Well, let me ask you this question. During the 2021 audit, did you and your crew weigh all of the ballots?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I'm getting to my relevance.
I give him some leeway. Go ahead. You can answer it, ma'am. Go ahead.
We didn't weigh all of them, no. We weighed some boxes.
Now, the boxes that you did weigh, was the weight count consistent with the other counts?
Yes,
How many counts did you do? Different counts?
I can't say, I mean,
Well, I think there was
half maybe?
the machine count, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand your question. Yes, there was a hand count, a weight count, a machine count, and in some cases, an audit count. And then there was a count of ballot images as well.
Ballot images. Did you photograph each ballot?
Correct.
You can count those. And were they all consistent with a weight count?
Yes.
And so if the United States Postal Service or some other large company wants to bill their client for 50,000 pieces of mail, it's an effective way to do so by measuring weight. Isn't that correct?
If it's the same piece of mail type.
Same mail type. All right. I have no further questions.
Excuse the witness.
I excuse the witness.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
You're excused. Your next witness. I think we're okay. Your next witness would be?
Your Honor, our next witness is Bradley Bencourt, please.
Sir, if you could just stand right there in front of my clerk, she will swear you in. Thank you, sir. You'll make your way around to the witness stand and have a seat, please. Okay. Who's going to do this examination?
I am.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Olson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bencourt. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Bradley David Bettencourt.
And what is your occupation?
Well, I generally work with real estate and have my own company and work with my dad.
Did you have occasion to be hired by Maricopa County for any elections?
Yes, I decided to work for T-Tech with them. They reached out, I had applied, and they reached out after.
And when did they reach out to you?
A little over a month before the election,
And you're referring to the 2022 general election or the primary?
the general election.
Okay. And what is a T-Tech?
Well, we would set up the sites beforehand and site watch on the days of polling.
And in terms of setting up the sites beforehand, what kind of work were you doing?
Well, we focus mainly on the site books, the printers, and the MoFi.
And the site books are the device that's used to check in a voter and have their ballot directed towards whatever precinct they're in?
Correct, yes.
I was wrong about the last witness, by the way. Thank goodness.
Did you have did you participate in the election prior to election day in any kind of fashion?
I was working with them for about a month, approximately. And we set up sites beforehand, some of the early polling sites, and we also
Turn
site watched
mic down.
early. And we actually created a T-Tech group, a text group, to stay in touch while we were site watching.
How was that group set up? Was it through your supervisor?
I lowered the mic volume
Yeah,
a
it
bit.
was through the supervisor.
And who was that?
Okay, done.
That was Jose,
Do you have a last name?
Jose Luis Arbayo.
And is he an employee of Maricopa County?
He's a permanent employee, yes.
And
what is his function at Maricopa County?
Well, he was basically our supervisor for the T-Techs. He had been a T-Tech previously. as a temporary
Can't turn the
employee,
stream up.
wound up getting a permanent position.
And how many T-Techs were in this group that he set up?
Well, there was him as the supervisor and then 15 T-Techs.
And approximately how many vote centers would be covered by these 15 T-Techs, of which I assume you were one of them?
Correct. Yes, I was a T-Tech. So on election day, if that's what you're referring to, we all started out at one location. Some of us stayed at that location the whole day, and other ones moved around to multiple locations. If you actually
My
look at
volume
one
is
of the
down to
exhibits on the text
43%.
messages, one person had well over 100 miles driving around to probably about 5 or 6 sites throughout the day.
Do you have an estimate as to how many vote centers were covered by the 15 T-Techs, approximately?
I would say a minimum of 20 to 30. That's a bare minimum.
And at this point, I would like to bring up Exhibit 58, Your Honor.
Everybody, I cannot turn up the volume on the feed. If my volume is still too high, let me know. I understand you guys adjusted your volume accordingly. I listened to the
Exhibit
entire
58
testimony of the previous witness.
is
She was good. and
Series of
cross.
about over 54 pages of text messages. Do you recognize this document, sir?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah,
What
by the
is
way,
it?
I'm here just eating,
It's the group
but I did
text
like
from
the
that
chat
day,
that
the election day.
suspects that
And
this
is this a
witness was
group
someone who
text
might harvest
chats
organs in
from
the
your
bathroom.
phone?
I saw that. It's
Yes,
not nice.
yes, sir.
And did you provide a declaration in this case?
Yes,
And you swore under oath under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, correct?
absolutely correct.
And did you, in connection with this declaration, provide screenshots of your text messages with the other T-Techs, the other 15 T-Techs that day?
Yes, correct.
Do you believe this to be, and you can scroll through some, and does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of your text messages?
Yes, sir, it does. There are a lot of issues that came up throughout the day. And including at times T-Techs would say the ballots look pristine, but the tabulators aren't reading them. So that would really not have to do with the printers from our point of view. And that wasn't just one person. There were others that said similar things.
Do these text messages represent communications that were happening as they were occurring on election day?
Yes, yes, in real time, absolutely.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd like to move for Exhibit 58 to be entered into the record as evidence. It is hearsay, however, under present impression and excited utterance. As you will see, some of them, for example, if we could go to page base number 367. And at the bottom, you'll see, Your Honor, it says, "I'm having a 911." I would say that there are a number of, as you just can scroll through, these would classify or qualify as either excited utterance or present sense impression. Certainly, so we would move to have them admitted into the record under those exceptions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Christina Ford on behalf of the governor-elect. We do object to these coming in. There are more than, I believe, 50 pages of these texts, and one text out of 50 pages that potentially qualifies for an excited utterance doesn't make up for 50 pages of text from this day of otherwise out-of-court statements that they're trying to enter for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor,
Go ahead.
I also submitted them, sir, with the under the present sense impression. These are real-time messages, text messages that are being typed in as the events are unfolding the day of election, and I believe it falls under that exception as well.
I'm going to allow them because I think that they represent is the correspondence back and forth between the techs who are working with their immediate impressions of trying to resolve the problem. So go ahead. So what you're offering, what's the number again?
It's 58, Your Honor.
So I'll admit 58 over objection. Go ahead.
Mr. Betancourt, can you describe what was going on between you and your other T-Techs on election day? If you had to characterize it.
Yeah, we were consistently talking back and forth, trying to solve the problems. And this group was really trying hard because there were a lot of issues that popped up. And actually our main fix turned out to be walk up to the printer, open up the printer, take out the ink cartridge and shake it. So that was our main fix. That was
Yeah, it's not showing
the big one we
intentionality,
were
but
intending to do. I know the official county statement was that it changed the printer settings, but I'd say based on the text I saw, that was probably about 10 to 20% of the issue there. So I would say that'd be an incomplete description of the issues from my point of view, seeing the text.
Did the situation resolve very quickly, or did it last throughout the day with the problems?
That depended on the location. Some got better and some kept having issues. I mean, we had issues. I believe there was one even after closing time where they were asking someone to go over to Biltmore, I believe it is. You can confirm towards the end there.
How would you care? How old are you, sir?
I'm 34 years old.
And
Mind
how
your
long
own
have you
damn
been in
business.
Arizona?
Well, I've been off and on. I've actually lived in 5 states, but overall, a little over a decade in Arizona.
And so you've been voting for how long?
Well, I've been voting for 16 years, and in some different states, but mostly in Arizona during that time.
How would you characterize the events on election day that you observed personally and also
The locals
communicated
chat
with
has identified
the
him as
fellow
Alice
T-Techs
Cooper's
that were
nephew.
servicing between 20 and 30 vote centers compared to elections, even that you just participated in as a voter?
It felt a bit chaotic. I had people from the other places I've lived reaching out
Somebody in the
saying, "What's
locals
going on in
chat
Maricopa
was
County?"
this would be a funny objection. I object to the objection, Your Honor, and I object to the object of the objection of the objection.
Were
I think I've
these
seen a movie where
problems
somebody
that-
objects to the
that
objection.
continued throughout the day at many of these vote centers?
Yeah, and like I said, we tried to shake
Ah.
the ink cartridge. They cleaned the
Somebody
corner
in
on
the
the
chat
wire. They would have the
tricked me.
inspector call over a troubleshooter to try to clean the tabulator because,
See-
like I said, sometimes in there the prints looked good, but the tabulator wasn't taking them anyway.
Yeah, it's my favorite object.
Did
Always,
you hear of
that's
any
why I don't
long
like
lines
to
outside
object to
of
evidence that looks
the vote
bad.
centers?
It
Oh,
just
yeah, there were
highlights it.
A lot of long,
you know?
long lines, and in there it actually
Unless you
describes.
really have a
there's
real
piece of
strong
one in there that it
evidentiary
describes,
grounds.
and I know of other locations.
And then I throw in objections
where
elsewhere.
They completely
so that
wound up shutting down.
a jury who's
for a certain
watching
amount of
won't know
time,
what's
And they were
significant.
basically sending people to other locations.
How upset were voters that you interacted with or heard about?
Well, I heard some people being very upset, more so at other locations. We didn't have quite as many issues at our location. But
Oh, somebody
it
points
did
out
shut
Jill
down for about
Biden
5
looks
to
like
10
a
minutes at one
female
point
Alice
with the
Cooper.
tabulator thing down.
That is really true.
And that actually happened.
That is
because
really
one
true.
lady
The
had
meme
taken a
looks
ballot.
I'm still
When I was
thrown off.
standing there when
This
I
guy's
saw
lived in
this.
5 states.
The
That's
tabulator
your
took it
average
through.
Arizona
It
resident.
didn't reject it. It took it through, but it
Interesting.
didn't have the green check mark or say that it had been successfully cast.
I think half of Arizonans were
So,
born there.
I hadn't seen that on anything else, so we called the
Laura
inspector
Barris pointed out
over
they're
and
saving the best for
she
last.
called the
One and
hotline.
only Richard Barris.
And they said she should open up the blue bin where the tabulator is.
There are
pull out the
35,000
ballots, they
people
were gonna
watching
count those
between
downtown,
YouTube and Rumble
and then
on this stream
restart,
alone.
Basically. from
Well, they
zero,
understand where to
restart
go
counting
to.
the ballots that go into
This
that
is-
tabulator from that point on.
Did the problems with the tabulators, did they?
Did you ever
in your
give
opinion,
people
create
dress
the
advice
long
about how to
lines
dress for
and
court,
that-
Viva?
that you
Fine.
heard
Not
about from
meaningfully,
different
but
T-Techs?
don't wear
I
anything
would say it
bad.
made it worse. 'cause
But,
we had
well, you have
lines
some
that
sharp
begin the day,
suits when you dress up.
And
Oh,
once
yes.
the
nice
tabulator
ones.
issue started happening, the lines just backed up more.
And were there lines outside?
I
of the
vary
voting
what I'm
center?
going to wear depending on whether
Oh
I'm
yeah, I
appealing
mean,
to the
at our
judge or the
place,
jury.
there was a line
If it's the
outside
judge, I
door
tend to go
all
high
day.
end. If it's
You know,
the
we had less
jury,
problems than a lot of other places.
yeah, I stick with off the
And-
shelf.
And do you understand the check-in process?
That's more the polling worker side of it, the site book area. That's more the
Smash that
poll
honey
worker
button.
is responsible for that. I wasn't responsible for that part.
Honey, I think, is their favorite witness. Honey and the expert were both good.
Honey, I was listening to Honey and Cross. She was
Did you
good.
hear about
She was good.
long
college
lines
is taking
extending
revenge for
past
that,
8 o'clock at night?
Yes, it's in the texts. I know at least one or two places, and then I know someone who wasn't in this group because this was the East Valley group, and there was a West Valley group as well. So I know someone in the West Valley. He didn't get home. Like I left my site at about 10, and we had a short line.
Love North
at the end
Georgia.
of the
Great
night.
part of the country.
I probably wrapped up about 8 p.m. And then this other guy from the West group had left about 10:30, 10:45. And I know there was at least one or two people in this group.
So is this a guy who
that left later than me.
experienced the craziness
you-
on election day? Is that the
Well,
purpose
that's
of his
I'm
testimony?
trying to figure
Do
out.
you know whether or not any people who were waiting in line just simply gave up?
You know, God bless
waiting
all
in line or
I mean, I think the lawyers are
saw
solid
things on the news and
for
decided
Kari
not
Lake,
that they just didn't have
but
the
they
time
could
to come out and vote?
preview things a little bit better.
You can answer it
But this
yes
is
or
also
no.
a product of America's legal system, where you have to do all these foundational and the rest, and the average
Yes,
juror
I don't
doesn't
know
know
that
where to
personally. As I said,
contextualize it.
My site had less problems than the others, so I can only speak for my site, and I don't have any knowledge of that specific.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt.
Cross-exam.
Okay, what was his point?
So he just had firsthand knowledge of what was going on at one of the
It
polling
was
stations.
ridiculous what happened. I get it. Chaotic, etc.
And here he's the one to admit the text messages because I guess no one else
Ah,
could.
I understand from your testimony and from your declaration in this case that you helped set up equipment in preparation for election day.
Yeah, there you go.
Correct.
You didn't intentionally cause the tabulators to reject ballots, correct?
No, actually, we weren't even specifically focused on the tabulators with our position.
And you don't know of any other T-techs who intentionally caused the issue?
Don't ask
They
that
were
question.
temporary employees, so I don't know of any T-techs that caused that issue.
And you said here today that you were hired along with your other T-techs to help resolve problems that were occurring at polling locations, correct?
Yes, that was part of it, the setting up of sites along with resolving problems when they arose.
he's on the Lost
And then you
Boys.
were in fact
That's another
deployed
good
to help
reference.
resolve these issues when they did spike up, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that sometimes tabulators cannot read a ballot due to the way that the voter marks the ballot?
Yes, and I actually worked that in my
Oh, I thought that was a
So that was
conspiracy
part of it,
theory.
but that wasn't the
Remember?
whole part, so I can specify
Marking the
that
ballot
it's
couldn't
not the
cause
whole
any
part. There
issues
was
with the
some that
tabulators. Isn't that
very
what they
did,
told us after 2020?
and the voters
Now
had
it
marked
does?
them very well, and they weren't being read.
Okay, well, I wanted to go through some of those. So I understand from your declaration that you and your fellow T-techs sometimes found that cleaning the corona wire in the printer would sometimes help fix the tabulator issue. Is that
Corona
correct?
wire?
Yes, and the corona wire, that was on the older printers. I actually had to
Come
mark
on.
it.
I know.
That was that, so that wasn't part of the location I was at.
Isn't it the fact
And the group
that
also
if
found that
ballots weren't
changing the
counted,
toner or shaking the toner would
probably the
sometimes
voters' fault.
make improvements to the tabulators?
Yeah, shaking the toner actually worked a decent amount. It wasn't perfect, but it helped at times.
Shake
Okay.
the,
And
shake
then
the toner.
you all also found that letting the printer warm up could also improve the situation.
We'd have to go back through the text and confirm that. I don't recall that specifically, but there were a lot
Next
of texts in
question.
there, so I
Do
don't
you
recall
think the
everything.
coronavirus could have caused this?
You have no personal knowledge as to whether the printing and tabulator errors changed the outcome of the collection. Sorry,
The
the outcome
election.
of the election, correct?
see how there's any way I could prove that one way or the other.
But you have no personal knowledge.
Stupid question.
Yeah.
I believe I just said I can't prove anything one way.
You don't know that all these problems caused any problems in the election, right?
So you similarly do not have any personal knowledge of whether the printing errors were
Let
the
me
result of
ask
an,
the same
an intentional
question
scheme to undermine
again,
the election?
because I wrote it down in advance on my little sheet. That's why I hate pre-done questions like this outside of a few. Have topics. Don't have questions.
No
You get
further
stuck with the
questions.
script.
Well, not just that, but if he's a good witness, he could say, look, it doesn't take rocket science to know that if votes don't get
Yeah.
tabulated, it impacts the
Those
election.
are all arguments about what evidence he presented or not at the end.
Can we excuse the witness?
Corn Pop's in the house. He's got some crazy hair and he's a bad dude.
I think Barris might be coming up now. God, Laura, if Laura's
Sure,
watching, she's got to be
Ricardo.
nervous.
Richard.
Why is this lawyer's graveyard smaller? The plot. Okay, the plots are only 2. He's done. That's it. He's out.
That was quick and to the point.
But the shaking of the toner is good. It will strengthen the argument. It wasn't intentional. It was just neglect or negligence
We had
or
to
whatever.
shake just to shake the toner up a little bit. That's all.
Why would the toner?
Well, the
not
other
be
this
full?
concerning thing is they clearly had no idea or intention of actually getting to the bottom of things and holding people accountable.
No.
That's what's very clear in this hearing. Maricopa County did nothing to figure out what went wrong and why it went wrong.
Ugh, it's not Barris.
Who is it?
I don't know. Some store in Clara.
The last witness. I do.
Okay, now this
Brought his own water.
This suit here, he got his own water. He's got a nice form-fitting suit, tapered.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sonnenklar.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Mark Sonnenklar, S as in Sam, Onnenklar.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a
He's used-
lawyer,
And how long have you been a lawyer?
spelling his name.
26, almost 27 years.
Did you have an opportunity to, well, strike that. How long have you lived in Arizona?
Moved back to Arizona about 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago. I was here from age 9 through 21. So I don't know, what, 13 years total?
Did you have an opportunity to participate in the 2022 election cycle?
I did.
And in what capacity did you participate in that cycle?
I was a roving attorney in the Republican National Committee's election integrity program for the primary and the general election.
And what does a roving attorney do?
A roving attorney goes to the vote centers and just observes what is happening at the vote centers to determine if, things are going well or not, whether things are working in accordance with law.
In your expert opinion, was there a lot of election
When did
fornication
you
going on
first
election day?
Act as a roving attorney?
During the primary on August 2nd, 2022.
And can you describe what you did as a roving attorney during the primary?
I do like the roving attorney.
The process that I used, which we were trained to use for both the primary and the
By the
general
way,
election,
he's
was,
cluing him in that he should have asked about his
to
training
go
first.
to the vote center.
As we were trained, remember you're
talk
supposed to
the
ask me
inspector,
that
go directly
first.
to the inspector of that vote center.
Who is an inspector?
The inspector is the lead person, the lead poll worker at a vote center. So
Are they employed by Maricopa County?
yes, I believe they are paid by Maricopa County.
Is that a temporary position or are they a full-time employee of Maricopa?
They're temporary. So I would go to the vote center. I would ask for the inspector. I would ask the inspector if there was a Republican observer inside the vote center because there's not, by law, we're not allowed to have more than 2 observers from any one party within the vote center. I would ask to speak with the Republican observer, if there was one outside. I would ask that Republican observer how things were going, what he or she was seeing inside the vote center. I would take notes on what the observer, the Republican observer, told me. I would then ask the Republican observer to remain outside, and then I would go back into the vote center and speak with the inspector and ask really the same questions that I had asked the Republican observer. How are things going? If there were issues, I would ask more questions about those issues. And I was trying to determine whether, what the Republican observer was telling me was matching up with what the inspector was telling me. And I took notes while I was talking with the inspectors as well.
Did you create a report in connection after the election associated with that? And I'm talking about the primary.
I did. I had a sense that there was going to be litigation, and I knew that I had information that would be critical to that litigation. And so I reached out to, there were 17 or 18, I'm not clear exactly, but I believe there were 17 roving attorneys in the program with the RNC. And I reached out to all of them and asked them what their experience was. And they reported to me, and I created a report based on my own personal experience at 10 vote centers during the general election, and 105 other vote centers that the roving attorneys who responded to me, which I believe were 10, I believe, responded to me and were willing to, tell me what had occurred, what they had seen. So the 11 of us put together observed at 115 vote centers.
How many vote centers did you personally visit?
10.
10. And this is during the general election, correct?
Yes.
And what was your experience and what you personally saw at those 10 vote centers?
Well, it was really pandemonium out there, everywhere. I was within from Fountain Hills to North Scottsdale, or where my vote centers were. I started out in Fountain Hills, and immediately, there was a line. There was a line of 150 people at Fountain Hills. The tabulators were not working, and that was what I saw at. I saw the same thing happening at 6 of my 10 vote centers. There were different things happening at some of the other ones too, but 6 of them in particular were really bad.
And so you've been voting for a number of years, correct?
Yeah.
How would you characterize the events of the 2022 general election compared to other elections that you witnessed?
Chaos.
Oh, this was a completely different animal here. So I was a roving attorney during the primary, and there were, some minimal problems there too. But the general election was a completely different situation. There were lines out the door, which you did not see during the primary at many of the vote centers. There were angry and frustrated voters who did not want to put their ballots into box 3. There, it was just, and then there were the poll workers who were extremely frustrated and really didn't know what to do. Most of them, I would say, were doing their best, to figure out a solution to the fact that the tabulators were down. We're not reading the ballots. Everyone was just freaked out.
A question for you. There's been some testimony earlier about wait times. Do you have an understanding of how the county measures wait times?
Yes, I understand that one of the poll workers is supposed to check the line every 15 minutes and report back to MCTEC, is my understanding. it would have been difficult. I don't know where you're going with the question, but it would have been very difficult for the poll workers who were crazed trying to figure out just how to get the tabulators to read the ballots. I can't imagine that there was time for any poll workers at the worst vote centers anyway to
we saw the
actually
videos
go out and check the line.
the day of. There were
I believe you
countless
mentioned
videos,
that you
people
visited
freaking out.
personally about 10
waiting
vote
lines.
centers.
Yes.
And that the other roving attorneys that you were working with, it was a total of about 115 vote centers in total.
Yes,
And that's 115 out of about, I think, 223 vote centers, correct?
that's correct.
So that's a little over half of the vote centers.
I believe it was 52%.
Totally normal.
How are you able to characterize what your the other roving attorneys were experiencing, whether it was similar to what you were experiencing,
objection.
or worse, or maybe not as bad?
Objection.
How would you characterize?
Well, I would say that most of the roving attorneys had a similar experience to mine. I can't think of one that had a different experience. There may be, but for the most part, aggregated together,
Nice job sneaking that in.
pretty much everyone had the same experience.
And if somebody were to characterize the events of that day as minor technical difficulties
nobody
that
objected.
should be expected in any election, what would you say to that?
I would say that's nonsense. When you have 132, we've been able to document that there were at least 132 vote centers with tabulator problems out of 227, which comes out to about 59%. I don't see how that could be characterized as a small matter.
You mentioned you created a report along with the other roving attorneys that you worked with. Did you disseminate that report to anybody?
I did send that report out. Yes, I did.
Do you believe that report is accurate in its recitation of the events of election day?
Absolutely. I
amount
was
is
very careful not to
exaggerate,
overstate. I was careful to be factual.
And is that report based on sworn your conversations plus sworn declarations?
Who is this
from
witness
other
designed
roving
for,
attorneys that were given to you?
Yes.
This is who is he
And-
designed for?
If you would call
Moderate,
up exhibit
older,
52.
Republican, sedate in tone.
Okay, I see. You're. I was going to say. Never mind. I was going to make a joke, but that's a good. Point.
It's a very good choice. This guy was clearly picked for the judge. He's like the mirror of the judge. Younger version, but like a mirror.
I don't get the glowy the Fed vibe that everybody gets, but I think that's a standard internet joke.
Well,
I
I mean,
think
and
it's-
that is part of what makes him good for this judge, right? He comes across as establishment oriented. I'm respectable. I communicate correctly. I don't overstate. I don't exaggerate. He's like a substitute for the judge's own personality, a mirror. So it enhances the credibility, increases the political pressure on the judge. Be like, man, something went wrong here. I should probably do something.
It's the podium, actually, is what you want to bring up.
I just find he looks like a bit like Ray Liotta mixed with Bill Murray.
That's a very good comparison. That's very
No, but
good.
he's so the report though. He's got this report. This is not a formal report. This is just his own observations that
I
he
mean,
made.
they may want to introduce it as an exhibit.
Mr. Sonnenclair, is this a
The Maricopa County, I would object to this document to the extent that it's duplicative of this witness's testimony just provided in this.
So then why object to it if
To
it's
the extent that
duplicative?
it
I mean, it's kind of a lame
is
objection.
intended to be admitted for the truth of the matter asserted for persons he's talked to, it would be
No,
hearsay.
he made the report contemporaneously with the
Your Honor,
events.
we have submitted this report under Rule 807. It is one of the documents that we gave notice to. And I would say that Your Honor can judge the value of the weight, but given, as the witness has testified to, we're talking about 105 vote centers. And so that he and his other fellow roving attorneys.
So it's not actually duplicative. It's more efficient for the court. And to this be what's sometimes called a summary witness.
I think it would be probative.
Oh, he looks like
Given
Boehner.
the limited time we have to talk about 105 vote centers.
No, but
that-
the report
Yeah, that's
also.
true, but that's an unfortunate comparison. But good for the judge. Again, this is where this judge likely comes from. Establishment, old school Republican. Went to BYU. I believe that probably means
that I
Mormon.
was willing to admit under 807 the attached statements of the other roving attorneys. So you can choose. You can choose to either have those affidavits admitted under 807, or you can forego that and ask him questions about it.
Yeah, or both.
Of his report.
And so you can
Oh,
have
it
the.
can't be
But I'm
both,
not
but
gonna
that's
do
fine.
Why
If
can't-
he doesn't, that's okay. I would choose the declarations of the other people.
Testifying his report and the affidavits that he's referring to in his testimony and his report. So I don't know if you understood this morning that I was willing to admit the affidavits attached to Mr. Santa Clara's affidavit under 807.
Very interesting. He got the pronunciation of the name right. That's not an easy name to pronounce, and he knew right away exactly how to pronounce it.
I'm going to Google this lawyer and see
I
if.
believe that under 807, the same analysis applies to what I told you this morning, that they appeared to also be very factual as opposed to advocate.
See,
advocacy.
that's who he
Even
likes.
though
That's
I
why he
believe
likes
that
the
he's
guy.
just said that all of
Factual,
this was
opposed
prepared
to
in
advocacy.
anticipation of litigation, but the affidavits
Your
respond
linear
to
judge
contain
it tends
facts
to be
rather
very
than
linear thinker
advocacy
judge
or
tends to be this way.
opinions.
They distrust emotion.
After
They
all my
distrust
speaking,
aggression.
your choice.
They
how you
like,
wish to proceed, Mr.
hello,
Wilson.
here
I'm
are the
not gonna
facts. They're in this
provide
manner.
all those
That's why he
affidavits that we can
talks
talk
like
about,
this. Sometimes he sounds like he's
including his
whispering.
report and all the hearsay.
I think I know where I'm going, sir. We will forego. We will keep them into evidence, as Your Honor alluded to, and we will move on to another topic.
Not another witness,
Very
though.
good, sir.
I think that's okay. Whatever. That's.
I mean, the other
would-
declarations are good, and the judge signaled he likes those other declarations. So-
Yes, true. I mean, I might have pushed.
So if you're the
argument.
lawyer, you're
Your
like,
Honor, at
yeah,
this
okay.
time, we'd
all
like
right.
to.
You better not screw me on that later, Judge.
91.
Well, actually, true. If all that they needed him to do was testify to get the exhibit in, and now the judge says it's in, so he doesn't need to testify on it.
Yeah.
That's a win-win. Good.
I thought he
Why-
presented very well. I don't know if I wouldn't cross this guy much if I was them, but they can't help themselves.
I need
mean,
to clip the part, Robert, where you said stop asking a question, and then he went on and asked one more question.
Yeah, so he has like 30 more. That was Kari Lake's lawyer. It's always tempting. It's as important to know where to finish as it is to where to start. You get a good answer, sit down.
It's 6:20. They got to finish with Barris by, even if it's 7:30, that'll be 5:30 their time.
Yeah. There's a
has been a full-
possibility, based on the court's ruling, they may not be sure whether they can get Barris in. To Benny B's question in the chat, the Lakes team did a very good job today.
Okay, Son and Clark. Let me go see this.
Sidinkar. No wonder he's used to spelling his name. Nobody's going to get that right. It's like a Wisconsin name. You talk about tough names. Oh, my goodness. Between the Poles and everybody else, I couldn't get anybody's name right.
Lawyer, Son and Clark, Key West, Florida. That's not going to be the right one.
Well, but he said he just moved back 2 years ago.
Clear.
Mr. Son
Up on the screen is what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 91. It is an exhibit that was part of a response letter by Maricopa County to the AG's letter dated November 19th, questioning some of the events around Election Day. Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes, I've read it multiple times.
And do you recognize this as a document that was produced by Maricopa County?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that it's a true and accurate copy?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit Exhibit 91
That's hearsay.
into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
I mean,
91 is admitted.
let it in, but that's clear hearsay. Why not call the official who wrote the? I would force the person who wrote it to
Yes, Your Honor.
testify.
Mr. Son and Claire,
Yeah.
do you see where it states on the first page of this document, in the paragraph beginning, while a few, you see that? While a few 2022 general election locations encountered 80 to 115-minute wait times on election day, Maricopa County posted these wait times on our website, informing voters of other nearby options that had shorter times.
Yes, I see it.
Do you have an understanding, based on your work, whether or not that's an accurate statement?
That's not an accurate statement.
And why do you say that?
There were many more vote centers. I mean, I must have had, I believe I had 2 at least just in my 10 that had longer wait times than 80 minutes. And they're not included in the list in footnote 1.
And you're talking about footnote 1 on the page that's Bates stamped, last 3 digits, 715, the first page of this document.
And in addition to that, we documented through
This
declarations
is a
that there were
dumb
many other vote
cross-examination.
centers that had
All their
over 80
cross-examinations are
minute wait
terrible.
times.
Right? You got the exhibit in. You can argue from it later. You're now giving him a chance to take it apart and tell you why it's wrong. Man, government lawyers are bad.
So I found Mark Sonnenklaar. He doesn't seem to be in the news until a month ago. So
do you have an opinion?
Definitely a
as to
glowy.
whether or not
Perfect
the
witness for
county
this kind of thing.
has been trying to understate the extent of the problems at the vote centers that arose on election day?
Yes,
Your Honor, object to foundation and speculation.
hold on. A co-defendant is objecting to the cross. That's bad.
Your Honor, my co-counsel is an idiot. Please don't let him continue to ask away these questions, please.
All right.
Object to the objection.
Yeah.
Co-defendant is objecting to a cross from their co-defendant.
Yeah.
As to foundation,
No, they should absolutely. He should not even entertain
Well,
this.
what is the co-defense counsel is signaling a judge is a bad line of questioning. Would you please stop it?
so if you're able to answer it, and I assume you're.
I think we have to call this judge what? Judge Whisperer?
Yes, John.
So it's
Well, I mean, I was the one who oversaw the
We did see. That's right.
putting
The
together
Johnny
of
Depp
the
trial. The
issues
Amber Heard's lawyer
spreadsheet, which
objected to their
showed
own
how
question.
many vote centers had tabulator problems, how many vote centers had long lines. I've also read this Board of Supervisors report multiple
So
times.
now this
and there
question
are
has set up a worse
many,
answer
many
for the defense.
mischaracterizations.
What's your foundation?
and
Well, this
flat
and this
out
and this and this and this and this and
in
this and this.
Now, I
don't think any of the
I
crosses
believe
has
that
been
they
good
ha-
from the
have
state,
not presented
the
the
state
truth
county.
here in this document.
Yes, Sonnenklaar is a German last name. Germanic.
Do you realize the government disagrees with you, sir? Don't you realize the government is right and you're wrong, sir? And the government's like, what? You don't? And you have evidence? That's the nature of
Mr.
their
Sonnenklaar.
Oh, here's the one who
I'm
just
here on
objected.
behalf of the governor-elect.
He got the message. He got the message to
Your
sit down and shut
declaration
up.
gives some figures
Stop that
about how
cross.
many
Stop
vote
it,
centers
please,
were
God.
affected with tabulator issues and lines. And these figures were gathered from reports of yourself, other RNC roving attorneys, and Republican observers, correct?
That's correct.
Your declaration in
even
this case
killed this
concludes
guy.
that 64 of 223 vote centers had long lines on election day, correct?
That's correct.
So you concluded that more than 70% of vote centers on election day did not have long lines?
You could infer
Oh,
that.
give me a break.
But
No.
but actually, what I would say about that is that we had time constraints in putting together our issues spreadsheet. And so I firmly believe that had we had additional
This
time,
is
basically
why
we had to put
don't
it together in 2
cross
weeks. So we had to
this
gather
witness.
declarations from a lot
Especially
of
if
people
you're as
in
inept
order to prove
as
what
the
we wanted
government
to
lawyers
prove.
are.
You know, in order for the evidence to show 64, we showed on the issues spreadsheet that 64 vote centers had long lines. Had we had more time, I firmly believe that we would have been able to show that more vote centers had long lines.
The same declaration concluded that only 24 of 223 vote centers had long
Look-
lines
look at
on
this.
election day after 3 p.m.
Only
correct?
10%.
She's obsessed with sticking to her
I would
script.
say the same thing.
You just
Had we had
answered.
more time
Well, hold on a
to
second.
gather
Let me
the
go back to
evidence,
my
we probably would have
pre-prepared
been able to
question.
find that more
It's
than
the same
24,
one you just
but
humiliated me
what
on.
we
Let
were
me
able
ask
to
you.
document in the time period that we had was that 24, which in my view is a lot of vote centers to have problems after 3 p.m., given the fact that the Board of Supervisors stated that the problem was completely resolved as of mid-afternoon.
See how
quote
bad?
unquote,
Don't follow.
according to
If you
the
get smacked in
Board
the
of
face, they'll
Supervisors
say,
report
huh,
that
let me ask you my second
was-
scripted
it was
question. They'll
just,
allow you to
brought
smack me in the
into
face again.
But the evidence that you put forward in your declaration was that only 24 of 223 had long
I'm
lines
going to
after 3
re-ask
p.m.
my
correct?
dumb question.
That's all I was able to conclude in the time that I
Stop
had.
talking right now.
Yeah,
Look at-
exactly.
Stop it.
Put together
Move
the
on.
issues spreadsheet.
Shut up.
You're not.
Move on.
You're not a real lawyer. You're not a
Any
real
voter
lawyer.
in Maricopa County may go to any vote center they wish, correct?
Oh, now they're
That's
going to
my
go.
understanding.
You could have gone somewhere else.
You did not personally witness any voter who left a vote center without casting a ballot after encountering a tabulator.
I guarantee you he
rejection, correct?
did.
I wasn't looking for that.
So here today, you can't tell me that you witnessed that.
I can't, but a lot of the declarations do indicate.
And
that
Bill
that did
Bill
occur
Gates said to go do it.
over and over.
Go to another voting station. He said it in a video.
You have no personal knowledge as to whether these
You know
printing errors
personal
changed
knowledge of
the
how he screwed
outcome
up
of the
this
election,
election, right?
correct?
Beyond what you already testified to, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Your Honor, I'm just asking whether he knows.
His knowledge is the same thing. If you know, sir, and you're able to answer,
Well,
go ahead.
I would say, there's only 17,000 roughly votes separating the two candidates for governor. Based on what I saw on election day, I would say there's no question in my mind that had there not been tabulator issues at 132 vote centers, this election would have ended up with Kari Lake winning.
Wow.
That's
oh,
not Brent's opinion,
testimony
correct?
that he
You-
didn't
you
even
just
get
asked
out
me
on
for my
direct.
opinion.
She just
I
got
I didn't
out
ask for your
across.
opinion. I asked
He
if you
gave
had
him the
personal knowledge.
causation. He just gave the whole evidence right
I
there.
don't
Summed
have
it up.
knowledge
Because
of
this idiot
specific
didn't
numbers.
listen to the
No
wise
further
young
questions.
lawyers and would-be lawyers. Don't ask cross questions like this.
No further, Robert. No further questions.
Yeah, no further questions, Your Honor.
You asked
None.
4 questions too many, man.
Exactly. Why don't you just
Wow.
get up and say, "Are you a Republican?" Okay.
Mr.
Wow.
Sinclair,
Oh,
you
now we get little
testified
Klaus, little Kraus.
that the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors in
I have more
drafting
dumb
its
questions, Your Honor.
correspondence to Jennifer Wright at the Attorney General's office intended to deceive her. Is that correct?
I don't see how you could.
Is that correct?
I don't see how you could view what happened on election day and issue that report in good faith.
Do you have any
Answer.
evidence that the authors of that wrote that report with an intent to deceive?
He just said it was in bad faith.
It's just common sense, sir.
Is that a yes or no?
That's a great answer.
Common sense tells you that if they
Common sense says you
issued
said
that
SOBs
report
is lying.
and they are the
I
ones
need
in
to clip
charge
that
of the
last
election,
part.
Yep.
then and so many things in that report were false that
That's not a
yeah,
good
they were
posture for
trying
the
to
lawyer.
cover up.
Not a good
So
posture.
that's
pal.
what common sense tells me.
No.
Is that your testimony?
Yeah, common sense tells me that there was a cover up here.
Okay, that tells you. but
Wow.
not me.
I mean, just bam,
As you
bam,
earlier
bam,
testified.
I
bam.
don't know what's in your mind, sir.
But you do know what's in the mind of the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors.
All I can say is that I believe that they were trying to cover up here because I don't see how else you could explain the Board of Supervisor report. It was blatantly false in so many ways.
But you have
Wow.
no evidence of that, correct?
Oh, no, I have a lot of evidence.
Evidence of their intent to deceive.
That's
the
another
Attorney General's
clippable
office.
moment. I mean, all of these lawyers should just shut up. Just shut up. If you're
My
the county and the state,
conclusion
shut
is
up.
that there
They
is
would
an
have been better
intent
off
to
with no
deceive.
lawyers today.
Okay,
None.
Your
None.
testimony
They've
today is you
induced some of
can't
the
read my
worst
mind,
evidence against them.
but you can read the mind of the members of the Board of
But
Supervisors.
you can't
Is
read
that
a man.
correct?
No,
I don't
I'm
see
just
how
saying that
else you
common sense
could
shows that the
interpret
most reasonable
the
inference is that
statements
they're
on the
lying
Board of
some bitches.
Supervisor report, other than to conclude that there was an intent to minimize the
There you
problems
go.
on election day.
He keeps
because they
helping
publicly
the
they were
plaintiff's
gonna be
case,
in
helping
this
Kari
courtroom
Lake's case.
today.
Sit down,
Well,
loser.
it's
You
interesting
lost.
that you've just responded to my query by saying problems plural, because when you initially testified, you said problems singular. And your testimony was about problems related to tabulators. Do you remember that testimony?
Well, now you've expanded it,
Reading in my
dimwit.
declaration,
No, I mean your testimony right here in this courtroom a few minutes ago.
yes, I recall my testimony.
Okay. And you recall it that you had
This guy stays
witnessed
so even keeled.
at least 2 vote centers, and you've heard of a lot of
I
others
think the world could be
that had problems
exploding,
with tabulators.
and this guy'd be like, "Yeah,
No, there were 6 vote centers out of
let's
10
handle
in
this
my,
right way."
that I observed at that had material tabulator problems.
Okay. Did any of them have printer problems?
Yeah, my understanding.
Can you
is
tell us of
that
the other problems that
printers were
you
not
didn't get a
printing
chance to
cartridge out that
expound
had
on in your
period
direct
delay.
examination?
Is
But
that your
screw us a little
understanding
more,
from your
sir.
direct observation?
Yes,
So you were able to observe the printers putting in not enough ink in some of the ballots?
so my declaration sets this out.
Could you please give us some more?
At one of the vote centers that I went to.
More
I
places where
spoke
we
with the
screwed up, please.
inspector. They had a massive problem with the tabulator not working.
Okay, thank you. You've already testified about your
Okay.
conversation with the inspector. I heard that. I thank you.
I don't like you
My
saying these
question
things, so I'm going to keep asking you
Yes,
things that
please.
embarrass
My
me.
question was your observation
This is
of
my
the
observation.
excuse me.
Excuse
Your
me.
observation with the problems with the printers, not what you heard from inspectors. Can you answer that?
Yeah, I saw it. It was terrible.
My observation was in relation to a conversation I had with the inspector.
So that would be, you heard it from somebody else who observed it, but you
I'm
didn't.
not a technical person. I don't know exactly what caused the problem. Okay. But an inspector showed me the balance.
Okay, so you don't know what caused the problem, right? But you know that whatever the Board of Supervisors said was intended to deceive the Attorney General, even though you don't know, correct?
I don't see what one thing has to do with the other.
And there's a problem as well. How about wet pens? Wet pens that might cause problems with the tabulators. Did you observe any of that?
No, I didn't note that at all.
Oh,
So
why am I hearing
you
my
had
playback?
testified earlier that you have voted several times in Arizona, but you've never seen lines like the lines you saw in the general election of 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you vote in the presidential preference of 2016?
No, I wasn't here in 2016.
Would it surprise you to find out that in many instances, all over this country, there have been lines far longer than those to which you
We've
just
screwed up
testified
worse in the
to?
past. Are you
I would
aware
be
of that?
surprised by that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
God, these guys were a disaster. Disaster cross. Disaster
I
cross.
just have
By the
a
inept.
brief question on redirect.
Make it limited. Please just ask one or two and sit down. They just screwed up and sunk themselves.
Mr. Soninclair, would it surprise you if people in Maricopa County, voters in Maricopa County, heard about the problems at all the vote centers and simply didn't get into line to vote because they didn't have time?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Yeah, okay. Did anyone tell you that? Yeah, did anyone tell you that they didn't vote because of that?
Do you have a belief as to, and it's a yes or no question, do you have a belief as to whether or not voters on election day, strike that, do you have a belief that there
This wasn't a compelling enough question.
were voters on
They
election
burned themselves. I would have
Right.
asked no follow up. Beyond. Have you seen worse lawyering than you just
were
witnessed
not
by the
able
defense?
to cast their vote and wanted to?
Same objections, Your Honor.
It reminds me of the screw up in the Rittenhouse trial. Remember when they asked him, well, you don't know. They asked, what's his name, the reporter. Remember that? They asked him some question about, well, you can't know this. And he was like, yeah, he said this right before he did it.
Grosskreutz.
Yeah.
He said F you before pointing the gun.
Yeah.
Summary exhibit, 2 summary exhibits that were attached to his declaration. and that we are.
So I know, yeah, he said F
I
you
wanna make
while
sure that's
reaching
part of
for him
the
or
evidence.
trying to get him. And it was
Are you
like,
planning to
that
arrest?
was the wrong question. And that
Are you
came out
planning to arrest
on
or not?
cross in that
Okay.
case.
Yep.
Can we excuse this gentleman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. St. Clair. You're excused.
That was a little more assertive thank you. Did you notice that from the judge?
Um,
That they may have, whatever chance Lake has was dramatically given by that
I'm
that
pushing my
interchange.
court reporter beyond what I should.
Let me get this
What
out
I'm
here.
hearing is plaintiffs are willing to rest with the exception of addressing the exhibit issue. You want, I understand you need.
That would
to
be a good
address the
choice.
issue before you-
That was so good for him.
We're not resting
I
on
would-
the case, Your Honor. I still have a couple more witnesses to do.
Okay.
I wasn't resting.
He was actually giving him a cue there. Because
You
honestly,
have-
I would rest here. What else are you
both
going to
sides
get?
have
Well,
worked
what
out
is Barris supposed to testify on?
numbers that
He would just be testifying the
apply to
same
my
thing that guy
rulings.
testified to, just testifying to the polling results of people reporting massive problems with voting.
Talk so much.
I don't, here's what I can't do at the end.
Is
of
my
this.
understanding. I don't
Put my
you know,
court
I don't know
reporter
the scope
through
of his testimony,
an hour
obviously.
Of us going back and forth about whether a certain exhibit fits within my ruling or not. This is probably a poor question. In fact, I won't ask it. I'm going to
That's funny.
restate what I told
He was about to say something to the defense, and he's like, "Ah,
Diego
never
said
mind."
Ruling was extended to admitting whatever exhibits are associated with the following exhibits or attachments to the affidavit that you filed, Mr. Olson.
It's always interesting getting the exhibits in.
Exhibit
So
Trial.
Seattle runner, he came from LA. Get a sound guy.
Ah.
Exhibit 8, 9, and 10 have already been admitted today.
Everybody wants to help you with your sound.
I've been saying for like 4 months I'm going to
Takes care of
soundproof
all
the room.
attachments to
New Year, in the new year, promise.
affidavit that was filed by Mr. Olson.
Abject
more
disaster.
extensive
This has been an abject disaster for Arizona.
Yeah, for Hobbs,
Maricopa. Yep.
Maricopa County.
Plaintiffs have labeled exhibits A1.
Anybody who says it has not been an abject disaster is spin artist, liar, or not watching.
Oh, completely, or in denial. Doesn't mean she'll win. It's probably still a long shot.
No,
but as presentations go, both her experts were very good, and the lawyer was very good. And the defense has been atrocious. They have no defense to what happened on the election, on the printer tabulator issue, other than maybe it was the toner, maybe it was we shrunk it to fix, maybe we have 20 other security problems we do. You know,
So what you're saying is,
instead.
after you shook the toner, you got your tabulator in, and that was fine, even though it took 30, 60 minutes and people were leaving.
And again, none of these problems should have happened so systemically without major institutional flaws in the management of the election. And then she did really good. I was a little nervous with the. So
Yep.
I think one of the people in the locals chat called her a Googler expert. You know, the open source intelligence, all that. I like open source forensic investigation. Sounds much better, right? That sounds that's authoritative. Just means it does mean Googler for the most part. But she had him testifying very well. Kept even tone, even tenor. Gave the substantive evidence they needed to get in. And then he, was the perfect wrap-up guy. I would have been very tempted to just stick with him unless there's something I can't get in evidentiary otherwise.
I've been keeping track of the time, but I haven't got a grand total. Somebody else keeping track?
Richie McGinnis was the Rittenhouse trial. Thanks for the
Richie McGinnis. Yep.
from locals,
We're keeping track. It's been 7 hours and 40 minutes,
With regard to time?
including
including breaks.
They're over 5.5, but I don't know if he's putting cross-examination time in the defense's side of the time equation rather than plaintiffs.
It's now, how many witnesses do they have left?
I mean, wouldn't you be tempted to rest here unless there's some really evidence that you can't? Oh, you have to get in with someone else.
They said Richard Barris.
They could introduce Barris's report.
Your Honor, I don't think it will take as long as Mr. Kari. Famous last words.
I'm smiling again because we're down to the brief and I've only got a few things, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may, our records indicate the plaintiff has consumed 272 minutes, 22 seconds.
Shut
and
up.
Defense together has consumed 87 minutes, 20 seconds.
So the cross-examination is not included in the plaintiff's time. That explains things.
I'll have to check with.
So they've consumed almost all their time. I'd be tempted to rest unless, is there somebody you're going to put up that's, you can't, that evidence, that to me, they've proven what they can prove.
Yeah.
If I take his total, that puts you at 4.5 hours.
Means you got a total of an hour
So you'd still have another
left,
hour.
including your closing argument, including, I guess, your
What
cross-examination.
about your case, Mr.?
Really,
All
including
three.
cross.
What do you think about how
Yeah,
many
I think so.
witnesses are you thinking about calling?
I would not call anybody else.
Lola TX Rumble ran $5.
We have
Says
4
thank you,
witnesses
Viva
that
and
we
Barnes.
Tend to call. We put on our case. in
I could do the cross-examination in 10 minutes. I'm infamous
Dude,
for
I
my
could
short
do the cross examination like 2.5 minutes, but the judge wouldn't get it. Like a speed talk and cross.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor.
Okay. It's a strategy call. So you got 4 witnesses. How much time do you think? Again, I'm skating fast on thin ice, talking to lawyers about time estimates.
Well, I will of course promise that we're going to be as efficient as possible. We'll use tonight to make sure we have estimates in what we submitted to the court, and we'll go back and see if we can pare those down to make sure we're staying within time.
Okay, that's fair. Here's my concern, and even with,
We got some more memes in the locals chat.
but I'm concerned about closing arguments. Okay,
Not the Trump one, but the witness one.
Let me go see here.
I do want to hear closing argument.
When tonight? Not tonight. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
So I'm not saying.
He's trying to figure out the schedule. Is everything going to be wrapped tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon?
But
Uh-oh. Robert? You're still there, right?
I'm still here.
Well, what the son of a bee sting? How could... That's it. Shut it down. I just tweeted out to Katie Hobbs. Maybe she shut the stream down. Hold on. Oh, no. Okay, so they definitely seem to have just gone down. Hold on. Are you seeing a blue screen right now?
I mean, I see everything.
You see
but
everything?
I don't see the court. No.
Okay, so hold on. You see Rumble right now, right?
Yep.
Okay, no, okay, still there. Kari, Lake, Arizona Live. Come on. That was this one. Okay. Turn that off for a second. And okay, what the?
I think we'd be more like 20, Your Honor.
Okay, they're just doing time, people. We didn't miss anything.
okay, but they carry the burden. So I'm not going to hold you to 15, 20. If they have 20, you do 15. If you want 5 rebuttal at the end, I'd give it to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sound fair?
Are they going to be done for the day?
I don't think so. I think he's just scheduling how long closing arguments will be allowed, including rebuttal.
So
I got a kid who's getting mighty frustrated.
put your heads together, come up with a list of exhibits.
He was the sick kid left home
Yeah,
from school.
he's feeling better, but he's been distracted by the TV a lot today.
Ah.
I think that's all I've got for you tonight. I can let you go.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything absolutely essential before my court reporter collapses?
Yeah, the judge looks terrified. He's like, holy, you had one job, people.
Thank you all. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
What? So Barry,
you're right.
Barris
You're
isn't
right.
going to be tonight.
Nope. Probably good to consider wrapping, get time to see whether they're going to add anybody tomorrow morning. Man, was that judge quiet. Hello, how's everybody doing, everybody?
Just so you know, Force, I use audio equalization. I guess, okay, I think it's over now.
They probably shut it down because that's the end of it.
I can't make the audio any louder on the stream. Like this is the same stuff we have every time there's a live stream. Let me just make sure. What's it? Kari Lake. Well, I'll tell you one thing. That went better than I thought it was going to go in all respects. I thought.
Agreed. I agreed.
I
I
thought-
thought they did a very good,
that's
very
it,
good
we're done.
presentation. Their main three witnesses were home run witnesses, thanks in part to the incompetent and inept cross-examination by the state. And I thought it was great for them to get to finish on him. Lee, let that be the emotional, resonating thing to sink on for the court overnight. That,
I love
he's
it.
got an unusual debacle that a guy just like him just said was an unusual debacle, that there's cover-ups, that there's intentionality, that there's critical documents missing that they still haven't produced. So that the state needs to come in and hit a home run tomorrow to get him to back off of doing something. I mean, I think it would still be a shock to me to see this court be willing to have a revote. But at a minimum, there might be some real scolding language about what happened in Maricopa County in the court's order that would, by itself establish a basis for other election reforms moving forward. But at a minimum, today's hearing was a big success for Kari Lake, and frankly, a borderline complete debacle for the inept state, county, and Hobbs.
Robert, when you get a chance, I mean, if you didn't watch Richard this morning, his full testimony, go watch his testimony, because you'll see like the state employees performed worse than the experts and the plaintiff's witnesses. They were defensive, incompetent. They had, and you'll see the way they were refusing to answer pretty clear-cut questions.
Yeah, they were evasive. They were, there's multiple allegations that Richard lied on the stand, not only about the PAC, but about other things. So he may have set himself up. He clearly didn't take it seriously. He didn't even come back for the hearing. He's on vacation. He didn't even dress up for it. Didn't even go to a lawyer's office for it. Just appeared in a T-shirt in his party condo, vacation condo in Panama. It's embarrassing. Panama City, wherever it was. It's an embarrassment. Just an utter. It shows their arrogance. It shows their contempt. It shows their lack of integrity. It shows their lack of independence. Everything that they've been accused of, they themselves proved today by their own course of conduct, by their own witnesses, and their own cross-examination. And you had three very credible, very respectable, very trustworthy witnesses for Kari Lake step forward and handle the inept cross-examination that took place. The state did not have an answer for what really happened on election day with the tabulators and the printers. They did not really have an answer for why they made representations that, as the lawyer explained, couldn't be accurate, that smack of a cover-up by the Maricopa County supervisors, and frankly lies that is what they really did. All evidence that was elicited by the defense. I mean, at the end, there's like, you don't know there was 17,000, that there was a bunch of ballots that changed the election. He's like, I have no doubt that this issue alone of tabulators and printers caused the election, that without it, Kari Lake is a winner. I have no doubt about that. I mean, that evidence wasn't induced by Kari Lake's people. It was induced by the defense. So the defense, just complete disaster, complete debacle. All they're praying for at this point is the court's bias against overturning an election. That is all they have going for them. Not the facts, not the law.
Now for tomorrow, I might be in transit, but I think I'll be able to get a stream. I'll get it set up. So I'll run it like I did with the commission, and I'll try to just pop in and out wherever I am, because I've resolved in as much as I'm a tech noob, I've resolved my StreamYard issues, so I can just bring myself in as a guest in transit. So I'll do that.
I'll be in transit too.
Yeah, that's a problem. So I'll flip you the link if either of us can pop in and out, but I'll have it running so that we can at least we can have it memorialized on.
They better come back with some ace witnesses, the state and the county and Hobbs, or they've lost the hearing. The only question is, does the bias of the court to not overturn an election prevent any meaningful remedy for Kari Lake? That's the only question at this point, because the hearing has proven, in my view, Kari Lake's arguments.
And they're going to, it wasn't intentional. We, just shake up the toners. It was fit to shrink, or whatever, the shrink to fit. Incompetence at best, but that type of incompetence is like fractal incompetence.
I'm sure the judge is disappointed because he didn't hear persuasive arguments. He didn't hear, and this is what a lot of us said about 2020. If we would have been allowed a meaningful evidentiary hearing, you would have seen what the real issues were.
Mhm.
And they got to hide behind having there's a reason none of these judges wanted to have a hearing, an evidentiary hearing on the merits. They didn't want one because they knew the results would make their decisions look bad and the election officials look bad. At a minimum, what comes out of this is a complete disaster of how Maricopa County is running its elections. That will put massive pressure for meaningful further election reform in Arizona and hopefully in other parts of the country, as people see that, this is terrible. This is disgraceful. We're supposed to be the leading democracy in the world.
It's a clown show. Robert, Viva and Barnes, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, love you guys, go Sox. Ashton, thank you very much.
We got the same from the locals chat as well, same good wishes.
Oh yeah, well there were a bunch of. I'll read one here. John McGarvey, Viva, I want to hear the voicemail. Go. No, I was dictating a tweet where I said this is going worse than anybody could have imagined. And then the stream went dead, so I thought maybe Katie Hobbs called YouTube and said take down the stream. I'm joking. Glad to hear to give your input on this, Robert. That's a $2 tip from Mighty Pay, I think. And then USA Now has a great montage. I'm gonna go snip and clip some highlights. And maybe even specifically the lie about the pack. That's going to come back to haunt him. So stay tuned. I'll get it up and running tomorrow, even if I'm not going to be in it for the better part of it. Robert, we will talk sooner than later. Everybody, one heck of a stream, one heck of a day. We're at 7 hours and 53 minutes. My butt hurts so much. All right, I'm going to go try to spend some time with the family. Robert, I'll see you soon. Everybody in the chat, thank you very much, everyone. Peace out.